Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Good morning. How's everybody feeling? Good, good. Raise your hand if you did karaoke last night. Anyone? Anyone? I heard it, I could hear it, so I know some of you are guilty of it, or they're just still sleeping, I don't know. But I'm really excited for day 2. As I mentioned yesterday, every single day has a theme to it. So yesterday we were getting into what it means to generate leads for your business. Something that we always say at Marketopia is more leads, more sales, more profit. And it simply says everything that we're trying to do together. So yesterday we got into lead generation. Today we're gonna dive deep into what it means to really start to sell and close more deals. We're gonna talk a little bit about profit today. We're actually gonna start off with that, get you in the right mindset. But the idea is sales, sales, sales. So many of the MSP partners that come to us or that we speak with, and again, we talk with thousands of partners throughout the year, that's the number one issue aside from marketing is the sales abilities. And there's a lot of answers for that. So we're gonna talk with you through how to get better at closing deals, how to get better at navigating that conversation, how to get better at understanding what it means to structure a deal and take it to end game, which is closing it, right, and getting more revenue for your business. So we're gonna take a little look at what is on the agenda for you today. So as I mentioned yesterday, this is our main room. So you're gonna spend a lot of time, particularly for the morning, in here. And then instead of breakouts, which we had yesterday, you learned a lot from these vendor partners that are here to support you. Today we've got workshops for you. So I'm gonna go through this with you. So we're up here right now. I am welcoming you to the day. Next, we are going to be talking about profit. So we've got an amazing individual that I will introduce in just a moment who's going to be speaking with you about profitability in your business. Then we're going to go into a break in an expo for just a short 10 minutes together. Then we're going to be back here, and CompTIA, Carolyn's going to go through new content. So no one's seen this yet. CompTIA has not published it yet. You are seeing it for the very first time. So she's going to talk about trends in the channel and things that you can be looking for now and what you can be looking for in the future. So you will be the first to see that content, so get excited. Then we've got the Earning the Right to Win session. So we have Terry coming up, we've got Jeff Newton coming up, and again, talking about what it means to close deals. Jeff is a pro at this. If you don't know him, you should, and he's gonna give you a lot of takeaways. After that, we've got a panel coming up about just that, winning my fair share. How do you get more revenue coming into your business? And we've got a panel of MSPs that are doing it right, that are gonna give you some insight to what they're doing, give you some real examples. We wanna try to stay away from this high level information in the conference where you leave and you don't really know how to put that to use. So they're gonna share a lot with you, what they're doing, what you can start to input into your business, and then find them afterwards. That's the beauty of having a really intimate conference, is you can find them and go deeper on the conversation and ask them specific questions about your business. So get excited for that. And then we got lunch and a book signing. So the individual that I'm about to introduce is a best-selling author, and you will have the opportunity to meet him individually and also get a signed copy of his book. So I definitely urge every one of you to make sure that you do that. The book signing will be right out here in the foyer area prior to going off to lunch. Then we have David Powell. This is a personal friend of ours and a game changer in the channel as well. He will be coming up and he will be talking about doubling your revenue. He's a great storyteller. If you've never seen him speak, you do not want to miss it. So make sure you come back and you're here for that session. Then we're gonna break into workshops. So at 1:10, we'll have a quick 10-minute break, and then workshops start at 1:20. And workshops are upstairs. So we have a great workshop schedule for you. I'm gonna talk about that in just a second. Make sure that you pop up there. Similar to how it worked yesterday with your breakouts, you've got the choice to do different topic areas. You'll have the same thing. There will be 3 sessions of workshops, so you'll have 3 different opportunities to pick and go into a room and learn something that's going to be pertinent to your business. So get excited for that. Then we're going to come back. We have a couple of awards that we're going to be giving away this afternoon. We did do a little award ceremony yesterday. We're going to be giving out just a quick 3 awards this afternoon, and then we are going to go into happy hour. Happy hour will be in here as we did yesterday, so get a chance to mix and mingle. It was really fun, and meet a lot of the vendors. Tonight, our fun event is taking one of the cruise ships out over in the Clearwater Marina. So many of you that have been walking around downtown, you've seen a lot of the boats. So we're gonna get together after that happy hour and we're all gonna walk over together. It says conga line. We may do that, and I'm gonna pick one of you to be the lucky leader, but we may do that, but we're gonna walk over to the cruise ship and then we're just gonna have a good time. So it's gonna be a sunset, it's gonna be great. So be excited for that, and it'll be right after the happy hour. There's doors on the side and we'll all walk out together. These are the workshops. So they're also inside the app. Take a look at the topics. So they're a handful of different elements of your business that you may be really good on one and you don't need that information, and another one might be perfect for you. So just take a look at it, pick the ones that make the most sense for you. Again, we've got great speakers that are going to be in those workshop sessions. The actual speaker is inside the app as well, and if you have any questions on that too, ask any of the team members from Marketopia that are around to support you, and they'll let you know so that you end up in the right place. So there is a rotation of 3, as you can see here. So the first one starts at 1:20, second at 2:25, and then the next one at 3:30. Awesome. And these will be workshop-y too, so you'll have the opportunity to ask questions, you'll have the opportunity to interact, and the goal is to get a lot out of it. We don't want it to just be speaking at you, we want there to be a conversation and you really to get some value. Thank you again to our sponsors, couldn't do it without you. Kaseya is the diamond sponsor. I know you learned a lot about them yesterday. Make sure you stop by the booth and continue to learn more. Gold, silver, bronze, same thing. You're amazing, we thank you. And then emerging. So as I mentioned yesterday, there are some vendors that maybe you haven't seen. Go and meet them, understand what they're bringing to the table and if it makes sense for you and your business. And then obviously we've got our partnerships. So Channel Pro, CompTIA, who you're gonna hear speak today. Joel from Channel Pro, who we call the mayor, is here and will be here for the duration of the event. Stop by, see what they're doing. See if maybe you can get on the cover of Channel Pro. You never know. And then JS Group. So for the vendor sessions, vendors have content too today. The JS Group is gonna be leading that upstairs for them. The app, who has started the survey inside the app? Anyone yet? Okay, good, because I said wait till Wednesday. Good job. Good job, I love that. So tomorrow we'll be doing the voting for the sweet little vendor awards. So make sure that you do that. I'll say a reminder tomorrow so that we don't forget. Are we ready for the first speaker of the day? I want you guys to get pumped up. So this is an individual, I did mention, he is a best-selling author, but what is even better than that too is, I know there's a lot of events and they're, the speaker you're excited to see, but the relatability to what you do every day might not be there, right? It's cool to see them, they're talking about things, they try to figure out how they can relate their life story to what you're doing, and sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss, we've all been at those ones as well. But the thing that's really awesome about this individual is he was an MSP also. So back in the day where MSP wasn't a term and it was just VAR, so he was a VAR, and he's been in this world and in these shoes. He also worked for Wall Street Journal as a columnist doing tips and tricks to help to grow your small to medium business. Now he's a best-selling author of a book called Profit First. He travels the world, just getting back from Australia right now, and he travels the world talking about how to take your business where you are trying to go and how to keep profitability in the forefront. So this should be exciting, this should be engaging, and again, you'll get to meet him afterwards and you will get to get a book signed. So without further ado, we're gonna talk about making profit into a habit. Mike Michalowicz.
Thank you. Thanks, Andra. I appreciate it. I don't need the clicker.
Okay, yeah,
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, thank you very much. So I'm not a betting guy, but when I heard conga line, I'm like, that ain't happening. A bunch of IT dudes, I know some women here, are not doing a conga line tonight, so that's my bet. Hey, who here started your business, just by a show of hands, in part or maybe fully, to be financially free? Did you start your business for financial freedom? Okay, about half the hands went up. That's interesting. Let me just gauge our audience here. Who here, just by a show of hands, who here has hands? Raise them up if you have hands. All right, 50% of the room, interesting, okay. I got it. So 50% of the room, so probably most of us in the room started our business for financial freedom. That's why I started my business. As Andra was sharing, I too was, before it was VARs, it was network integrator. I had a network integrator. Does anyone ever remember Token Ring? Yeah, all right. More hands went up than financial freedom. There you go. Yeah. So if you raised your hand, you're over 50 years old. And I installed Token Ring networks. If you don't know what Token Ring networks were, it was a ring of coax. You'd install it into MAUs. And if you were walking to a client and you tripped on the Token Ring, the entire network would crash. That was Token Ring. I was installing NetWare 3.12 systems. Ultimately, I sold that company to private equity. In my journey of owning businesses, I've found a pathway to profitability. And so here's my crazy commitment. We have 60 minutes. Oops, I forgot to start my timer. We have 60 minutes together. And my commitment is that we will make your business permanently profitable by tomorrow morning. That's my goal in my presentation. I know that's a big, crazy goal, but I think we can achieve it. Because I think the first thing we have to understand is that what we've been told about profitability is mythology. In fact, as I've been doing research around profitability and subsequent myths and stuff, I found the ground zero for myths. Like, where does the first situation happen where we are totally lied to by someone who is supposed to care for us? Have you ever experienced that, just again by a show of hands? Have you ever been lied to by someone who loves you because they think it's in your best interest? Hey, your hand went up too fast, but yeah, I get it. Me too. Well, I looked for ground zero, and I found where ground zero is. It's the tooth fairy. That's the first time we're lied to. I grew up in the 70s, and that was what we called the danger from stranger or stranger danger generation. Remember that? My mother told me, Mike, when you come home from school, my parents were at work, she'd say, walk straight to the house, don't make eye contact with any strangers. When you get inside, slide the bolt closed, swing over the chain lock, wedge a chair under the doorknob, and then go watch Chips. And that's what I would do. And I would never make contact with strangers ever because that was dangerous. When I was about 6 or 7 years old, in kindergarten, I was losing my first tooth, and my mother came to me, and she said, Mike, you know that stranger danger rule? I said, yeah, yes, Mom, never look or make contact with strangers. She says, exactly. She says, except for one. There's one who's okay. I said, there is? Yeah. She goes, hey, don't worry. When you lose your tooth, there's this woman who in the middle of the night while you're sleeping will crawl into bed with you, take a body part from you, and then leave you hush money so you don't talk about it. And I'm like, my God. The tooth fairy. It's the first time someone lies to us because they think it's in our best interest. It will persuade us to do something. It's a mythology. It's an established belief. It's also called axioms at times when it becomes societally believed. And listen, that's just a myth, of course. But there's sometimes that we hear stories and we believe them to be true. There was a time that humankind, we thought the world was flat. It existed for hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years. People wouldn't sail out far in the ocean because of the fear of falling off the edge of the planet. If you remember the old world maps you saw back in the school days with the serpents and sea monsters, they were there to dissuade us from going too far out in the ocean to support that belief. There is another belief that exists, and you have been taught this just as much as I have. It's in thousands of books. The foundational formula for profitability for our businesses is as follows. Your sales minus your expenses results in profit, right? It's in thousands of books. In fact, it's even in our vernacular. We say, oh, profit's the bottom line. It's the year end. But here's a statistic that blew my mind away. The SBA, the Small Business Administration, was conducting a survey of small businesses. There's 35 million of us in the US. A small business is a company that does $25 million in annual revenue or less. It's perhaps a lot of us in the room. It's absolutely my business. This study went to go on to be global. There's 330 million small businesses globally. 83% of businesses are surviving check by check. 83% of businesses are not sustainably profitable, meaning we don't have enough money to pay all the expenses, the rent, the equipment, the purchases, our staff, let alone pay ourselves the appropriate salary, let alone have a regular profit distribution. And if that's not you, surviving check by check, statistically, it's the person sitting to your left and to your right. What confounds me is most of us in this room started your business for financial freedom. But how come most of us aren't achieving it? It makes no sense. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with us? And I was sitting there one day and said, oh my God, the problem is this formula. And here's what the problem is. While this makes logical sense, it doesn't make behavioral sense. It is human nature, when something comes last, it means it's not important. It can wait. If you love your family, do you say, I love my family so much, I've finally started putting them last? No. I love my family so much, I put them first. If your health matters, I put my health first, not I put my health last. And yet we're told to put profit last. And so what happens is the end of the year comes around, there's no profit, and it's like, oh shucks, maybe next year. And we kick the can down the road for profitability. As I was growing my integration business, installing my NetWare systems, it's before Windows even existed, I was in business for about 4 or 5 years. Now it's the mid-90s. And I had never been profitable until my 5th year in business. I got a call from my accountant. His name is Keith. He said, Mike, I have wonderful news. After 5 years of effort, I'm proud to report you have a $15,000 profit. And I don't know if you've ever been there. I felt the butterflies building up. I'm like, payday. It's here finally. Then I asked him a question I regret. I said, Keith, where is that profit? And I don't know if you notice how accountants laugh, but it's laughter that reverts to maniacal snorting. I said, Keith, where is that $15,000? And he goes, you spent it all already. It's an accounting profit. You don't have anything. I'm like, thanks for laughing. That hurt. And I'm like, are you kidding me? He said, yeah, it's an accounting profit. You don't have that money. What I'm going to share with you today is a method to be permanently profitable as most entrepreneurs, as you probably define it. Cold, hard cash waiting for you at the end of each quarter, waiting for distribution at your bank. Money in the bank. Problem is this formula, because it teaches us that we have to wait for profit to come last. What we're going to explore today is our sales, the revenue you generate for your firm, minus your profit, equals your expenses. And what you'll see here is I did what's called a variable swap. I took expenses that was above the line, moved to the bottom of the line, and reversed it here. I put profit above the line. It's called a variable swap. Logically, these are identical, but behaviorally, it's radically different, because starting today, we're going to take our profit first. What I'm saying is every time there's a transaction in your business, a predetermined percentage of your income will go to a profit account, be hidden from you, and what's left over is how you operate your business. And this isn't a principle that's brand new or shocking. This has been around for eons. If you've read books like The Richest Man in Babylon, Think and Grow Rich, all of those talk about the pay yourself first principle. We know it in our personal finances, yet so few deploy it in our business finances. But that's what we're going to learn today. Just to give you a little more context about my story and why I think it's relevant to you, and you'll see my energy around profitability. Why is this guy so fired up about this subject? My background, that IT company I built, I sold it to private equity. I don't know if you're familiar with the term private equity. It's new to me. It's rich people bought it. and honestly, I did not make FU money. I made FME money. I don't even know what that means, but it was a good chunk of money. And I said, oh, that old formula works at the end. I was never profitable running the business, but if you pump and dump, you can make some money. I started a second business in computer crime investigation, computer forensics specifically. Happened the Enron trial broke 6 months after I started that business, and we got the Enron trial. My company facilitated the investigation. Just to give you context, we did not do the prosecution. That's the FBI, the ATF. We were the defense representatives, or the defense investigators. Kenneth Lay, Andrew Fastow, if you remember those names, were clients of mine. And my company was quickly acquired by a Fortune 500 called Robert Half International. Now, here is the interesting thing, is that business also was never profitable as I was running it. It was surviving check by check. I was trying to spend every penny I had to make it grow. I had tons of debt. And so when I sold it, albeit I sold it for millions, I had to pay off a lot of debt. But I also believe that this old formula is the way to grow, and that you simply need to pump and dump your business as quickly as possible. Grow, 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 and sell out. So my third business, and I think this is the interesting one, was an angel investor. I've never done that before, but I decided, if I start one company at a time, I probably do better at starting 10 companies at a time. So I decided to start 10 businesses. Now, I've never been an angel investor before. I probably never will be again, because I now call myself the angel of death. I was the worst angel investor of all time. I was just, hey, you have an idea? Here's some money. You have an idea? Great, I'm in, because the smart guy is here. We can grow this thing. So I invest in all these companies. While I made millions selling businesses, I'm really good at losing millions. So if you want to talk about that, I got some strategies. One of them is to get a house out in Hawaii, which I did on a private island called Lanai, if you're familiar with Hawaii. I moved to a wealthy town, I'm from New Jersey, called Mountain Lakes. Is anyone familiar with New Jersey? Okay, so you know Mountain Lakes. It doesn't matter, if you're not from New Jersey or not familiar, you know this, New Jersey doesn't have mountains and we don't have lakes. So there you go. So I moved into Mountain Lakes, and I decided to show my success, I needed to buy a Land Rover, a BMW, and a Dodge Viper, all within 4 hours. And believe it or not, you can do that. I looked up the word. What is the word for someone who has maybe early success, but is now really admittedly arrogant and believes they know everything and has to show off their success? Like this necessity to show my trophies of accumulation. What's the word? And I found in the Webster dictionary, the word is dick. I was a dick. I had become a total dick. I didn't even know it. But I believe there was divine intervention that was due, and it transformed me and turned me onto this formula. On February 14th, which is Valentine's Day, 2008, I got a call from that same accountant, Keith. He said, Mike, I can't believe I'm saying this to you, but we've been going through your numbers, and it is our professional recommendation you file for bankruptcy. I had blown all my cash. And I suspect you may have been in situations like this too, where you see cash dwindling, and you can logically seeing it go, but you don't emotionally accept it. And I saw my bank account emptying, but I couldn't believe it was true. I was like, I'll simply sell another business. That big customer will appear. Investors will save me. But none of that happened. I came home to my family on that February 14th, Valentine's Day. We celebrate almost like Thanksgiving. We have a big meal together. I have 3 children. We all celebrate. We make big cards, I love you cards to each other. I came home. I had to tell my family for the first time, because I had been lying to them by omission. I'm not proud of that, but I was saying everything's going to be okay, that we were out of cash. And the food was served, but I came home late because I didn't know how to express this. I was sobbing and crying as I walked in the door. The food was cold. I sat down, and my wife was like, what's going on? And I said, we're going to lose everything. I decided not to declare bankruptcy. I didn't think it was the responsibility of my creditors. I decided to liquidate our remaining assets, the house, the cars. I looked at my daughter, she was 9 years old at the time, and said, I'm so sorry, but you can't go to horseback riding lessons anymore. It was her favorite thing. It cost $20 for a group session. I was broke. And she started crying, and she got up and she ran out of the room. And I do know this. I experienced what I believe to be a traumatic trauma around finances. And I suspect you may have too. And I strongly suspect people in this room have experienced trauma that's far, far worse. But I do know this, is that in those moments, the solution is to run away. I decided to be a provider for my family. My daughter was running away, but my gosh, that's what I wanted to do too. It was brutally painful. My daughter ran away. I heard something in her room, and she came running back even faster with her piggy bank. And she put it on the dining room table and said, Daddy, since you can't provide for our family, I'll start doing it. And I'll start crying. That's my rock bottom moment, where my daughter, my 9-year-old daughter, felt compelled to save us. And you've been there too, these rock bottom moments, and perhaps you've even been there financially. What's interesting is there's a saying about rock bottom moments. As ugly and as horrible as they are, it's a beautiful saying. The only way to go is up, right? Have you heard that? It's beautiful. It's total bullshit. It's total bullshit, but it's beautiful. Because the reality is you get dragged along the ocean floor of disdain and hatred. I started becoming a heavy drinker. It was a medication. I didn't know what to do. But one day, I was watching television, and a fitness instructor started sharing these principles, and it became this aha moment for me. She started to share these 4 core principles: become physically fit, to channel who we already are. It's that don't change who you are, but channel who you are to get outcomes. And what I found is physical fitness translates to fiscal fitness. So we're going to dig into these principles right now. To drive profitability, the first thing we need to do is use this concept of small plates. What the fitness instructor shared is that in the American diet, I don't know if you know this, 300 years ago, back when our country was founded, 350 years ago or so, a dining plate was this size. What we consider a coffee saucer or a dessert plate was an entree plate. Over the last 300 years, plates have doubled in size. Now, what's so interesting is human behavior hasn't changed. Back in the old days, they'd fill up their plate and clean off their plate. Today, we fill up our plate and we clean off our plate. But since the plate has doubled in size, the servings doubled in size, the consumption's doubled, and societally, our waistlines have doubled in size. The fitness instructor said there's a real simple principle. Get smaller plates at your house, and it'll transform your consumption. Does anyone here have teenage boys? Just by a raise of hands. Anyone have, right, I'm sorry. I am sorry. And the reason I'm sorry is because they're not teenage boys, they are creatures. Right? I have 2 of these goons. The food consumption is redonkulous. Let me tell you what my boys do. They will be in their lair, bedroom, and they wake up somewhere around the ass crack of 3 in the afternoon. They come out of their bedrooms, the lairs, and they can't speak English. You know they're coming down the hallway from the stink that's coming out in front of them. And there's like, ugh. And they come into the kitchen, they grab the cereal bowl, they fill up the Cheerios. Now at our house, we go through a box of Cheerios every hour or so. To give you context, they fill it up, it's a heaping serving, they carefully take it off the counter and they reassemble this heaping mass of Cheerios, then they add the milk, and there's an explosion of stickiness and grossness, and they grab their Cheerios and they go back to the lair. 2 of these guys. I saw his fitness instructor and said, oh my God, the container is dictating the demand. So what did I do? I broke all the bowls in our house by accident. Got real clumsy. Went down to the local store, got bowls that were slightly smaller. Now the trick is this, I didn't get little dessert bowls, ramekins, I got slightly smaller bowls. And the goons never noticed. They come up, blah, blah, ass crack at 3 in the afternoon, blah, blah, blah. It took me 4 iterations over about 6 months, I got the bowls to half the size. And the consumption was reduced. In fact, a box of Cheerios lasted about 3-4 days, which by the way, if you have teenage boys, that is a miracle. That's a miracle. The container dictates our demand. Now here's the application to our business. I want everyone to participate because this is a survey, so you've got to participate if this is true, and I hope it is. Who here, for your business, has what's called a primary checking account, meaning all your deposits go in there and you pay most of your bills from there? If you have it, raise your hand nice and high. Everybody that has that. Okay, great. Most people, I'd say 80% of the room, if that's fair. Excellent. If you just raise your hand, I guarantee your business will be profitable by tomorrow. The second question I have is, in this room, who here, even though your accountant may say, read your income statement, your balance sheet, your cash flow statement, know your KPIs, your metrics, know all the ratios, the operating cash ratio, OCR, is the most important, know all these things. Who follows a simpler system like I do, and you simply log into your bank account to see if you have money? And if you have money, you can spend it, and if you don't, you panic. Who here checks their bank, honestly, checks their bank balance at least once a month? Raise your hand if you're a once a monther. Okay, most people, good. Any once a weekers? What? Okay, any once a dayers? You're checking right now. So you're doing it. Yeah, I get it. Me too. Me too. If you just raise your hand, I guarantee you're going to be profitable by tomorrow. And the reason is you're demonstrating the natural behavior of humanity. The goal to being profitable is not to change yourself, it's to channel yourself. And basically, maintain the same behavior, just put a system around it. The system around it we're going to put is small bowls. Now, at your bank, what I suggest is we're going to set up 5 accounts. They are as follows. The first account, and these are the names of the accounts, these are all checking accounts, is called income. Second account is called profit. Third account is called owner's comp. Fourth account is called tax. And the fifth and final account is called OpEx. Now this is how these accounts work. These are at your bank. The income account is it's going to be a depository only account. What I mean is money is going to flow in, your deposits, and it simply sits in the income account. We never will pay a bill from there going forward. It's kind of like Thanksgiving. We just celebrated Thanksgiving last month. We had about 15 folks at our house. I pulled the turkey out of the oven with my wife. We carve up the turkey. What I didn't say is, hey, everyone for themselves, fight for it. Just grab your knife and fork, and whoever wants the most turkey wins. Now, we apportioned it, and we served it to every guest at the table. You carve it so that everyone can get a piece of the meal. Your income account is a cash turkey for your business. Your business has many cash responsibilities. In fact, these are the 4 primary responsibilities. So here's how we're going to carve up that cash turkey. The first account, or the next account, is called profit. What is profit? I just want to be on the exact same page. Profit is a reward to the shareholder of an organization for taking the risk of investing in the organization. If you own the business or own a part of the business, you are a shareholder in your own business. I own stock in Ford, I own 100 shares, nothing big. Last quarter, they sent me a check for $13.23. I opened up the envelope, and here's what I didn't do. I didn't say, oh, shucks, I don't deserve this. I'm going to reinvest it or plow it back into Ford. Go, Ford, go. And I didn't say, I got to run down to the factory and see how to earn this money. Profit is a reward for taking risk. I don't know if you know this. About 7% of the global population will ever start a business and maintain a business successfully, which means 93% of the population is looking to work for successful businesses, sustainable businesses. If you are an entrepreneur in this room, your job is to be a creator of jobs. In other words, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're doing the job, you shouldn't be. You should be creating jobs for other people to do it. You've taken on extraordinary risk. The value of your business can increase over time, or sadly for some small businesses, it collapses. As a thank you for supporting our economy, that profit distribution goes to you, which is different than the next account, which is owner's comp. Owner's compensation is the pay that you get for the work you do within your business. I was chatting to some people as I was walking in, asking some of you folks, what do you do? And well, I own the business. I do the majority or all of the sales, the high-end sales. I'm the most technically oriented person. I do some of the integration stuff and the setup stuff. I'm the most motivated. I sacrifice my time with my family, my friends, my personal time just to support this business. You do extraordinary things for the business. And I suspect some of you aren't paying yourself a salary representative of that. Some people don't pay themselves anything as a business owner. My God, if I can get you coming to my company, first of all, you get to move to New Jersey. Congratulations. Come to my company, be my best salesperson, be my best technical person, sacrifice your family, everything just to work. And by the way, I'm not going to pay you anything. That'd be absurd. You would never work for me. But your company has that person. It's you. It needs to start respecting your contribution. What would you pay the person to do everything you do? I bet you a big salary. If you hire a replacement, is it $50,000, $100,000, $250,000, $500,000? It's a big number. And we need to pay you that. That's what owner's compensation is. Different than profit. Profit's for shareholders. Owner's compensation is for the owner, operator. Taxes. The number one bill associated with operating a business that business owners are least prepared for is the tax bill. Comes around April 15th. My God, I owe how much to who? We better have a discount. Let's do collections, call new customers and see if we can just integrate something, sell something, because we got to pay that tax bill. Your business can and should pay your taxes. It's regardless if you are an S Corp, C Corp, LLP, LLC, hybrid, any kind of business, your company can always pay your taxes. Sometimes through a distribution back to you, other times a direct pay to the government. But your business can maintain that liability. And the last part is OpEx. OpEx is the funds used to operate your business. So here's how it looks. Money comes in and it flows out to these different parts of the business. Just to give you an example, depending on the size of your business, let's just pretend for real easy numbers, you have a $2 million business. You would post perhaps, like the fiscally elite companies will do about a 10% profit. Owner's comp may be about 20%. Tax reserves about 15%. And the difference, which is 20, 30, 40, 45, 55% goes to operations. So we're totally clear. What I'm saying is you would be paying yourself a bonus at the end of the year of $200,000. You're taking a $400,000 salary, but if you're taking this kind of money, you also have a major tax liability, so the company's reserving $300,000, and the difference, 4,789, which is 1.1 million, is used to operate your business. And I know I raced through this because I know what you're thinking. This guy is freaking crazy. Like, does he know? He doesn't. Does he know what MSPs experience? Does he have any sense? He goes, in our industry, as MSPs, to make $2 million, you have to spend $2.5 million. Do you get it? Okay. If you didn't get it, my God, you got it. Okay. I will prove this to you. This is absolutely possible. We have over 800,000 companies we've deployed Profit First with, and I'm hoping after today it's 800,100 more. Because this is Parkinson's law. We talked about the teenage boys filling up the bowl, and as we started to shrink the bowl, they started to consume less. Parkinson was a theorist in the 1950s studying human behavior and found something really fascinating. He challenged the established myth that we've all been taught of supply and demand. And you know this. They say that as demand increases, supply will increase to meet demand, right? The more people want what we sell or service, of course we'll provide more. More competition will spring up. Parkinson studied this and said, oh my gosh, when it comes to human behavior, it's almost always the reverse. He said it's actually supply that is dictating demand. Meaning, the more money we make, the more we consume. The more food put in front of us, the more we consume. And look at your own business. I suspect today your business is making more money in revenue than it did yesterday or in the past. Most businesses over time increase in revenue. But how come it's almost uncanny that our expenses increase at almost the exact same rate? Because of Parkinson's law. Parkinson pointed out something fascinating. He said if we constrain supply, the less that's available, so this is now the new supply line, demand gets reduced. Because there's less supply. It's called forced frugality. If there's less available, you use less. And, he goes, you become highly innovative. You find ways to sustain. You may notice this works with everything, including time. Next time you're negotiating a contract with someone, maybe you say, hey, we'll get the agreement in 1 week. If you're living Parkinson's law, which all humans do, it may take you a full week to get that proposal out. But if you had that same conversation with the same person and said, I'll get you the proposal in 1 day, you'll likely get it done a lot faster. The constraint of time changes our behavior around it. The constraint of money changes our behavior. When you had less money in your life, I bet you found ways to get by. I bet you found ways to be frugal. And what this system does is it forces us back to that forced frugality by leveraging Parkinson's law. And that's why this works. Step 2, so I'm watching this fitness instructor on television. She explains the size of the plates, if we reduce the container, will work within the parameters of what's available. The second lesson she shared around diet was the sequence of how we eat food. Most people, when we're served food, it's our steak, potatoes, vegetables. It's all served simultaneously. And what do? We default to our preference. My preference is the steak, so I'll eat the steak. The vegetables can wait. And sure enough, when I'm done eating, I barely even touch the vegetables. And the proof is at any restaurant, in fact, we can go outside this facility here, the dumpsters, inevitably the most wasted food item is vegetables, which is kind of insane because we all know it's the vitamins, it's the nutrients, it's the fiber. It's so important for our diet. So she explained, how do you eat more vegetables when you don't really want to? She goes, only serve vegetables at first. Serve the vegetables when you're hungry, you'll eat a portion, and then serve the meat and potatoes later, and when you do, because you've consumed some vegetables, it brings about an automatic balance. The sequence of how we do things brings about an automatic balance. And in this system of Profit First, there's an automatic balance that happens. Remember, money comes into the income account. The income account is a serving tray of cash. It's a cash turkey. We're going to carve it up. When we carve it up, we first allocate money toward profit. Now, this is on a percentage-based system. And mathematically, it doesn't matter where you put money first because it's all slices of the same pie. But behaviorally, it matters. When income comes in, the first thing is we allocate money toward profit. So the first thing you're going to do tomorrow, when money comes in, we're going to allocate money toward your profit account. And what happens is there's a serotonin and dopamine release in our brain, the joy chemicals, if you will. And it's like, my gosh, perhaps for the first time ever, you have a cash profit sitting at your bank for you. Reward mechanism. Next thing we're going to do is allocate money to pay the most important employee I think that companies have, or are the owners in almost every circumstance. Now we're going to allocate the compensation you deserve. Another reward mechanism. Then, after that, we're going to allocate money toward taxes. Paying taxes is not a reward. But it does protect you from going to jail or anything like that, or penalties. So it's reward, protect the business. And the last thing is we fund the operating account, which serves the business. So the behavioral componentry is reward, protect, and serve. Reward, protect, and serve. By allocating money in the sequence, we start to build our profit muscle. That's the key, our behavioral profit muscle. The third principle this fitness instructor shared was to remove temptation. I don't know what your temptation is when it comes to food items. For me, it's chocolate chip cookies, addicted. Can't stop eating them. And about a year ago, my youngest son, teenager, he goes, "Hey Dad, do you want to do a Spartan race?" I don't know if you know what a Spartan race. I thought that was just like, run 5 miles or something. I'm like, yeah. I don't know if you know what a Spartan race is. Yeah, it's running 5 miles while you get electrocuted and beaten by other people with mud splashed in your eyes. Yeah, sounds fun. So I, like an idiot, I signed up for this thing. I'm like, oh, I'll do the Spartan race. Once I found out what this thing was, I immediately hired a coach. And I said, I'm doing the Spartan race. And he goes, "Are you fucking crazy?" I guess apparently so. I said, "What do I do?" He said, "Well, we got to change your diet." He goes, "The first thing is we got to cut out the carbs and there's tons of other stuff." And he goes, "Anything that you eat, the bad carbs." And I said, "Yeah, for sure. Chocolate chip cookies, I love them." I said, "I'll just stop eating those." He goes, "No. You can't stop eating them because you can't have them in your house. Remove the temptation." The only way to prevent it, because most of us try willpower. I'm not going to take those cookies. And then over time, that willpower, like a muscle, fatigues and we cave in. What we need to do is to remove the temptation of borrowing from ourselves. Here's how this system works. We allocate money to the different accounts. We fund the OpEx account. And I know the moment's going to come, you're going to look at this account and say, "I don't have enough money to pay my bills." Here's the golden lesson. If you don't have enough money to pay your bills, that's your business saying you can't afford your bills. There's something fundamentally flawed in your business. But what most entrepreneurs did, and what I did for years, is I said, "Wow, I got some money in the profit. I'll steal from myself." It unwinds the system. Listen, if you want to have a 10% profit, if you want to pay yourself appropriately, if you want your taxes paid, this is what you must run your business off of. It forces a hard truth right at your bank account level. But the temptation's there. I'll just borrow from the profit account. So what we're going to do is we're going to hide 2 accounts. We're going to hide the profit account. Whatever bank you work with today, I'm going to call this Bank 1. You can set up this system. And then we're going to find a Bank 2. I do want to tell you, I just feel compelled, regarding Bank 1, I have found a bank that I love working with. It's called Relay. It's an online banking platform. They are outside. So if you're not thrilled with your bank, if you're getting fees for, say, multiple accounts, if you want this automated, that's what they do. They are giving away free books. I did speak with them prior to this. They don't have enough books for everyone in the room, so if during the break you want, you can just claim your book and get it, and I can gladly sign it later. But there are free books out there that teach this entire system to you, if you want. What we're going to do is whatever bank you choose, that profit, we're going to transfer over to Bank 2 to hold the money. So I'm going to call it profit hold. And I'm also going to call this tax hold. We need the money out of sight, out of mind. I was at an event in New York City. This is about 10 years ago when I was initially teaching Profit First. This guy came up to me after the event, and he goes, "I don't believe in your system." I said, "You don't have to believe in it. It's cool." He said, "I'm skeptical." He He goes, well, I'm going to do it. I'm like, well, why would you do it? He goes, well, I got an $8 million business. I'm like, well, whatever. I hope no one ever judges a business based upon revenue. I'm like, okay, whatever. I said, tell me the profitability. He goes, well, we lost $500,000 last year. I said, oh, I get it now. Well, how was the year prior at least? And that was $700,000 in loss. I said, okay. He goes, I'm going to try this out. I'm skeptical. I don't believe in it, but I need something to turn this around. I'm desperate. And his name is Pete. Peter and I became excellent friends. We talk actually every week now. He told me a story that I want to share with you. He had his current bank. It was convenient, easy to access. He knew he had to hide money from himself, so he didn't tempt himself to steal that money. He found a second bank. He's in New York. He found a bank in Pennsylvania. It's a 3-hour drive away. I call it the drive of shame, honestly. And he found this bank. He went in there and said, hey, I'd like to, and by the way, use this line. He went to the teller and said, I'd like to set up some accounts here. And they said, oh, that's wonderful. Why would you like to set up accounts here? And here's the exact line to use. He said, because I like to store money at your bank. I don't know if you know this. If you ever say, I like to store money at a bank, there's like a secret alarm system, a silent alarm. They hit it. But not the one that calls the police, the one that calls the manager. Because the manager came running out, fixes his tie. He's like, oh, welcome to the most convenient bank in America. And he goes, we'd love for you to store money with us. And they go, we have online banking, starter checks. God forsake, we have a limousine that will drive cash around wherever you want. Peter said, that's funny you're the most convenient bank in America because I'm looking for the least convenient bank in America. He goes, I don't want to access this money. He goes, so much so, I want to put money in this account, and when the only way I want to access it is by driving out here. That's why I call it the drive of shame. No online banking, no starter checks. And he said, when I ask for a withdrawal, he goes, I like you, the bank manager, slap me in the face a few times to make sure I'm only taking the money out as a profit distribution, not to fund my business. Again, if there's not enough money in here, there's something fundamentally flawed in your business we need to fix. Wrong profit margins, inefficient, pricing's off. There's something fundamentally flawed. Just one final thing about temptation. I was in Iowa. This is a few years back. And I was sharing the system. I was talking about my addiction to chocolate chip cookies. Same size audience, about 100 people or whatever. And this one entrepreneur, this woman, she picks up the phone during the conference and she's like, yeah, can you do that now? Oh, great, that'd be awesome. It was kind of weird, but listen, if opportunity strikes, jump on opportunity. That's far more important than a speech. It was kind of weird. I thought she would step out. 10 minutes later, the door swings open. It's like a cowboy movie. Like the steam rolls in, and some dude walks in with these pizza boxes, 3 stacked high, and he comes in, he's like, did someone order this? And that woman's like, that was me. And he goes, where do you want this? And she goes, it's for the speaker guy thingy. That's me. And he's like, okay. And he comes to the stage, he puts down the pizza boxes, and it ain't pizza. Because he opens it up, it's fresh baked chocolate chip cookies. True story. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I just told you my addiction, and you're like, here you go, pal. I asked her, I said, what if I told you I was addicted to cocaine? I just tried that joke in Miami. Did not go good. Did not. It was bad. It was bad. Okay. That's a true story. And of course, I ate the chocolate chip cookies. The thing is, we got to remove the temptation. Hide your profit from your business until it's distribution time. Hide your taxes from your business that's being withheld to pay the government until it's time to pay the government. The fourth and final principle is to get into a rhythm. So I'm watching this fitness instructor, and what she's sharing is that most people eat when we're hungry. It's the I'm starving and then I'm stuffed situation, starving to stuff. So maybe this morning you're running a little late for this, you missed breakfast that was being served, and you're like, oh, by lunchtime, oh gosh, I could eat a horse. And so what do? You eat tons, and then right after, like, I've eaten too much. Well, in businesses, we do the same thing. We go through this gluttonous phase, and then we go through the starvation phase. And I know you know it. All those deposits come in, it's like, oh, yes, finally we've arrived. And the next day, all that money's gone because you pay all these bills, and you're like, oh, we're starving to death, and panic ensues. It's this bipolar experience we have with finances. And the fitness instructor shared this real simple solution. She said, eat 5 meals a day. And I'm sure you've heard this, eat 5 small meals a day so you don't ever go into that starvation mode where you overeat. Well, we can get into a rhythm too where we have this regularity. And here's how you do it. We call it the 10-25 rule. That's the 10th and 25th of the month. Those are not necessarily magical numbers, but I will share the power of it with you. This is the income account. Now remember, the income account is our cash turkey. We're going to carve that money up and allocate money to different parts of our business. Today is the 5th. So the next trigger day following the 10-25 rule would be the 10th of the month. Then the next is the 25th, 10th, 25th, and this repeats on into perpetuity. What happens is today, on the 5th, money will come into your income account. Deposits, right? It's a depository only account. You don't touch it. It just sits there. You allow the money to accumulate until the trigger day of the 10th. On the 10th, every dollar that's in the income account gets allocated out in the sequence, reward, reward, protect, serve, on percentages, 10%, 20%, and so forth. Then the temptation's removed, profits hidden away, taxes hidden away. Owner's comp supports your lifestyle. OpEx supports the business's lifestyle. So on the 10th, everything in the income account goes to 0 as it's allocated out. Then starting on the 11th, money comes in, and on the 25th, we allocate all the money out again. And it triggers a pattern that may look something like this. Now here's the thing. In our little informal survey, I asked you, I said, who here checks your bank account regularly, once a month, once a week? You were checking right at the moment. Yeah. If you raise your hand, that is the best behavior you can have. We just need to channel it to drive what we want. What this system does is it triggers an analysis of a cash flow statement, if you will, simply by logging into your bank account. Because every time you log in, if you're like me, you'll notice what the bank balance is. And on these particular days, the 10th and the 25th, what I want you to do is observe how much money is in there. I'm just going to pick a number. Let's say normally you expect every 2 weeks $10,000. I know that's not necessarily your case. I'm just picking a random number. On certain days, you'll say, well, I'm expecting $10,000, and there's way less than $10,000 of deposits. What you do in this situation is you call your accounting professional and say, hey, I have less money than I normally expect in here. Why is there a change in cash flow? What can I do to resolve this? Other circumstances, you'll have more money in there than you expect. It's also a call to your accounting professional and say, hey, there's more money than our average. What's happened and how can we amplify this or sustain this? You know, that's exactly what a cash flow statement is supposed to do. It's supposed to show you the delta in cash flow. I don't know how to read a cash flow statement properly. I question if Keith, my accountant, knows how to read a cash flow statement properly. But I do know how to log in my bank account and look for my average expected number. And over time, I get very attuned to what it usually is. And when it changes, I take action by calling Keith and we make adjustments. It's a cash flow management tool. Why the 10th and 25th, people ask me, is there something magical about those days? And the answer is, yeah, there kind of is. When you do this on the 10th, all the money that's in here gets allocated out, profit and taxes hidden away, owner's comp to support you, OpEx is funded. When OpEx is funded, you can pay your bills. And if you pay your bills on the 10th, they'll be processed and arrived and served, paid to your vendors by the 15th. Usually half our bills are due mid-month, so those are paid. When you repeat this again on the 25th, this is funded, you pay bills on the 25th, it arrives at your vendors by the end of the month. That's usually when the other half of your bills are due. So it gets you into a rhythm of honoring your obligations to your vendors, just like you should be paid on time too. But as importantly, more importantly, you start to understand your cash flow. Now comes my favorite part. That's the 10-25 rule. We also have the 90-day rule. Every 90 days, we do a profit distribution. So every 90 days, the money that has come into the profit hold gets distributed back to the shareholders of an organization to reward them, you, for taking on the extraordinary and exceptional risk of starting and running a business. I just want to drive this point home a little bit more of how significant what you're doing is. I do a lot of research, a lot of studies. This one study, actually can't remember the source exactly right now, pointed out that 17% of the population ever starts or operates a business. In my kindergarten class, there was 30 kids. 17% is about 5. So that means of 30 kids, if you had the same size class, 5 of them, and you were one of them, ever started or operated a business. But the crazy statistic is this: only 20% of people that start and operate a business sustain a business for over 5 years successfully. And that's probably everyone in this room. Well, 20% times 17% is 3%. That means 3% times 30 kids, that's 1 kid. That means there's 1 kid from your kindergarten class who's made it. That's you. That's a big deal. You, 3% of the population, is supporting 90% of the population by providing great jobs. As a thank you for operating a small business and supporting our economy, you deserve a profit distribution for taking on this extraordinary risk and actually pulling it off. I told you, I'm a shareholder in Ford. I am not necessarily a fan or admirer of mega corporations like Amazon and Google and Ford and all of them. Congratulations on their success. I love small business. But I do admire the fact that big business can only get there with absolute fiscal discipline. And the number one definition of fiscal discipline is to reward the shareholders consistently. Google has 100,000 employees. They have to pay everyone's salary and pay everyone that's invested in them, and they do it every quarter. And the reason almost all public companies do quarterly profit distributions is because it behaviorally is the best way to keep shareholders engaged. Every 90 days, a check is coming. And there's something magical about 90 days. It's far enough out that there's a reward coming in less than 3 months, but it's far enough out that you anticipate it. So it's always present, but it's far enough out that you can have impact on it in your small business. My business does a quarterly distribution every 90 days. I started this back in 2000, in earnest in 2010. I was all in with Profit First. 13 years, we've had over 50 consecutive quarters of profit distributions. And they get bigger and bigger each time. So as the profit comes in the profit hold, every 90 days, we're going to distribute what's in here to the shareholders of the business based upon your equity. If you have 100%, congratulations, that's all yours. If you have 50%, 50 goes to you, and the other goes to the other shareholders, and so forth. The one little nuanced tip around this is as the profit accumulates in here, we're going to take out 50% of the accumulated profit. So if I transfer over during any given quarter, we'll say there's $5,000 in here. What I'm going to do is distribute 50% of that, which means I'm taking out a distribution of $2.5K, $2,500, but also being retained is $2.5K. What's interesting now, say during the next quarter, I contribute $5,000 to the profit hold by transferring the money in there, taking my profit first. Well, that's plus 5. Now I'm at 7.5K. I distribute 50% out, 50% stays. So that's roughly, I'm going to say roughly 4K out. I know it's not 4K, it's a little less, but 4K stays. And what you'll see is even in a business that's still doing $5,000 of profit reserves, the distribution from 2.5 to 4, and it'll grow again, continues to grow. It's a great behavioral mechanism of growing distributions, but also growing cash equity, which is retention of cash. I've had the privilege of selling multiple businesses. Has anyone here sold a business? All right, one goes. Okay, it's an amazing experience, right? A lot of people ask me about it, and they said, Mike, now that you've sold a business to Fortune 500 and you did private deals and stuff, is that a good day? And I gotta be honest, it's not a good day. It's a fucking great day, to give you context. And I wish it upon every single person in this room. And the reason why I got the valuations I did is as the businesses became profitable, the number one determinant of evaluation of your business is sustained cash profitability. If your business is a cash ATM, acquirers want it. If your business is dying and struggling check by check, would you want to buy that business? So the beauty about the Profit First system is first we're going to start rewarding you. You deserve that. But secondly, we're going to start building cash equity for you so that you can sell your business one day if you so choose. And when you have a system that's consistently profitable, my gosh, you may not want to sell it, which is the best way to sell a business. When you don't want to sell it because it's supporting the lifestyle you want, it's generating the income you want, now you have leverage. Acquirers want your business, and you don't want to sell it, they got to show up and give you top dollar. Build a sustainably profitable business. Okay, so as we're going through this, I made a big, bold promise. We started off almost an hour ago now, and I said I'm going to make your business permanently profitable by tomorrow. There's one problem. This is a lot of stuff. And I suspect you may be skeptical, you may be overwhelmed, and the chances that you're going to do this are pretty low. I discovered this when I was in Copenhagen. I've had the privilege now with Profit First to travel the world, and I was invited out to Copenhagen, Denmark, to speak to a pretty large audience. There was over 1,000 people in the room, all small business owners. And exact same scenario. I don't care where in the world you are, most business owners operate their business from their checking account, and I'm telling you that's a great thing. Keep doing that. And most businesses are surviving check by check, and that can be fixed. I presented to the audience, I shared all these topics with them, shared this whole system with them. Normally I spend a couple hours teaching Profit First, and that's what I did. And at the end, people came up to me, we had the booth, we're giving away free Profit First, like you can get the free book here today. And people come up and are like, can I tell you my story? I'm like, yeah. I'm struggling, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I haven't taken a payroll or a paycheck for myself, an adequate one in a long time. Their challenges are the same that some of us or many of us in this room are experiencing. Well, the host says, hey, can you come back next year? This is just the basic stuff. There's an advanced level. That's like a 4-hour teaching. And they said, can you come back next year and teach it? So I said, yeah. So I came back to Copenhagen the following year. It's the same audience, same 1,000 people. I do the opening question, who saw me last year? All the hands go up, of course. Then I asked a question that I regretted. I said, hey, you saw me last year. You were struggling with profit. Who's doing Profit First? And all of a sudden, no one can make eye contact with me. Everyone looks down. They start taking notes. One woman looked between her fingers and started dry heaving at me. She's like, bah. My face turned beet red. And I'm like, are you kidding me, Copenhagen? You told me you're struggling financially. Your business is surviving check by check. I told you the solution. You don't need to change. Just channel yourself, channel your behaviors, and you'll be profitable. And you're not doing it? What's wrong with you, Copenhagen? Which, by the way, I don't know who in here is a professional speaker, but professional speaking tip number 1, don't yell at the audience. That's tip 1. My face turned beet red, and then it hit me like a ton of bricks. Holy cannoli, I've been teaching this system wrong. And I left a part out then, and I left a part out up to this point for you. And this is the big part I need to share. This is the Spartan race. This is signing up and saying, my God, you got to do this. You got to take a Profit First. Don't forget this. You got to leverage Parkinson's law here. Make sure you do these allocations. This is too much. This is like saying, hey, you've never run a marathon before? Just go out and just run a marathon on day 1 as your practice session. Well, I discovered a book by 2 authors, Dan Heath and Chip Heath. They wrote a book called Decisive, and it studies the mindset of entrepreneurs. And they ran an amazing study that I think will transform your business by tomorrow and make you permanently profitable. They study this concept of raising the bar. You've heard this. If you're an entrepreneur, you got to turn up the heat. How bad do you want it? What's your big, hairy, audacious goal? What's your 10x factor? Everything's got to be bigger. Push yourself. How bad do you want it? They said, what if there's more success when people don't raise the bar but lower the bar? And they conducted a study around fitness. It's so interesting how physical fitness translates to fiscal fitness. And they took 200 participants, these researchers. It was this lower the bar test. It was people who were looking to get cardiovascularly fit. The standard regimen in the US is if you can run 5 miles, 3 days a week, and maintain a 10-minute or faster clip, you'll achieve a high level of cardiovascular fitness. Depends on your age and so forth, but that's roughly the rule. They took in these 200 participants. This was what's called the control group. Give them the standard raise the bar regimen. The researchers go to this group and they say, how badly do you want to get fit? And this group's like, we want it so badly. They said, great. Do you know you simply need to run 5 miles 3 days a week. Start doing it now. Push yourself. Go. And the group went running out of the room. Then the researchers went to the test group, the lower the bar group. They went to this group and said, how badly do you want to get cardiovascularly fit? And the group's like, we want it so badly. They said, great. We have a question for you before we give you your exercise regimen. They said, do you like to watch television? The group's like, yeah. Like one guy's like, Ted Lasso, awesome. The researchers then said, when you watch television, do you sit on the couch? And the group's like, we do. We do. The researchers said, then here's your exercise regimen. The next time you turn on the television, instead of sitting on the couch, we simply want you to stand when you watch TV. Talk about lowering the bar. That's below the Earth's crust. Like you cannot go lower than that. 2 weeks into this research, the groups come back. The first group, the Raise the Bar group, run 5 miles 3 days a week, had a 88 or more % failure rate. 12 people were still running. One dude had a heart attack. Yeah, don't laugh. He died. I'm kidding. That's a joke. I don't know. I hope he did. I pray to God he died. This group had a 100% success rate. And I know you won't be surprised. All this is turn on TV and stand. The research continued. The researchers went to the last 12 and said, you're the last 12 standing, represent the group, push yourself, run 5 miles 3 days a week, go, go, go. And they go, hobbling out of the room. The test group, they said, hey, since you're now standing when you watch television, would you be willing to march in place for the next couple weeks while you're watching television? You're standing already. Lower the bar. 1 month into this experiment, 100% failure rate with the control group. No one can sustain it. And my tip is if you're not cardiovascularly fit, let's not start running 5 miles 3 days a week for the next month. You could have a heart attack, apparently. Let's not do that. The test group had a 98% success rate after 1 month, which does beg the question. There's 2 people. Like, did he say march in front of the TV or sit back on my lazy fat ass and eat Cheetos? I couldn't hear that. But whatever, the test continued. Marching in front of the television became doing calisthenics when commercials came on. Then it became, next 2 weeks, is run out to the mailbox, touch the mailbox, and run back in when a commercial hits. It did take these small incremental steps, but after 6 months, over 50% of the people were able to run 5 miles 3 days a week at a 10-minute clip or faster. The majority succeeded by lowering the bar, and everyone failed by raising the bar. That's the part I was missing. I've been teaching a system like, go raise it, go push yourself. And the failure rate was massive. Like I told you, we have 800,000 companies that are doing profit first, and there's hundreds and hundreds of new businesses every week that are deploying it. Once I figured out the missing piece that I want to share with you, you will be permanently profitable by tomorrow if you do 2 things. And I'm going to set the bar so low, you have no excuse except to say, I reject it. But if you want to get a cash profit starting tomorrow, here's what you do. Step 1 is to call your bank, or have your assistant do it, or contact Relay right out there, and set up 1 account. Call it profit. 1 account. Make it a checking account, it's fine. Call it profit. Step 2 is allocate a mere 1% of any deposits into that profit account. If $1,000 comes in today, I'm saying take 1%, that's $10. Because if you can run your business off a $1,000 deposit, you can run your business off a $990 deposit. I don't think there's any consequence there. But what's highly consequential is for the first time perhaps ever, you have a cash profit, cold hard cash, $10, sitting waiting for you. And the next day, maybe that $10 becomes 20 or 30, and you keep doing it. And maybe 3-4 months from now, you're like, oh, I actually have cash accumulating. Let me try a 2% profit allocation, and let me set up these other accounts. Of those businesses doing profit first, the vast majority started slow, and they let the system grow. It takes them a year or 2 to get fully deployed in the system. My God, they are profitable starting tomorrow. I have one final thought for you, but I just want to remind you, because I know some people walked in, if you do want a free copy of Profit First, teaches the whole system, it's out there waiting for you. We just don't have enough copies for everybody, I believe, so just it's first come, first serve. Please pick up your copy. The last thought I want to share with you is this. I was invited to speak at a small business conference. It was a massive conference, and I'm there speaking, and the interviewer asked me about small business being the backbone of the economy. It's a phrase you've heard before, and I believe it too. I'm like, small business is the backbone of the economy. Well, right before that speech, I did the research, and I hate to say this, but small business is not the backbone of the economy. Small business is the economy. Every single business I investigated started off as a small business idea, was invested in, sustained a small business. Every single business that exists today started off because of folks like you in a room like this, and they simply grew and became profitable. Why I'm so excited about profitability is not just because of my own experience, because I know the impact you are having on your family, on your team, on your community, on our planet. Small business is the economy, and you simply just need to take your profit first to sustain that. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Oh, thanks, brother. I really appreciate that. Thanks, brother.
Thank you. What did we think? How was he? Big round of applause. Did you learn something? I loved that, and that could not have been a better way to tee up this day. I hope that each of you are in the right mindset and you're thinking about things that maybe you know you need to be thinking about but really haven't taken the time to put pen to paper and go back to the simplest form of planning how you're actually going to achieve what you're dreaming of and what you're trying to go towards. It's so imperative to take that moment, and so I really hope that you got a lot out of that. I think he's amazing. And next up, I want to introduce someone who is going to, and we're going to take a quick break first, but I want to tee this up because I want everyone back after the break. So after the quick break that we're going to take, a quick 10 minutes, we're going to be talking about trends in the space. So I shared a little bit about this. This is going to be new data. This is going to be new information. CompTIA has not come out with this yet, and so this is going to be the first time that you're seeing it. So if we want to take a quick break, grab your coffee, grab whatever you need, come back, and we'll see you in a quick 10 minutes. How are you?
Testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
test, 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 test.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Hello again. All right, everybody take your seats, get excited. We're gonna start to dig into more content prior to lunch. I teased this a little bit before we left for break. But this morning's session was fun and energetic, and Mike is wonderful. Going into, again, tactical things to take home with you. Now we're gonna take it a little bit more high level, and we're gonna look at industry trends. So many of you are interfaced with or are members of CompTIA. So we are going to have an individual come up and talk about what CompTIA has come to the table with and is about to publish. Again, you're the first person to see it, individuals to see it, for 2024. So as you're sitting here and as you're looking to plan for the future and as you are working with any consultants that you have, or if you've got Marketopia team members who help you do 2024 planning, take into consideration the tactical, but then also take into consideration the high level. Where's the channel going? Where is the future taking us? Where do we need to be looking ahead to? What do we need to be planning for? And then we got to reverse engineer that, right? So that is what this next speaker is going to help us with. And this is the senior director of channel analysis over at CompTIA. You may have heard her speak before. She's wonderful. And so she's going to give you the 2024 outlook in IT. So without further ado, let's bring up Carolyn. You're welcome.
Very much. Thank you very much. All righty. Hello, hello. Thank you, Andra. That was great. That was a good way to get into this. I just listened to Mike, who was fantastic. Those of you all in here from Mike's speech. And I'm going to take a little bit of wisdom from him and lower the bar for you guys, because that's a way that I'm going to be successful here today. I'm really excited to talk to you all today. As Andra said, that we're going to be talking about some high-level stuff. You've had like chock full of information about how to really do some of the tactical things that are going to help you run your business better, how to do better sales, how to do better marketing, how to make those numbers work for you. This is all really important. At the end of the day, though, we all kind of belong in the tech industry, don't we? We're either in the channel, those of us who are vendors, who are selling technology products and services, and some of us, we are just consider ourselves workers in the tech industry. So there are those of us who are IT professionals, whether you're in sales and marketing or you're on the technical side. So what I'm going to do for you today is kind of talk about some of the things that are going on at a high level in our industry. And the catalyst for that is an annual study that we do at CompTIA. Well, before I get going on this, how many of you are familiar with CompTIA, first of all? Okay, great. Anybody members here? Got any members? Super. Anybody who want to become members, I've got my colleague Susie over there on the side. She'd love to talk to you about more CompTIA things. But we do this study called the IT Industry Outlook every year. I've been at CompTIA for 14 years now. So this study's been in place for at least 10 of those, I believe, and I've been involved in them. It is a study that takes a look at two things: the channel's perspective on what's going on in the industry, and also the IT professional's perspective on what's going on in the industry. Because a big part of what CompTIA does is help educate and train the workforce for those who work in technology jobs. So not necessarily in the tech industry themselves, they can work in any industry. You can be a network engineer, or data scientist, or whatever it happens to be, working in healthcare, manufacturing, retail. It's not exclusive to just working in the tech industry. So the perspective is dual. And some of this is going to really relate to you in your business, and some of it will seem like it doesn't. But I'm going to go through 10 trends with you today that I think are really pertinent to what is going on in our industry as a whole right now. there's a lot going on in terms of world events, and I think that we should really kind of acknowledge that. And part of why I want to acknowledge that is that when we're thinking about our businesses, very like myopically, small about our business, it really needs to, you can't think about it only in a vacuum. There are lots of things going on that are affecting how your business is going to run. And many of them are we're learning a lot about control here at this event, how you can push the levers up and down in your business. There are other things that are going to be out of your control, and it's really good to understand those things, whether that's the global economy, things that are going on there, whether that's world events and things that are going on there. So one of the things we try to capture with this study is general sentiment every year about how channel companies and how IT professionals are feeling about the year ahead, feeling about the year that just passed. And whether that's their individual career or their individual business, whether it's the industry that they're working in, or whether that's the broader economy. And I'm pretty happy to say we've kind of come out of the pandemic of the last 3 years, and that really skewed everything. That kind of threw off the sentiment of everybody's feelings pretty wildly. And we've kind of come back to a more optimistic take this year. On where the future is headed. So both channel companies that we talk to and the IT professionals we talk to are pretty much looking at life as a glass half full right now, which is great and good to report. Very few were really doom and gloom and pessimistic about what they thought their prospects were going to be for the year coming up. This is great news. But we asked them, so what are some of the things that need to happen in your mind for you to maintain that optimistic outlook? And then what are some of the things, conversely, that could happen that would derail the optimism that you have? So I've got these lined up for you right here, and we'll focus a little bit mostly on the channel things. But what channel companies are telling us today that they need to see happen within their businesses in order to attain that or maintain that optimism that they're telling us that they feel about the future is broadening their customer base. So during the pandemic, a lot of our studies showed that companies were really hunkered down on selling to their existing customer base and holding on to their existing customers. That became very important. It was like, all right, well, we maybe have to dial it back on trying to go out and get a lot of net new customers, but we have this foundation. Let's go to the well here and try to sell them more or hold on to them, because a lot of the foundation of those customers were small customers who suffered during the pandemic. Now that we're in this, what I like to call the post-pandemic era, I've heard that bandied around a little bit. We're entering that. I think a lot of companies are starting to open the gates now and go, hey, let's just get aggressive again and start looking for new customers. So you're in the right place at this conference. Clearly, we are very focused here on doing the right kind of marketing and the business development to find those customers, and then getting your sales teams out there in order to close those deals and land those new customers. So that's going to be important for the channel to maintain that optimism. The other thing is something that I don't think I've heard talked about too much here, but that's improving internal operations. So we talk a lot, and we have on this stage, about generating revenue and increasing your sales, and that's obviously super important. But one of the other ways that you can increase your profitability, and I think it gets a little short shrift, is to become a much more efficient operation internally. So running your business better, running a tighter ship, and learning how to have more automated and streamlined processes. We'll talk about that a little bit today when we talk about the trends. Hiring the right people and making good decisions when it comes to your human resources, and becoming more efficient in those ways between that tactic and then obviously growing revenue by increasing the number of new customers you have put together, that is a great recipe for success for you to actually grow your business. So that's going to be important going forward. Thirdly, and you'll all be happy to hear this on the list, is improving sales and marketing. I've noticed since I started doing these studies that channel companies, which are at their core technical experts, that's why you went into business. A lot of the smaller channel firms love technology. They're good at technology. They get excited about technology. That's what got them to want to wake up and go to the office every single day, and often learn on the back end the business skills. They learn sales first. Oh, we got to go out and sell this stuff. I know I'm really good at doing it and fixing it, but now we got to go out and sell it. And they learn that on the back end. And even more so, we find that they learn about marketing on the back end. And I don't think you folks obviously are here for a reason, and you are kind of among the higher of your peers who are taking marketing seriously, because many of your peers do not out in the marketplace. So Channel is recognizing that sales and marketing and getting better acumen around those two disciplines is going to be important for them to maintain that optimism going into the next year. Things that it could derail that optimism, if you look at them, are all things that are pretty much out of the control, other than the third item here, of many channel firms. And that's what I meant by having an understanding of some of those larger forces at work out in the industry and in the world. Because if you don't pay attention to those things and you're like, all right, I'm just in my lane running my business and doing my little thing, and you're not watching what's going on around you at a higher level because you don't think it pertains to you, you could be caught. You could be caught. So, continued inflation, number one thing that folks are worried about. We have seen that coming down a bit, but again, I think that the mentality or the psychology out there today still is thinking inflation is sky high and we have to worry about that. Labor costs and availability. That is sort of a sweet spot for CompTIA. Since I've worked here, I have never heard companies in the channel not talk about struggling to find the right workers. Struggling to whether it might be cybersecurity is kind of the thing of the moment where people are struggling to find people, but finding talent, retaining talent, and managing talent has been a major issue for companies, and that's going to continue to be the case. We have all kinds of new burgeoning areas in technology, and I'll talk about AI in a little bit, cybersecurity obviously, and all of those are going to make it incumbent upon you to be really out there trying to find and compete for the best talent so that you can be the competitive, have the competitive differentiator out in the marketplace. Shrinking profit margins. So that's another thing, and that really gets into talking a lot about business models, moving away from being more of a traditional reseller of hardware and having to suffer all of the commoditization that goes along with those products, and moving into a recurring revenue model. And I know in this room we're talking mostly to MSPs here, so you all know, and you've drank the Kool-Aid now that recurring revenue is really the place to be. But the other thing about shrinking profit margins has to do with running an inefficient business, as I said before. So it's going to be important for companies to learn how to kind of run a tight ship, understand automation and how that can be your friend, understanding how to have good codified processes. And I'm going to talk about that. It sounds really boring, like it'll put you to sleep. Oh my God, we're going to talk about governance and process. But those things really do matter. They might not seem to matter, but if you actually look, we looked on paper about what you might be losing in terms of your profitability because things are scattershot within your organization, or you don't have a simplified, formal, repeatable process for onboarding new customers or onboarding new employees. All those little things do add up over the course of a year to more money in your pocket if you're doing it right. The IT Pro stuff, I'm happy to go over all of that with you, but it's a lot of material, so I'm going to sort of skew toward the data that we've collected from the channel community. Any of you that are really interested in specifics on the IT Pro, we're going to talk about that some, and you should be, because a lot of those folks are your customers, and I want to emphasize that. It's good to get inside the mindset of your customers. So if these are IT professionals working out in industries that you might be trying to sell to, it's important for you to understand, what makes them tick, what their, pain points are, and what some of the things that they're looking for help with when it comes to a provider. But because we're on limited time here, I'm not going to go through every single thing that the IT pros had to say for this study. I will say this, there's going to be a full report written. It debuts next week. Andrew said that you guys are getting the first glimpse of this research, so I haven't presented it anywhere else. And the report itself will be out next week, so anyone who wants to dive real deep, I can give you the information, I think, at the end of my presentation that shows you where to get that. Because we got a room full of MSPs, I thought I'd include this slide here too that shows just how optimistic everybody is. We asked you, what are your thoughts about growth over the next 5 years? And typically when you ask people this in a survey, they are going to say, we expect to grow gangbusters. So take that with a little bit of a grain of salt, that optimism usually is the way people go when they're answering a survey. However, this is a higher expectations for growth than we've seen in years previous. And I think there was kind of one of the kind of silver linings to the pandemic, and I hate to say that because it sounds like a horrible thing to say, was a lot of MSPs did benefit. And they benefited in the fact that we moved to a remote work environment so quickly, so overnight, so many end customers were overwhelmed by that they had, centralized offices, and all of a sudden their employees were all working at kitchen tables, and they didn't know how to make sure that worked okay. Did the employees have the right devices? Did they have the right network set up? Did they have the right security and VPNs and all of those things? And how many of you as MSPs had a little bit of a surge in business from companies saying, we don't know how to do that remote work stuff? Right. So I think that is what is reflected here in this really high level of optimism for growth over the next few years. So the other thing that happened is that we asked a profitability question is, what's driving profitability for you? And a lot of the companies that we surveyed said it was a successful business model transformation. So it meant moving their business model chiefly from that reseller model to an MSP. So those of you who are already there, that's fantastic. A lot of the companies who just took our survey were just in the middle of one of those transitions or had finished it, and it was successful for them, and they directly attribute better profitability to making that transition. So bravo to all of you who have made it over to recurring revenue, because that seems to be where the profits are. So these are our top 10 trends that we come up with, and we sort of, it's not just me, it's myself and a colleague, and we put our brains together as best that we can, and take a look at what we're seeing out in the marketplace. We talked to a lot of people over the course of the year. We talked to technology people, we talked to sales and marketing people, and we try to come up with what we think reflects some of the things that we're seeing trend-wise in the marketplace. And they tend to fit into 3 different buckets. And again, they are trends that are applicable both to very applicable to channel companies and vendors in the tech industry, and also what's going on with people in IT careers. So you'll see a reflection of both of those topic areas in these 10 trends. But as far as the breakdown of where they all topically lie, they're either technically oriented, the trends. So I've got I'm going to talk to you about AI a little bit and cybersecurity, or they are very focused on business strategy and tactics. So we're going to talk about one of the trends has to do with marketing, which is very apropos here. And then the other pillar that we focus on with our trends is about workforce and skills and careers, which I worried a little bit, is that applicable here? But it really is, because you really have to understand, for those of you who own a business, hiring and what you need to be looking for and what some of the tactics are for finding the right people. And then conversely, you really need to understand what some of the career aspirations and skills areas are for your customers and the IT departments that you may be working with. They have needs too, and if you understand some of the gaps that they may have where they do not have the right skills, that is where you can insert yourself and work with them. So understanding how those companies and their IT departments run are just as important as understanding your own workforce in many regards. So let's kick it off. So this is trend number 1. And the thing that I want to say about AI, and I've got 2 trends on AI, is because we could talk exhaustively, and I noticed yesterday that it didn't come up at all. And I'm thinking, I haven't been anywhere where nobody brought up AI in a really, really long time. And I was kind of relieved in some ways, because it is sort of the topic du jour, and it can be scary. I don't know where you fall on the side of AI, is like the machines are going to take over the world and obliterate humanity as we know it, or AI is going to change all of our lives for the better, and none of us will have to work anymore, but we'll still reap all the rewards. You're either somewhere in the middle is where I'm going to encourage you to live right now. But what we're seeing is we saw a tremendous amount of hype, right? The beginning of the year especially. ChatGPT hit, I think that was literally about a year ago. And everyone was like, whoa, what is this, cool new tool? Even though AI as a technology has been around for a long time, this was the first kind of consumer iteration of this where it was coming to fore for all us regular folks out there. Wow, I mean, this is an amazing tool. And I used it, and it scared me. And I come from a journalism and a writing background, and I thought, this is it. This could be the end of my former career as we know it. And for creatives out there, it is a little bit scary, but it just created so much hype. And I wanted to say the hype had died down, and then all of this stuff with OpenAI and their CEO and the board happened in the last month, and then all of a sudden the hype is ramped up again. But that's more soap opera hype, I think, than anything else. So we wanted to get practical. It's like, okay, so there's all this hype around AI. How is it really being used from, in the channel today? What are some of the ways that you can use it? Because I think that there were companies out there in the channel who initially were like, oh my God, I got to get on the AI bandwagon, right? How? What am I selling? And if you think about it, there's really not like an AI product set that you're out there that you're going to push out and sell to your customers. As we see it, AI is really going to become more of an enabling technology that's kind of baked in to other products, or it's going to be a tool that you use within your organization. But it's not, it's not you selling a specific router or a desktop or something like that to your customers. So we talked to a lot of channel companies, and we've done some research specific to AI, and one of the things that we found is the really early use for you as a channel company is to leverage AI internally to make your business run better. And there are ways that you can do that across the board. You can be looking at AI as a way to help automate. Now, automation has been a part of the MSP's kind of holy grail for a long time. The more that you can get to be repetitive, a process that's automated within your organization so you don't have to do it custom every single time, is the way that you are more profitable. AI can help with that. So using AI to help run your business better, again, is going to be key going forward. And it's a good way for you to get your feet wet with how to use AI and then help your customers use it. So you can apply it to both your customer service, which is a really good area for it. So using AI to provide better customer experience for those of you who are working. Use it again to do that automation process. These would be the kinds of uses that AI is going to bring to you. And as you get more savvy with it, then you are then more capable of being able to go out and explain to your customers, this is how you can better leverage AI. So I'm going to back up each of these trends with some of the specific data that we've asked about and how. So you can see here where your peers are at with the actual use and adoption of AI. And right now, it's mostly the experimental phase. And I think that's where most people sit right now. For that 17% that you see there that say they're aggressively pursuing AI solutions, that means they are selling something, as we defined it in the survey. So just 17% are out there monetizing AI right now. Everybody else is either in the research phase or they're experimenting with it. And the experimentation phase is really the stuff I'm talking about by using it internally. Share of hands here of anybody who is actually selling some sort of AI solution directly to their customers today. So we got one there. That's about right. So you fit into that 17% bucket right there. So for those of you who think that you're behind the times and, oh my God, we're not, we're going to get, left in the dust, you're not. You're not at all. So, my recommendation here is to use this in-house. Get comfortable with it. Understand that one of the big things about being successful with AI is being able to feed the right data into AI. You've all heard that, the wrong data in is going to be the wrong data out, and that's one of the big problems with AI is inaccuracy right now. So getting up to speed on those sorts of things will help you then be able to go to your customers and help them make right decisions about how to use AI. For those of you who are using it internally, these are some of the uses. As you can see here, it's pretty evenly spread along all those functional areas within your organization, whether that's using it for customer support, which to me seems like one of the early no-brainer uses for AI, but using it to do some of the sales activities that you do, managing your vendors. We all know that you're trying to work with a multiple number of vendors out there. If there's any way to kind of automate that process, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more with another trend, you should, using AI may help you with that. But again, like I said, I think there's a healthy balance of how this is being used right now. It's not skewing toward one functional area over another. So for trend 2, this is the same kind of set of questions, but this was put toward the IT professional side of this study that we did. So this is how professionals who are out there actually using AI with their organization, they're working in an IT department, what they're doing. And right now, they're using it internally, really they're not buying AI products either. They're not buying them from you, you're not selling them. So what they're doing is tinkering as well, and you'll see that from the data here. And they're coming to find out that there's a ton of prerequisites that are needed to implement some sort of AI solution or AI strategy within an organization. Gets back to making sure that you have good data practices within your organization. That's going to be important. Making sure that your users within your organization understand the tools before you roll them out to them. And so there's going to be a lot of foundational work. Remember when cloud came out and everybody was like, we're going to move everything to the cloud. It's going to be really easy. We're going to do that. And then about a year into it, it was like, wow. There's actually a lot of infrastructure pieces that still need to be put into place before we can actually benefit fully from some of the things that can go on top of the cloud infrastructure. So initial running out of the gate really quickly, then there's a couple steps back. And that's what a lot of internal IT departments are doing right now. So you can take a look here and see exactly where they're at with their current adoption, and then where they're looking to go with their future investments around AI. So you can see your customers are very much interested in AI. So you need to learn the language around talking about this to them. But again, everybody is baby stepping. Despite what you see in the headlines about AI taking over the world, most companies are at a much more practical level with this. They're exploring it, they're researching it, they might be doing some pilot projects within larger organizations, but the change is going to come iteratively, and as long as you are keeping a pace with what is going on, you should be able to talk to your customers, but don't worry that you're going to be left in the dust, because nobody is really out, running through the gates right now with solutions that are ready to market. So my second set of trends here, trends number 3 and trends number 4, have to do with cybersecurity, which is pretty much, until AI kind of took over the headlines this year, cybersecurity is, and really will continue to be, the number one issue for most companies in the technology arena, either selling it and managing it for your customers, and for customers who are worried to death about data breaches, worried to death about ransomware, worried about what that could do to their company. So this is definitely topic du jour. And what I've seen channel companies have to figure out over the last few years is providing table stakes only cybersecurity. So going in and it's like, we're an MSP, we're going to provide you all of those horizontal technology solutions that help you run your business. We're your help desk, we're your network engineers. And yes, we do security patching for your applications, and we offer an AV service and a firewall service. That's not enough in many cases today. We are seeing a real drive for companies in the channel to become much more fluent across the board on a higher level of cybersecurity. And what do I mean by that? I mean by getting an understanding of risk management, getting an understanding of a zero trust approach. How many are you familiar with a zero trust approach to cybersecurity? Fantastic. That's great. Because I could have asked this question a couple of years ago and a lot of people didn't know. But understanding that level of sophistication when it comes to cybersecurity is going to be very important, so that you can go in and then you really truly are that trusted advisor to your customer. You can allay some of their concerns. Like, we got this. We understand the way that you need to approach cybersecurity. Takes a lot of work on your part, though. And this gets into hiring the right people. So you may not have people on staff right now that have these capabilities. So you're either going to have to take one or two approaches. You're either going to have to go out and hire them, or you're going to have to train internally. Both are going to cost you money, and we're going to hear, and we have heard a lot here, that you got to pay to play, right? You need to take risks. You need to spend money in order to improve your business and improve your revenue growth and your profitability. This goes for cybersecurity, so you need to double down and make the investments. The other way, though, is if you're not going to hire, you're saying to yourself, listen, I do not want to be a cybersecurity expert. I'll keep doing the basics, but I do realize I will lose customers if I have to say to them, sorry, we don't do that. So the other way to go about this, if you're not going to hire and you're not going to retrain your staff, is to partner. And there are lots of security experts, MSSPs out there. I think I said 3 S's there, but MSSP out there who you can work with. And we see this model really as a useful model. It works for a lot of people. I was in a session yesterday, and it wasn't specific to cybersecurity, but it was about this concept of partnering, and how rather than turning a customer away, that's not your skill set, but they're your customer for all of these other things, and you have a go-to that you can point them to, and you have some sort of revenue sharing, arrangement, referral fee arrangement with that partner, or you don't. You just have an agreement where, hey, I throw people your way, you throw people my way. But either way, this is, if you cannot get yourself up to speed and become, or you don't want to, a cybersecurity expert, one good way to fill that gap is to find the people who are out there in your ecosystem and become good friends with them. So here are some of the specific challenges that we see that MSPs tell us that they're seeing when they try to build a more sophisticated, fine layered practice around cybersecurity. Just the sheer number of offerings out there. It used to be that we just had a few vendors. Remember the days where it was like you had core group of vendors out there that you aligned yourself with. Well, that is no longer the case. The number of vendors, not just in cybersecurity, but in all disciplines, has mushroomed. And so it is overwhelming right now. You have a lot of choice, so choice is good. You no longer have to choose between just one or another provider. So it gives you flexibility and it gives you leverage with your vendors, but it also becomes a bit overwhelming. So trying to figure out all of the tools that are out there, make sure which ones are the good ones and which ones aren't so good, that takes time, and you all are busy people running small businesses. Time is one of those things that you don't have a lot of. So vetting new products is difficult. One of the other challenges, and this is pretty unique to MSPs, I think, is really talk the talk. A lot of MSPs I talk to say, yeah, we go out and we tell our customers they have to do X, Y, and Z about securing their own environments and their own architecture, and yet our in-house isn't all that great. You know, we do not have the most secure environment ourselves. We don't drink the Kool-Aid ourselves. And you saw, you know, one of the big security stories this year was the Vegas casinos one. I've cited this before, but you know, one of those two, I think it was the MGM one, that data breach came about because of social engineering, which is pretty cool when you think about how wacky social engineering is. But the vulnerability was an MSP. It was a provider that was a third party working for MGM. So these people presumably are experts, right? They're supposed to know better, and yet they were able to be breached through a social engineering thing. So getting your own house in order, and that means training your people, again, making an investment there is going to be super important. And it also, you know, it gives you some credibility when you go out to your customers and tell them how they should be doing things, if you can actually point to the fact that you're doing them as well. I won't go through all of these here. Again, I'll make the slides available, and the full report will be available so that we can move on to the next couple of trends. So this is the cybersecurity take from the point of view of the end customer, so the IT pros. And I know the word governance probably makes everybody's eyes glaze over, but it's important. Governance with a small g. I'm not just talking about compliance, which some of you may work in the compliance area where you're actually doing business with a finance company or a healthcare company where you have to really know some of those very strict compliance rules and regulations, all important. But for the governance with a small g, which is what I want to talk about, is important for all businesses of all sizes. And it doesn't mean that you have to be working in an industry that has very specific codified processes. What I mean is taking charge of your own organization and having a formal set of rules for how you do things. And why is this important? It's incredibly important today when you think about how cybersecurity is done. You need to have some formal processes in place for how your business deals with cybersecurity, but also how you do it for your customers. And then how data works. So we talked about AI, right? Data is going to be incredibly important. Data management, the cleanliness of data, and how you apply that not just to AI, but all the other things that you may do for a customer around data analytics and for your own internal business. Having good foundational practices that everyone in your organization understands. So this is how we do X, and we take step 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the governance part of this. And we follow that process and we do it repetitively is going to be important. It will help you be a more secure organization. It'll help you be a more organized organization. It'll help your data management part of your organization run better. And by doing things in this sort of a formalized process, you'll make more money because you'll have more efficiencies. So this is some of the data that goes along with that. So the top cybersecurity priorities for IT pros all sort of revolve around process and people. And that's why this governance with the small g is really important. So we asked IT pros, what are your organization's top 3 cybersecurity priorities for 2024? Nowhere do you see here, don't have a data breach, or we want to buy the right product. It really had all to do with looking at the people within their organization. We want to make sure that our users don't screw up, because you know the number one reason for a data breach within an organization or some other cybersecurity failure is not the hackers on the outside and the bad actors trying to break into your system, although that does happen. It's usually somebody who works for you innocently messing up. So this is going to be really important. So if you are deciding about a cybersecurity practice, one thing to consider is how you can sell services doing user education. So don't just sell, oh, we got these great cybersecurity tools for you. It's going to make everything work better. You're going to be so protected. And then if you don't teach the users within that customer set how to use these tools or how to follow processes that apply to these tools, it will be for nothing. So these are going to be some of the priorities that your IT professionals and the IT departments that you might sell to are going to be looking for. So when your salespeople are out there trying to talk to them, or you're building marketing collateral about how to appeal to your customers, think about these things that you can put into your messaging. It's like, we can tell you how, we can teach you how, teach your employees how to be educated around this stuff. We can help you improve your processes when it comes to cybersecurity, both preventing a cybersecurity incident and also responding to one, and how we can properly deal with that. So governance with a small g, just remember that. That's very important to your end customers. Trend number 5. Okay, so cloud architecture. This is another one that's a little bit wonky. But cloud, when I first started at CompTIA 14 years ago now, we were a much smaller organization. We're one of those companies that's gone from, I think we had 120 people or so when I first started there, and now we're over about 400 maybe or over, so it's very different. But when I first started there, cloud computing was the AI of the moment. Everybody was talking about cloud computing, and everybody in the channel was sitting in rooms, and I remember sitting in rooms like terrified of this thing, like, what does this mean? Is this, going to disintermediate us, to use a word that I actually don't like very much? But, what does this mean? And people sat around, and we had these little think sessions and brainstorming sessions about what it meant. Can we sell this? Is there any way to monetize cloud? Does it just mean that we're not going to be relevant anymore? So fast forward all of these years later, 14 years later, and I think we're still talking about that a little bit, but I think we've really reached a point where we can say, look at the numbers around cloud solutions and what we're selling, that we are reaching a maturity phase with a lot of this, but especially around the infrastructure. So companies are kind of getting it in the infrastructure, the groundwork that they've needed to make a cloud migration, either doing it partially or fully within their organization, or they're using cloud providers outside, the big guys, AWS and Google and all of those clouds, Azure. So the infrastructure part is starting to mature, but what we are seeing is it has now accelerated the complexity around what you're going to put on top of and do with your cloud infrastructure. So all of those business applications, the fun stuff, right? That you want to do on top, whether that's FinOps, whether that's business applications, and this is where companies are struggling today. And when we talked to IT pros, they said they were looking at third parties to really help them. They're like, we think we've got the infrastructure piece figured out, but we need help with how we move to the next level with the applications. And when the applications are really where the money is, that's really where the good innovation is going to be, and where people are going to be able to do cool things, and AI fits into that category. So these are some of the things that companies want to be doing right now, that will sit on top of this good cloud foundation that they've been working to build over the last decade or so. And then we also asked the IT pros how important cloud systems are to your organization, because I think there was, again, an initial rush out of the gate 15 years ago. We're all going to do cloud. We're all going to move there 100%. Oh, whoops, it really doesn't work 100%. We're going to do a hybrid approach of having some on-prem, some cloud solutions. This seems to be working. And now we've had a little bit more of a push for trying to shove things into the cloud a little bit more. So companies have been kind of in flux about what their cloud strategy is. And you can see here, only about half said that cloud systems are a necessity to their company right now. And that surprised me. I thought almost 100% would say necessity. And on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, whichever way you're looking, are some of the application usage that your customers are looking for to put on top of their cloud infrastructure. So if you're working with companies to do digital transformation, you've helped them do cloud migration, the next thing for you to think about are the applications that are going to sit on top of that, and how you can help your company there, your customers there, working with the things that are actually driving their business outcomes and their business goals. It's not the infrastructure that needs to be in place, but it's everything that you put on top of that. So number 6, we're going to talk about distribution a little bit. And distribution's role has really changed, and they've been working hard at changing their role over the year. Clearly, they were, the hardware fulfillment engine of the channel, and I've been working in the channel for a very long time, and that's what they did. They were very good at pick, pack, and ship. But they've been morphing, and they have to tie this into the cloud era. They've really had to figure out where they fit in when it came to cloud services, and also where they fit in when it came to multi-vendor solutions for all of you who are dealing with, as I said before, that mushrooming number of vendors that are out there. It's no longer just, a couple of major hardware vendors on this side, the IBMs and the HPs of the world and the Ciscos over here, and then you got your Microsoft and your Oracles over here, and everybody just picks one or two from each, and that's what you would all go out and sell. Now you've got a proliferation of vendors, and it's complicated, and you've got a small business, and you can't devote all of your energy to figuring out all the benefits of every partner program and figure out which solutions work best together. So distribution has a unique sweet spot here where they can help you out. And one of the ways that they can do that is they've kind of built their own marketplaces. They've got their own online marketplaces that you're able to use, and we're seeing more and more channel companies taking advantage of this. They're either using the distributors, the way that an end consumer would use an Amazon or use a Google marketplace to put together and buy their own technology directly. A solution provider and an MSP can use the distributors that have done a really good job of putting together their own marketplaces so that you can do your own fulfillment in that way. And they put together packages together for you, solutions together for you. They're doing really cool things with data analytics so that they can help you figure out what some of the buying patterns are and the fulfillment and trend patterns are for specific customers. So if you're not diving in deep with some of your distribution partners today, you should give it a look. The other thing that they're doing is providing platforms for companies to build their own e-commerce shops. So you can put a storefront up, white labeled to you, so it's Joe's MSP out there, and it's to your customers directly, looks like your storefront and everything, but all of that back-end engine, the stuff that's expensive and often hard to manage, and the billing part of it can be done by distribution. And we're finding that more and more MSPs and more solution providers are taking advantage of that. And one of the reasons is they want to be able to look big, and they want to be able to look modern, and they want to be able to appeal to customers through this marketplace paradigm, because their number one competitor today, based on our research, are online marketplaces. It's not other solution providers and MSPs down the street. They're competing because their customers are able to go to the aforementioned Amazons and Googles and directly transact there to buy their own technology. And so they want to figure out, well, how can I play in that game? I'm never going to be able to compete directly with those big guys. So I can try to build out my own storefront, but use the power, scale, and the might of distribution to help with some of the things that I just am not, from a resource perspective, able to do. So we're seeing a lot more work, and I've noticed this in the last few years. I think distribution struggled at the advent of the cloud arrival, the cloud era, as we call it, really struggled in making a transition from the hardware fulfillment to the role that they're starting to play now. But we're definitely seeing an uptick and them kind of finding their feet and finding their way. So if you're not engaging, or you've stopped engaging with distribution, it's definitely something to give another look for. These are some of the benefits and challenges. As you can see, there's definitely a dichotomy here. So there's lots of good up on the top level here, competitive pricing, but then you see pricing and consistency. I think that, again, while I say distribution's working it out, there are always going to be things that you can find that are great about what they're doing and not so great about what they're doing. And you have to find a balance for those things. Marketing. So this one, obviously near and dear to the crowd that we have here. Finally, I think marketing is having its moment among more channel companies than I've ever seen in the past. They're finally beginning to get it, that it isn't an afterthought, that you might actually have to have somebody on staff who is a dedicated headcount to marketing. We're seeing seeing companies actually begin to hire in that discipline. And one of the things that's really important, if you're an MSP, like I mentioned, the good old days where you aligned yourself with either one of the big hardware vendors or one of the big software vendors, you often went to market then with their name on your business card, and you were selling yourself as, I'm a certified HP reseller, and this is how, the marketing was their marketing, their branding, not your own. Today, that is not what works. Today, your company is what you should be out there leading with, your brand, your reputation, what you do. What the vendors are abstracted on the backside. That's been one of the other, byproducts of the cloud era, is the abstraction of some of the vendor products. So it's really all about you. So you need to get better at it. You need to understand, work with companies like Marketopia, get professional at marketing. And we are seeing more channel companies tell us today that they consider marketing to be one of the strategic formal pillars of operations and business functions within their organization, not an afterthought, not a part of sales, not the thing that the owner does, but it's something that has become much more professionalized. And when I talk about marketing, we're talking about a broad range, as your Marketopia friends can tell you much more about this, but it's not just one channel. You need to obviously be in the game across multiple channels in today's digital world, whether that's social media and search engines and other types of marketing, but all of those are something that you need to get familiarity with, so sticking to just a couple of things isn't going to work for you. This is just some money that bears it out. We asked you, what are you investing? And I'm telling you right now, we've asked this question for years, and the less than 5% used to be a really big piece of this pie. And so now you're seeing the majority, many, many more channel companies today are plunking more of their own dollars. So this question was exclusive of money that you get from MDF, from vendors. So this is money that the percentage of revenue you're allocating to marketing from your own money. That's it, not whatever you get from vendors. And really, really heartening to see that nice 36% and then another 14% and beyond who are looking to go above that 10% threshold with their marketing investment. And looking ahead, more of them are looking to continue to increase that spend going forward than not. So that's good. I'm getting tight on time, so I'm going to speed through a couple of these here. And again, we can chat after, and there'll be a full report. But one of the things about digital transformation that we have discovered is the main driver for it is to make people more productive. So we've been selling all kinds of things to help people digitize their organizations. You've been out there helping them, you build up and spin up really cool web pages, move to the cloud, start doing e-commerce websites, everything else that will kind of bring companies into the digital age. The ultimate goal, though, is to make those companies more productive, and that means making their people more productive. So deploying a bunch of whiz-bang technology and whiz-bang tools into your organization and into your customer's organization without bringing people up to speed on how to use those is going to be a fail. It will be a fail. So if the goal here is to increase productivity through digital transformation, one of the key things, and it kind of takes me back to one of the things I talked about at the beginning, one of the key things you need to think about doing is making sure that people are as up to speed on the cool things that you're bringing into the organization as you are. So training is going to be important. User education is going to be really important. These are things to consider when you're thinking about your business. They might seem sort of tangential, but the work that you may do after the sale and helping your customers get their workforces up to speed is going to be critical. And it's a great selling point for digital transformation. Digital transformation sounds cool, but no one really knows what it means in an end user community. If you ask the average person who isn't in the tech industry, what does that mean? I know I'm supposed to do it, but they won't know. But if you talk in terms of people, making them more productive, this means that everything in your day-to-day is going to move this much faster. Your people are going to get this much more done. Those are things that companies really can understand. Those are tangibles that people can understand. And if you can put a dollar amount to that, even better. Quickly going to scan through. These are both workforce related. As I said, things are broken down by technology, by business practices, and by workforce. Skills is a big focus area for CompTIA. It's also a big focus area for a lot of companies today who are looking to find the right people. It used to be the categories for job roles for technology were fairly narrow. You were like a hardware network specialist, you were a software developer, and then you were a manager above those people. Today, if you look at the taxonomy for the types of job roles out there, just take a look at any job posting site. It's insane. I mean, there are more jobs out there with that begin data and then fill in the blanks, scientist, engineer, you name it, that are out there. So what does all this mean? And when you're trying to hire, it gets confusing. When your customers are trying to hire, it gets confusing. So one of the things that we advocate is instead of looking at just those titles, looking at the degree the person may have gotten, a career trajectory for somebody should be about the skills that they attain and the skills that you need within your organization, and having a clear discussion path with potential employees when you're doing your hiring, And for those for existing employees, as they're trying to move up the chain within your organization, having a good line of communication open, knowing that you didn't just hire them because they were good at X when you hired them, they had the right pedigree, they went to the right school, they've worked at the right company before they came to you, and then you never talk to them again about what is going to be needed for them to move up. What ideally you do, and this goes back to the governance with the small g, is that you have some formality in place about the skills that they will need to move up. This gets you over some of the tricky parts of things like tenure. It's like, well, just because Joe's worked here for 10 years, does he automatically get a promotion? Well, should he? When Sue has worked here for 3 years, but she has been increasingly working on her skills, and she's gotten this certification or that certification over the years. And truth be told, Jill's the one who really deserves to get this job, not Joe. But you have got this antiquated thing in place about tenure. Well, if you move to a skills-based transparency and skills-based working with your employees, this is a way for you to get around that. And you'll run a more efficient company, and hopefully you'll be more profitable, and you'll be more competitive because you'll have the right people with the right skills in the right places. All right, I think I've reached 10 without, this is more data on how to do this skills-based transparency, and again, the slides will be available. The last thing I'm gonna leave you with, and I'm gonna be very brief because we don't have much time, is don't ignore the older people within your organization. I'll just leave it at that. Don't. We talk a lot about multi-generational workforce, and it's really important. And we've got newer people coming in, and the younger people are really important to the workforce. But one of the things we're finding is we asked, what's the average age within your organization as a channel company? And it was, it's not that young. People are hiring younger people, but there are lots of people who are in that kind of mid-career sweet spot, and very valuable to the organization. But what I'll leave you with, even more valuable, is we ask the question, what's the average age of your customers? And again, they're not all young people. A lot of your customers are on the older side as well. And so you need to be able to understand that, this isn't, people are not aging out and then no longer relevant. Some of them, the older people within organizations are the ones that have the money. So customers, they're the ones they've got the spend, that have the budget. So what I'd like to leave you with is, when you're thinking about the fabric of your both your workforce and then your customer workforce, keep in mind that is flush with diversity. And I'm going to leave you with that. It's a lot to digest, I realize, and happy to talk to anybody after the fact. This is just a little wrap-up of some of the research that we have. We're constantly putting out. Again, this study will be out next week. It's supposed to be out next week. My part's done, so I can check it off. But it'll be out next week, and I really thank you for your attention. Thanks very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Thank you, absolutely, thank you. Big hand for Carolyn. So I really appreciate CompTIA, and if you're not a member, you absolutely should be. I think if you're taking anything from many of these sessions, it's the amount of resources and information that is out there to help you grow. So they have obviously tons of great research, tons of great certifications, and more than enough information to help guide you in your business. So next up, we are going to dig into how to win and what that looks like. So I'm going to be bringing up a couple individuals who will help you get there and have a good conversation around it. We're going to be doing a little workshopping too. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Terry Hedden with Marketopia and Jeff Newton. Come on up with Riotech. Come on. I need to get you a marker.
I got 'em.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome. You're
Here
good.
you go.
You got
can
it?
have this.
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, hopefully you guys have gotten a lot from the presenters. Our role today, and we brought Jeff in because he's been a long-time advocate of Marketopia and the methodology, and he's also got a very unique take on how he's applied it in his business, so I'm looking forward to hearing him share. We're running a little behind, so I'm going to compress this presentation into a smaller window to make sure that we don't lose sight of the workshops that are going to happen this afternoon and cut on any of the content that's coming there. One of the things that Marketopia has realized over the years is that the most critical success factor to our success as a company and our client's success as a client has nothing to do with us, really, right? So we're a marketing and lead generation firm. At the end of the day, we are getting fired far more often because they can't close than because we can't get them opportunities. And so we've invested a lot of time and attention in fixing that issue with peer groups and sales training and things like that. And one of my goals today is to really kind of cover some of the high-level reasons for that and what we can do about it. The first and probably the most important underlying challenge that we have out there is that MSPs are so used to word-of-mouth leads that they feel like they're entitled to win when they show up. They don't have to like earn the trust. They don't have to build the relationship. They don't have to win on competing value with other firms or justifying them over someone else. They literally feel like by showing up and giving a quote, they deserve to leave with a proposal. And it's understandable because they got that perception by getting leads from their uncle, their brother, their CPA, their doctor, their neighbor, things like that, right? So if your dad's best friend is talking to you about managed services, you should win that deal. If not, you're absolutely terrible, right? All you have to do is show up, present a remotely competitive solution, and you're gonna win. Well, in the real world, if you wanna scale your business as you've learned today, and I love some of those metrics that CompTIA put up, you know, getting leads is not that challenging anymore. It's still difficult, it's hard work, but you can get it done. You have to win to make it work. So at the end of the day, you've got to understand that people's job initially is to protect themselves and avoid risk. And with change comes risk. To overcome that, it's important that you really listen to what you're going to do, listen to the customer, and they'll tell you why they would buy, why they wouldn't buy. Learn about their business, about the driving factors in the decision. Research their industry, their company, and the individuals you're meeting with to understand what their triggers and what their relationship building points might be. Ask open-ended questions to learn a lot. Focus on them in the moment. Don't be so focused on what you want to say and what you want to offer and what you want them to buy, and start really listening to them and trying to deliver value based on what they think is important. And perhaps most importantly is to believe in yourself and your business and be confident in what you're offering. So we're not going to go into this in a lot of detail due to time today, but at the end of the day, what's most important is to understand that you have to slow down to win. A lot of us are so busy. I think there's a lot of sessions today talking about how much time we have working in the business. And most MSPs, the principals, are the best salespeople, which is normal. Principal-led sales is great for a small business. The challenge is we get so busy being in the business that we start trying to optimize our time. And we start trying to shortchange things that should take time. In other words, trying to get a sales process done in a day or even an hour when it should take time to build that trust and build that relationship, uncover all the opportunities for you to add value, develop a compelling pitch, and then present that in a very calm and structured way to the point where you can overcome the natural inclination to maintain the status quo, right? Anything that the customer does represents net new risk to their business. So you have to earn the right to win. And we do that through that 5-stage sales process and really have found great success in terms of having people slow down, take each meeting for what it is, achieve what you want to achieve in that meeting, overcome objections to getting to the next meeting, and really elevating your ability to get to the end game.
Yeah, go back to that slide real quick on the process, because I think, and we're going to modify it slightly, which is fine, because it's really about how you apply this, right? The thing that I've learned after working in this space specifically for 18 years is that businesses and MSPs that do not have the discipline to maintain a sales process, doesn't matter what it is. This one works. We've used it. We still use it. But if you don't have a process and you don't have the discipline to maintain it, you'll never have the endurance to actually do the things on the back end of selling to truly close the business. And so when we look at a sales process like this, it really turns into the other component of most of the people in this room, right? You're all MSPs. So the thing that I learned on the 10 years working on the ops side of the business is if I don't tell you why I want you to do something, you're never going to comply. So that's kind of probably where I'm going to take this portion of the conversation, is helping you understand the why to illustrate ultimately the need to do. I'm going to switch you spots real quick. So if you take this 5-step process, which is traditionally drawn as a funnel that goes vertically, right? And I'm going to work through this as we go through it. And instead of it being a funnel, you just divide this into those 5 sections. The marriage between what you're doing and why you're doing it is what ultimately will produce the result, which is the win. And so the secret sauce there is actually that sales reps don't close deals, buyers do. And that's a fundamental shift and total paradigm change in your brain. Think about it from your world. You're looking at a new RMM, you're looking at a new tool, you're talking to any of these vendors in the room, you have your own process that you're going through to evaluate that. You got your own criteria. We're the most diligent buyers in the world. We're also the most frustrating for the vendors to work with. But it's because you have your own process, right? You have your hoops that you have to get people to jump through. And if you can acknowledge that, or at least begin with that end in mind, that every person that you're selling to is going to buy through their own buying process as well, then you'll get to the finish line fewer times than you could or you should. Going back to the very opening and the title of our pitch here is, you don't have any right to just get the business. Most of us think we do because of the way in which the business started off and grew originally, because you would get the referral, the warm lead, you'd show up, you'd ask like 3 questions, you'd shoot them a price, you'd follow up twice within 35-ish days, and half the time they would say yes because it was a warm lead. But understanding the buyer's process and the buyer's logic really comes down and breaks itself down into 5 areas, which I think will tie all of this together. The first being the person, right? So how are you positioning yourself in this process in order to earn the right to the next stage in the process, right? You don't show up at the initial conversation with the proposal already in the bag because it's too much, too fast, and too differently. So you have to be able to position yourself right where the buyer is in their own journey, with the only objective to make it to the next phase in the journey. And the second piece of the funnel is really the promise. So what is it that the promise of your organization is to that end user, or to that customer? So from Marketopia's perspective, their promise to us as the MSP is leads, right? More leads, more sales, more profit. And so you have to get them bought in to the promise of what your organization is. How you differentiate yourself from everyone else in the room, so take notes, is the process by which you deliver the promise that you just made to them. This is really ultimately the secret sauce of your company, and you got to define that and build it out in such a way that can illustrate it in a simple model like a triangle. But the process is going to be the differentiator that gets you the rest of the way. And then you'll get to the point where you're at price. And once you get to price, then you're at the proposal stage, right, of your sales process. And ultimately, you're just trying to get people in that funnel to proceed, right? I want to buy, I want them to buy, and I want them to buy now. How you do that, and we can't go super deep into it, but how you get people from the position at which they see you and first interact with you, all the way to having them jumping up and down screaming, I need it, and I need it from you, and I need it from you now, can be choreographed, because it's really just rooted in psychology and persuasion, ethical persuasion. And so I'm going to tie some other things back to this as we go through. But the most important piece is, if you don't have a process that you're following currently, how do you know what to fix, and how can you measure your own success? And then the second part is really what we'll anchor to here.
I think what Jeff said that I really want to reinforce is that each step is designed to bring you to the next step. It's not designed to win the contract. The end result of the steps in the process is to win the contract. You have to build to that. So many times we tend to see an opportunity, maybe slip in a proposal and get it signed. I've heard people take great pride in, oh, I got them to sign in an hour, same day signature. And I literally think to myself, I wonder what you didn't sell them that you could have, or I wonder what profit you didn't make that you should have. It's all about running a system that's designed to win more than your fair share. Right? Because the average MSP on a normal marketing lead has a close ratio of less than 5%, right? So if that's your goal, do what everyone else does. Show up, throw up about your business, throw a proposal in front of them, and ask them to sign it. And guess what? You're going to be competing on price and price alone. If you slow down, follow the system, you can start seeing better results. First conversation is simply to get into a real sales conversation, right? stop trying to present your business, stop talking about yourself. Your goal is to say as little as you possibly can to get the real assessments going, which is the intense business conversation first, and then that technical assessment twice, or second. All right. Second is that technical assessment. We now call it the technology and risk assessment. There's a lot of conversation about cybersecurity. There's a lot of great vendors out here like CyberHawk and Datto and others that have really done a great job of providing a great tech stack to solve some of those cybersecurity challenges. And it is all about risk. It's a huge part of what we are. It isn't everything that what we are, though. A lot of us have kind of lost sight of the fact that price still is a factor. It's a big factor, especially when things are tight. Customer service and how good you are at what you do is also a factor, right? A lot of people leave MSPs not because their cybersecurity stack isn't sufficient, but because their customer service isn't what it used to be or it needs to be, right? So you've got to go in there and have that risk assessment conversation, but don't lose sight of everything else in that business conversation. Are you happy with your copy print vendor? Do you feel like you could lower costs there? Is responsiveness what it needs? Are you looking for a partner who's bigger, smaller, closer, further away? Right? It's not all about the security stack. Next conversation is a technical assessment. That's where we go in there and run like a network detective type of tool. There are others out there. I don't want to be too brand specific, but that's my MSP we're really leaned on. The reality is you got to go in there and find the things the skeletons in the closet. Every one of us has it, and all of our customers. If you did an audit, you'll find that some of your customers' billing for Office 365 may not be right, the patches may not be applied, backups may not be running. We all have skeletons in our closet. That technical assessment is designed to uncover things that the customer doesn't even know about. So those tools, as well as an engineer going in and uncovering things is very important. Then and only then do you actually have the justification to win the deal. You understand the business reasons, you understand the technical reasons, you've heard and listened to what the customer knows about, and you've discovered what they don't know about. Then and only then are you armed with what you need to provide a compelling reason why they should take the risk of hiring you versus the devil they know in their current reseller, their current IT department, or whatever the current solution is. That is the leader in the clubhouse is the incumbent, not you, right? They know what they know what they know, and they know what they don't know. And the reality is no one ever got fired for keeping a company, but they definitely have gotten fired for picking a new vendor that didn't go well, right? So you've got to be super compelling in your presentation of value, because there's a 99% chance that doing it right like you're going to do it is going to cost more than doing it wrong like their current company's going to do it. So you've got to be very convincing in your logical arguments about why they need to hire you. So that slowing down and uncovering that through those first 3 meetings is how you create a compelling value proposition and a compelling proposal.
Yeah, the process at which you go through that, right? And we're going to wrap up in the end. I'll bring back through like the objections, right? The objections are the piece that most people fail to overcome, which is why you don't get the W's. And what Terry was talking about, the 2 most common objections that I see in this world are happening at this level, back where we're at, the person in the positioning and or the promise that the company's making, and you didn't differentiate it enough. And ultimately what you're fighting is the objection of indifference or apathy, right? You couldn't get them to make the decision at all. You couldn't overcome that pain that what if I get this wrong? What if you suck as much as the current provider, or any other excuse there? And the nice part is it will give you a model to figure out which area of your process do you need to adjust or do you need to solve on. So if you're getting stuck with just the indifference objections, odds are you're not doing a good enough job positioning yourself as the authority, the one person that they should trust more than whoever their current trust is held with, or the promise of your organization is not differentiated enough to look any different than the 3 other proposals that they have on their desk when they're shopping you, which ultimately dumbs you down or waters your proposal down to just competing on price alone. And if you're competing on price, and if price is the primary objection, then it's because you didn't tackle the first 3 phases of your actual sales process appropriately to get them to think about the decision you're trying to have them make differently.
We talk a lot about the close ratio, and what you got on the screen right now is our goal for leads that come into the customer. And a lot of people look at the numbers and they're literally kind of dumbfounded. And the reason is because so many of us have head trash about why, or what it is we want to sell, the services that we want them to buy, without kind of understanding that that is a small fraction of the purchase decision, right? What you choose to present will determine whether they buy or not. But if you open your mind to dating before you get married, or selling a project or even a piece of hardware before you try to pitch them a 5-year managed service contract with no out clause, you will find that you'll win a lot more. So our goal with this, for every 100 appointments that you secure, and it shouldn't matter, at Marketopia, you have clients who get 100 a month and some that get 100 a year, or maybe even every 2 years. The reality is our goal is for 90% of those to get past the initial conversation to that business technology and risk assessment. Of those, 90% go to the technical assessment. Of those, 90% go to proposal presentation. And of those, 25 to 50% close. So for every 100 held appointments that occur, we want you to leave with a check between 18 and 36 of them. 18 and 36% of the time. And we have customers who do that quite effectively. Nitor, I don't know if they're in the room, it's hard to see with the lights, but there he is in the back waving. He will sell anything to anyone. He understands that the hardest thing to sell a customer is the first thing you sell the customer. So he'll sell a memory chip, a monitor. He'd probably sell a mouse pad. I don't even know what else he'd sell, but he'd probably sell a lot of things. Maybe nothing to do with IT he'd probably sell, because he's quite the sales guy. Whereas so many of us say, no, I only want this. No one gives a crap what you want to sell people. People only care about what they want to buy. And some of us aren't good enough at sales, especially at the beginning or following a crap sales process, to justify them buying what we want them to buy. That's okay. It's okay, right? The key is to start that business relationship, start building that trust, and feel everything, treat every prospective customer as a process to securing what you want them to buy over the long term. Stop trying to get it all on the first date, if that makes sense.
Yeah, one of the things we've talked about a lot about this slide specifically in the peer groups is that since words matter, peer group A, of course, but since words matter, it's talking through your sales qualification process. Just flip it to your process is really a disqualification process, right? Your time is valuable. Your time is an opportunity cost. So it is intentional and natural to look for the right reasons to exclude people as early and as often as possible in that framework through the lens of where's the opportunity and where can I close.
Yep, love that, okay. You know, one thing that we really brought Jeff aboard for this presentation was to get into what do you do if you didn't win? A lot of us kind of faced with that challenge where we did our thing, we did our pitch, we laid the proposal on the table, we pointed, like I tell you to point on the signature line, you stand up, start talking to your tech about implementation because you want them to sign the contract, and they simply don't. The reality is we have not given them enough of a compelling reason to do so now. That does not mean we lost, it just means that we didn't get the deal at the point in the process where we wanted to. So then we get into the, okay, now what, right? If they said no, now what? Sometimes you get the, oh, no problem, wait an hour, the boss man will be back and we'll sign the contract. Sometimes it's, let's get back together tomorrow at 4, we'll sign the contract. But then sometimes they don't give you a next meeting. The meeting's over and you walk out the door and it's difficult to get them back on the phone and get back in front of them. At that point, Jeff, how do you manage what to do next? How do you deal with being ghosted?
Yeah, so the really critical part, which is ultimately where the drawings come in, is if you get to that point, it wasn't necessarily the last conversation that you had with them or the pitch or the proposal or whatnot that went south that caused them to ghost you. It's any one of the steps prior that you may or may not have actually gone through, which goes back to my point on discipline earlier. But being ghosted is really about one thing and one thing only, and it's buyer safety. No one really talks about it because we always talk about the sales stuff. We always talk about the things inside our organization that we can do to create our sales process, run our sales process, measure our sales pipeline, and everything else. But it only takes into consideration the things inside our 4 walls as an MSP, which is great, except back to my earlier point too, it's the buyer that closes the deal, not the sales rep. And so if you can really change your perspective and think through the lens of the buyer, then you can work yourself backwards to that first touch all the way through proposal and overcome the 5 layers of ultimately buyer safety that you have to, the emotions attached to buyer safety. And what they're looking for, what buyers are looking for, are safety and anonymity. And think about it from your own sales process or your own pipeline, or again, any of the vendors in the room. Look at the way their pipeline works. Anonymity is free webinar, right? They don't know you're there, but you can show up there. It's the social media posts. It's any of that kind of stuff. You can observe from afar. They don't know who you are. You didn't have to opt in. You didn't have to give them anything. So then you move from anonymity to more of a safety in numbers, right? The herd mentality. I can see that there's a bunch of silhouettes of people in here, but I can't really see your faces because the lights are on me. Same is true if you're just entering my CRM database, right? So what, I have your email, and yeah, you're gonna lob me some emails, and hopefully they're meaningful, valuable, and producing the next step of that process. So safety in numbers is the second stage that you've got to get someone emotionally through to have them commit. The third piece is the safety in the process that you take them through. You can have your process, but you got to give them the control to navigate it, right? So that might be sending me the calendar link to schedule the meeting on my terms, which I may cancel, I may ghost, I might reschedule, I might do whatever else. That's okay. It's not a bad thing to allow them to have the control, because they still have to get to the next step of safety and over that, through that next doorway of the emotional hurdle. And once they do that, then it's the fourth emotion. Lost it. The fifth emotion, though, is commitment. The fourth one will come back to me. The commitment is where it actually happens on the ghosting component, right? So if you eject or you start, and maybe a better way to put this is, MSP sales traditionally goes here, right? This is the price phase of the funnel if ran this way. And the majority of us grew as MSP owners through the referral-based lead, which in most cases almost like shortcuts it because you think you've got the freebie there, and you go straight to price with maybe like a modified assessment. Hey, let me walk through and take a look and see what you got. Yeah, I'm good with that, or we'll push it till later. But here's the price, and then they ghost you. There's really only 3 primary ways that that people will object. Indifference and apathy, right? This is the ghosting phase where they're just straight gone. And if they've totally ghosted you, it's because they didn't like or trust or know what value you brought. They didn't understand the promise that your organization made. And then you've really failed to demonstrate clearly the process that differentiates you from the other MSPs that could have been competing or their incumbent. Like fighting indecision rather than an actual incumbent is oftentimes really the primary objective you're going for too. So if the objection, instead of being ghosted, comes down to price, then it's really the process that you didn't get right, differentiating the process in general. And once you get them past that, then that moves them into the fourth emotion, which I forgot, which was desire. I want it and I want it now. So once you get them there through a choreographed sales process, then you're going to naturally eliminate, just like a sales qualification process and disqualification process, you're going to naturally move them through their evolution of emotional buying and get them to the point where when you do get to the proposal, pretty much everything's on the table already, and you've overcome the reasons that are going to be stacked against you. And so you're not just going through all the sales tactics of 100 closes or 3 yeses or all the other stuff that, I mean, it works in a numbers game, but it still doesn't produce the same as understanding the actual individual who's going to make the commitment.
So how often do you follow up and follow through? I mean, do you have a methodology there? If they won't call you back, they won't schedule the next meeting, how often do you follow up and follow through?
It is more often and a lot longer than you think, right? So what I've seen in this industry is about 3-ish emails, maybe a phone call, that actually go out after a proposal to try to pin them back down for an answer. And then it dies off after about 2 weeks because sales is just one of those other things that is a hat that an owner or a principal-led person or someone else is operating off of, and it just dies off, right? At least in the data that we measure, about 73% of the deals are won after that 30-day leg, of being ghosted. So you sort of just, you miss all the opportunities because you let them die on the table, right? Because you didn't relentlessly follow up. And there's tools that you can use to do that. There's plenty of things that you can do to set yourself up to eliminate that problem. But at the end of the day, it's really going to come back to the discipline to follow the process and the endurance to chase it down till you get an answer. So in our world, it's like 34 touches is a traditional sales cycle, and then there's about another 25 on the tail end of that that's literally just getting to the signature.
So,
and
one of the things that I remember working with you personally was the percentage of leads that you lost that you ended up winning in the 12 months following.
That was the thing I was going to say. So what often gets lost, especially if you're trying to justify the cost of marketing and sales to owners that don't understand it and hate it because they've been burned by it in the past, is measuring upon two different timelines, right? So we have a 90-day sales pipeline and a 90-day sales cycle that we measure, and it's visible to anyone who wants to see it. But we also measure an 18-month cycle. Because in our world, which is your world, the MSP sales cycle is an event-driven thing, right? And there was a session yesterday that talked about this, but the event can be one of a handful of things, but it's gonna come down to that handful of things. It's gonna be someone screws up, someone gets fired, someone leaves, there's an incident or a breach, or an internal person leaves or whatnot. And so the key to that is working through your sales process all the way to proposal, even if you know their timeline may not be right now. It literally ends up becoming a game of 3-card monte of business cards at their top drawer, right? Your proposal is just a leave behind, if you will, to where when the event happens, they call you, that thing closes in less than 2 weeks. And so 18 months is the secondary layer that we measure for a secondary sales process.
So no just means not now.
Yeah.
And he called me many, many times. Remember that deal I lost last year, last week, last month? I just closed it. We're going to finish up our session here, but I wanted to invite you to talk to Jeff if you have any questions. One thing I always found very interesting about him, and I think the reason he was so successful, was he didn't fall into the trap of always blaming someone else for whatever happened. He would be very analytical and critical of himself, his process, his methodology, and he built this over many, many trial and error. It's not like he came in, whereas so many of us will literally be quick to blame the lead or blame something that has not ourselves, and that is what keeps us, I think, from that continuous improvement cycle. None of us are perfect. All of us make mistakes. We can always get better, and if you take an analytical and a critical look on yourself and just focus on yourself and say, okay, how am I going to get to that 36 wins out of 100 appointments? If that's my goal, how am I going to get there? And Jeff had an uncanny ability to do that, and I think he's built some great methodologies and some great thought processes. I would encourage you to have a drink with him tonight and learn all you can. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you coming in. All right. I'm going to bring back Joe Panettiere. He's going to come in and wow us with his intellect, his looks. I mean, he's like a GQ model today. I mean, it's a great outfit there, Joe.
Wow.
Yeah. You're going to
Sorry
sing
for the
us.
letdown, folks.
All right. Good deal.
Good to see you, Terry. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. So we're going to bring up a fantastic panel for you in just 1 second. But before we do that, can I ask everyone to stand up and stretch just for a minute? Take a stretch. And I wanted to give you one great financial tip that ties together this morning's sessions and then builds a bridge to an afternoon session today that Arlen Sorensen is running. Arlen's going to talk about business valuations and what your business is worth. And the thing I learned from Arlen like a decade ago is he always talked to me about the valuation gap. What you think it's worth, what it's actually worth, and then how to close that gap. The extra piece I've since learned from Arlen and others, I'm part of a peer group with Arlen, with people who have sold their businesses, and one of the gentlemen in the room gave me this fantastic financial tip. You all can sit down now so you can write down this financial tip. This is not an endorsement in terms of like, I'm not an investor in this company. I'm not even involved in the company. I just use their tool. Empower.com. If you want to know your net worth every morning, through one simple email that hits your inbox that scanned all your finances and tells you everything that's going on with your personal and business, Empower.com and their personal dashboard. It's free. and it's really changed my life. My wife and I are on the same page every day in terms of how we are financially, short-term, long-term, business, life, etc. So empower.com, and we want to empower you some more now in terms of this actual session. Let me make sure I got my slides right here. How to win more than your fair share. I'm Joe Panettiere. Mentori Ventures is our business incubator. We are funding and building and launching various businesses out of that incubator. This basically just says I've been around too long. So I'm having a lot of fun at it. What I want to do now is bring up each one of our panelists all at once, and then individually we'll go through your slides and get maybe a minute or two on you, and then we'll do a Q&A with you, talking about the best moves of 2023 and maybe some missteps of 2023 in terms of growing your business, and then looking ahead at 2024. So could I ask our panelists to come on up? Jeff, good to see you.
Thank you.
Awesome to see you. Is Sean also with us?
Peer Group C.
And Jeff, we'll come back to your slide in a minute, just so
Yeah.
people can make the
No
connection.
problem.
Sean, good to see you.
Okay.
Thanks for taking some time.
I'm good.
And Ron in the house?
Turn it on when you want to use it. Put Ron in the middle of us? Yeah.
What? Bring the coffee. I usually come armed with coffee as well. But thanks, guys, for joining us. Let me go back a little bit. We'll get just a little bit of time from
Turn it
each
on when you wanna use
person on their business history and their focus. So Jeff, could you just give us 30 seconds in terms of the business history? What's been your focus? Where are you based?
Omaha, Nebraska is
Awesome.
where we are currently based. I've been in the managed IT service space for 18 years, 11 different roles, 5 different companies, 7 times. No, that's not a fancy sales number. A little back and forth. I've been with Red Eye for a little over 3.5 years. We came to Marketopia with the intention to grow managed service revenue, MRR 50% year over year for 3 years in a row. We did not hit 50%, but we hit 42.
Don't give us all the stats yet. I want to
all
get
right.
into it. I just
That's
want to hear
it.
a little bit about your background.
Yeah.
Then we're going to
Hey.
get into the Marketopia relationship, but
Okay.
also your business strategy for 2023 and 2024. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Excellent. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, tell us a little bit about your business and your background.
Sean Marino at Data Tech Cafe. Background has always been IT. Been an IT geek for many, many years. Started the business in 2009. Quickly grew into an MSP from consulting. Quickly landed my first large customer, T-Mobile, nationwide. That became very, it was easy. I knew how to support them. We knew how to build their systems. We knew how to get things up and running for them. And I got complacent. I learned quickly that was not the right thing to do. Didn't do sales, just had T-Mobile, 90% of my business. They left. I met Terry, and Terry has changed my business 3 times over.
Pause there.
Yep.
Let's
I won't even go
keep
there.
them on the edge of their seats. What did Terry do to help you? Wait for it. We'll get to it. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Ron, tell us a little bit about your business and your background.
Ron Opperman, E3 IT Services, obviously.
Oh,
Excuse
just
me.
hold the mic a little higher.
Better?
Yeah, better.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a partner, Randy Carbone. So he started his company in '86. Name of that company is RC Computers. My background really was in industrial engineering. It's a weird thing, but I spent a good 10 years traveling the country working on various engineering projects. Laid off in 2000. Started a small company called TechCAD. It was a computer drafting company. Transitioned quickly into computer sales and support. Randy and I merged in 2019 and needed direction on how to properly grow and found Marketopia and have been growing.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah, back-to-back years, 25%, so
That's pretty awesome.
yeah, it's working.
Great stuff. Thank you for the backgrounds. So this is a recap of who we are, why we're here. I was going to organize this into like roughly 10 minutes on 2023, what you've done to win your undue fair share of growth, and then maybe 10 minutes on 2024, in terms of what do you think you could do to fine-tune the model? But I don't want to leave out those edge-of-the-seat teasers you just shared in terms of like, hey, one of my secrets to success has been this alignment with Marketopia. So if you want to jump in, I don't know if we start at 2023 or not, because your stories may predate that in terms of that aha moment in terms of, I got to get growth right. Did you have an aha moment in terms of, I got to get growth right?
Yeah.
What was that moment?
So that moment was February of this year.
Okay.
I was talking with that guy over there with the fancy jacket, and he was holding me accountable.
Okay.
And that was the aha moment, because I am a co-owner, so Randy holds me accountable, but I wasn't really holding myself fully accountable to a number and then achieve that number.
Right.
So when that happened in February, things really kicked this year.
Okay. Congratulations. I want to hear more about the numbers in a few minutes, but have you guys also had aha moments?
So I'm going to piggyback at what Ron said. So December, I met with Terry, same thing. It was a life-changing moment for me because I really never held myself accountable, held everyone else, did the, hey, it's everyone else's problem, not like Jeff where he takes accountability. So I did, I learned a lot from that little talk, and we held ourselves accountable, me and my owners, my partners, and we turned the business around. We were struggling. We tried some things in 2022, and 2023 has been the most successful year I've probably had outside of T-Mobile.
Okay. Fantastic. And I want to hear about what these secrets were for 2023 success, but it's good to hear that there was a moment. Was there a moment for you as well?
Yeah, my moment predates 2023, but similar in this regard. So my accountability moment came in 2020, the height of the pandemic, joined Red Eye Tech, had never spent a dollar, right, or a labeled dollar at least for sales or marketing, and then had the task of growing with the numbers that we did. So it was a really easy call to Jeff Law, said, hey, put the deal together for me. That we had a sales process, but I needed opportunities, I needed leads. Mm-hmm. And so put that together, had them commit to a 3-year deal up front, right? So it was from $0 spend to a hefty one in their eyes to get to the goals that we had. And then subsequently, 2 years into that 3-year deal, as my slide indicated, we broke operations to the extent that we stopped completely selling outside sales, period. And so that was my 2023, was de-escalating a team graciously and rebuilding and collaborating with operations to build it so that when we flip that switch again, it scales with us and ahead of my team ultimately.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. One thing I wanted to follow up on, tying together yesterday, which was certainly all about growth, today, which was about growth, but then a lot of added injection of profitability this morning. And one of the things that I learned through Arlen and others in the industry was you got to have the profit model right before you turn on that growth engine, because if you're just growing but losing, you're just losing ground even faster.
Yeah.
So as you thought about 2023, did you optimize for profitability? Were there sort of growth strategies in your lead gen, in your marketing, in your sales, but you had to make sure that you were hitting a certain profit margin on it?
Yeah.
And how did you do it?
Yep. So that was ultimately how we rebuilt for 2023, right? We had some operational things that we had to get right in order to sustain the growth. It wasn't like we had customers leaving left and right by any means. We didn't really have that much attrition, thankfully. It was more or less just having the wherewithal and the personal accountability to say, look, I don't want to be responsible for torpedoing the ship, but that's exactly where it's going to go if we keep bringing on 4 to 6 clients a month and you don't have the fulfillment engine there to support it. And so really tough talks, that would have been May of 2022, so tough talks at the end of year planning for 2022 into 2023. But it really came down to installing an accountability system across the rest of the organization where it was, okay, what is the revenue number? What is the net income number? What is the margin percentage? What is it? And then breaking that down by department so that kind of everyone had a number and leveraging that system. We have some of the industry components of that too, SLI and OML, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it was, where are we all going? We're all in it together. what do we want? What's the North Star? What's that 5-year picture? And what's 2023 going to be to set us up for?
I want to be Jeff.
Yeah.
I want to be like Jeff.
But aren't you a little like Jeff? You've had you had a great.
For 3 years, yeah. I mean, yes, a little
So
bit.
how are you becoming more like Jeff? You know,
Well,
because
I
I've
let
heard
my
a lot
hair- I
about-
let my hair
I've heard
grow a
lot
little bit
about
for this.
Joe MSP in this session and Joe this and
Yeah.
Joe that. How are you like Jeff?
All right, so one thing I did do is I adopted some new beliefs. And one of those is that people don't buy things, they're sold. So that was something that changed it for me. So I have to sell our services and our value differently than I was before. Like, here's a proposal, buy my stuff.
Yeah.
So I am a diehard Marketopian. I really drink the Kool-Aid and do the process, and the process works. But it was sort of like,
Tell me more about the Kool-Aid. You drink the Kool-Aid. What does that mean? Like, 'cause-
Hold that.
so a prime
It's
example
coffee,
would be
it's
the
not
earlier.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
this bracelet's from 3 years ago. This one's from 2 years
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah.
I mean, and they say things, right?
Yeah.
One of them says, I got today, says, say less, do more. So a lot of people know me, and some people here know me, some people don't, but I like to talk at times. But in sales meetings, I figured out, shut up. And I started doing that and winning more. So continue to do that. It's a process. So a lot of those basic principles, but really following the process, I think the client values that more as I get deeper and deeper into those relationships. And then I get ballsy. So then I start asking for prepays and things like this, and they say, sure, and then it starts working, right?
Build trust.
Well, that was another one of my beliefs. I have to believe in my product or service. I really need to believe in it. And that was a complicated thing for me because I'm sort of trying to strive for excellence all the time. And you maybe see little, you hear things going on in the knock, and you're like, shut the door, put the headphones on, right? I don't want to know that stuff because then it sort of stops me from from hunting. So we've cleaned up a lot of that and put in processes to fix things and have a better plan. And that has really helped me believe more, which has helped me sell more.
Got it. And Sean, from your vantage point, I think it sounded like a deeply personal story about this aha moment, and now 2023 has gone dramatically better. Can you walk us through sort of both a little bit of the emotional side, but also the
Sure.
actual blocking and tackling and the things you did to succeed?
Absolutely. So it was emotional. Truly, we had operation issues, we had sales issues, we had things that I needed to dig deep into and really own. And as an owner, you think everything's going good, you're just great, life is good, and you kind of run away, right? As we were talking about earlier with Mike, and how we really want to dig in. So I had to dig in, and Terry really coached me into, okay, here's the things. Profit, you gotta look at profit. You're not profitable, so what do we gotta do? We look at it. So we looked at profit. We started looking at operations. We started looking at some hard decisions. So we really started looking at process. You guys talked about process earlier. You talked about the sales process. It's really understanding your process, making sure you believe in your process, and being able to turn that around. We quickly identified areas where we needed to fix that cost us revenue. So we looked at that. Is it going to be profitable? No, let's get rid of it. We don't need it. We then looked at sales. What do we need to do at sales? So Marketopia, what do we need to do? How do we get better? We talked to Terry. We talked to our success coach. We got us on track. You need SEO. You need to do this. We need to work with our caller. We need to make sure that we're maintaining these numbers month over month. And once we started looking at that and really identifying those things, we turned our business completely around. Now we're profitable. We're at a point where things are good. People are looking at us. People are looking at our numbers. They're wowed by them. Ron and I gone back, and Jeff, all the time we talk about how we get there, and it's process.
Yeah, I was going to say, and to Terry's presentation earlier today, that whole slow down. My business partner always used to say, it's a marathon, not a sprint, Joe. Slow down. And she always gave me great advice. But I want to take it a step further. Tell me about how you're winning deals, because it's like Marketopia. It's almost like they bring you to a lake where the fish are.
Yeah.
And they show, here are the fish, but ultimately it's up to you to reel in the fish and retain that business and grow that business. So what do you do when you're at that last mile, that last step, as I mix a bunch of metaphors here, to win that business and retain it?
Well, Jeff talked about it earlier. It's believing in the process, having the process, and showing that process to that customer. Why you're different from everyone else, and getting them to believe in you.
Right.
Believe in that trusted partner. The hardest thing is to get them to believe in your process and get them to understand why you're different than the next person. Right now, I found, price is price. People know it. People know things are going up. People are going to pay for good service. So don't be afraid of the price. Just be very transparent. Here's our process. This is how we're going to walk you through. Everything I relate back to dating. We're in a dating phase. Here's where we're at. This is how I'm winning you over. This is how I'm going to, help you grow your business. I'm really looking for that partnership to grow that business for you. So how do we do that? That's working for us. And identifying the process up front to that customer, and not just saying, oh yeah, we can do this, here's the price, and move on and try to sell them on that. That doesn't work. It's got to be a process all the way through, showing what you did, the assessment, understanding, hey, we see your problems, here's how we're going to fix it. It's not going to be fast. Be honest with them. We can't go overnight get you a new firewall, right? We can't get you that overnight, but we can get it in a week. We're going to get it there and identify and be honest with them.
Gotcha. Okay. I want to pause there. I want to do a time check. We got roughly about 10 minutes, give or take, to go. I want to look forward to 2024. Before we do, I want to remind you of some stats to help, again, frame the profit conversation. Some of these stats are from me. Some of them are from service leadership. I'll give you the service leadership ones first. So as we mentioned yesterday, 25% of MSPs in the market are either break even or losing money. And actually that 25%, a growing portion of that 25% is losing money lately. The middle piece of the market, the middle 50%, your average MSP that's doing pretty well, roughly EBITDA margins of 8 to 10%, right? It's a great healthy number. Best of breed MSPs, 20% EBITDA margins, 20%. There are now, throw in my own number, the MSSP space, margins 11 to 13% for the average ones and doing well. There's a thesis that AI-centric MSPs will take their EBITDA margins to 30% and above. I don't know if I quite buy into the thesis. I do see robotic process automation and tools like that helping to boost the margins. But if you have any questions, I'm not the expert on this. I'm really good at throwing out stats from other people. Always ask me, where'd you get that stat? And I'll tell you where I got it, and I'll lead you to the right source. I think Arlen's in the house already. He has a session later today where he can tell you more about what he sees with what those, the more important part is, what does that profit mean for either your family, keeping the business long term, and your team members, or perhaps a sale. What does that EBITDA margin mean on terms of a multiple? And you'll hear about that from Arlen. But back to this, for 2024, what did you learn about 2023? The one thing you learned about 2023 that maybe you could have done better, and what are your priorities for 2024? What's the one thing you could have done better this year in terms of this getting your unfair share of growth?
Well, I stopped using the word follow-up, right? Because I'm really bad at that at times. Right. It's one of the hardest things I find. Is follow-up, and that's one thing I'm trying to perfect for 2024. Better follow-up, even though I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But there's always room for improvement. Back to my engineering days, when we were designing packaging lines and material handling systems, it was always about continuous improvement, right? And so trying to implement more of that in our business, the process is always can be fine-tuned. So that's what I'm trying to do for 2024.
Okay. All right. And then when you say follow-up, does that mean you're going to go to some sort of standard process? After a sales meeting, the follow-up date is always X, and the message is always Y, or what's the process?
Yeah, well, I'm going to use that growth machine as well to help me in that, using that CRM. But as far as, trying to shrink that sales cycle. Sometimes I did a deal the other day in 3 weeks. I was like, wow. And then some take a year, or they're on the board for or longer, you know?
Right.
And the ones that are up there a little longer, you know, maybe I get a little tangented to another deal because, you know, deals start rolling in. So 2024 is going to be just, you know, fine-tune that process. Just keep
But you at
continuously
least- but
improving
you
it.
got that board on the wall. You at least got that scoreboard every day that you
Absolutely.
can look up
Yeah,
at.
with green checks and then red X's, and I don't like red X's, so try to get green checks.
Well, one of the biggest things that you mentioned, Ron, even, and this is maybe more a point that Joe would make, but in a tangential industry like ours, the average sales duration, sales cycle, increased by 27 days in 2023. And if you even just look at that stat and then compare it to the process that you're running, and then look at the implication of, well, what does that do from how many days in the year do I have to sell? How can I collapse my pipeline, my process, and everything else to drive more production in a smaller period of time? And I think there's arguments to be made as to why the average sales cycle increased by that amount of time. I think there's ways to cheat that and to get through it by doing it in a more effective way. But on the whole, that also should be encouraging because that means your competitors expanded quite a bit too. One of the very first things that we did back in 2020 to get us to breaking in 2022 was condense the sales cycle, and by that I mean the work and the effort that we do to get to the point where we're at a proposal from roughly 3 months to 3 weeks. And that was really just by reassessing and reevaluating how we're doing it, what we're doing, and getting to the point where then you can follow up and drive the rest of your pipeline and collapse it that way. And so from what's happening in 2024, to answer that question, I think I love the analogy that you use because I use it often too, which is
Which butchered analogy did I use?
the fishing one, right?
The fishing one, yeah.
Because I think the thing that we're carrying into 2024 is a fishing analogy, and that is, are we showing up to go fishing or are we showing up to drink beer? Right? Like, what's the purpose? What is the specific goal that we're going after? And breaking that down with specificity, because it all comes down to expectations, right? Fishing to some people is going and drinking beer. Fishing to other people is fishing. When you look at that through the marketing lens, you can keep going with that analogy. Which lure are you going to use? Which one are they biting? Which one aren't they biting? Is it live bait or not, right? You can go so deep with just that one analogy alone. Are you even in a pond that has fish? Like, those are the important questions that you really have to challenge yourself to do, and you can't fall victim to the trap of doing the same thing you always did or doing it because you always did it that way, right? Like, you've got to be able to shatter some of those molds if you want a different result. That's 2024 for us.
Gotcha. Sean, like the one thing you'd fine tune from 2023, and then what do you want to nail in 2024 in terms of growth?
Yeah, so we're still fine-tuning the process, right?
Okay.
We still are fine-tuning. You're always improving process. You're always going and looking at what you can do better. To Jeff's point, bringing that process, that sales process in, right? The other thing is, so 2024 is profit first.
Profit first.
100%.
Okay.
100%. We've been talking about it for the last 6 months, you know, prior year, you know, profit wasn't first. So now it was great. The talk earlier, it was like, man, that's exactly what we're looking for. That's what we're trying to do, profit first. And, you know, always fine-tuning that sales process, our operation process. So those two things are what we'll be focusing on for 2024.
Got it. Yeah, and to build on that and also tie back to the earlier keynote this morning. The earlier keynote, Mike was talking about, you know, if you want to run a marathon or get into shape, that doesn't mean you go run 5 miles every day when you're completely out of shape. Just do little goals. And I would compare that to profitability. If you are break even or 2 or 3% EBITDA, don't try to become 20% EBITDA tomorrow. Because if suddenly you get approached about a deal, the buyer is going to look at that number and say, well, you got 10 years of break even to 2% profit, and now you're suddenly 20% EBITDA overnight. There's something fishy about this. It just doesn't add up. So 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%. What are you going to do that 1 to 2% EBITDA incremental improvement every year? You guys feel like you're going to be able to do that next year?
Absolutely, absolutely. And
Hell yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. You're spot on, because we did kind of a mock type of that, and you're right. That's the first thing they said. Your last 4 years, you only did this. What are you talking about? Why are you all of a sudden you're at 20%, 25%?
Yeah.
Something's not right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm not being rude. I'm just checking time.
No, yeah.
All
We
right.
see it right here.
All right, yeah, I know, but yeah, actually they did sync it, so good. Okay, because I know we started a little late, so we're in good shape. All right, so what I want to do is ask you one final question. Actually, I have two questions. I'll give you the easy one first. You guys available post-panel, around lunch, afternoon, if our attendees have questions for you?
Yeah,
Excellent.
Absolutely.
All right, great.
Always,
All right, great.
always available.
Fantastic. And then anyone who wants to reach me, I'm around this afternoon. And please, LinkedIn with me. I'd love to hear more about your businesses. I'd be happy to tell you what I'm up to, but I'm far more interested in what you're up to. You guys have been so great to me over the last decade plus, to say the least. Final question for you. If there's one thing you would change about your business in terms of that growth rate, is there one absolute one dial you can turn to do better, or is it multiple dials on the dashboard? Like, what are the dials you think you want to turn?
I would turn, for all of you MSPs out there, some of you are super mature, some just starting. I would turn the dial back all the way like 10, 15 years ago and have started this process so much longer. I did it too late, you know, in a sense.
Right.
I figured it out. Luckily, I did. I'm glad I did it now. Then, you know, I'm 51, so I'm not new to this. But I wish I would have learned all this a long time ago.
Yes.
That's the dial that I would turn.
So if you're hesitating on starting the journey, start it.
Yeah.
Because
Get on the journey,
Yeah.
build the confidence, and then have that behind you.
Okay. And any dials, whether it's personal or on the professional dashboard, that you'd turn for next year?
For me, it is, and this would go across the organization, but it is shortening the distance between the decision being made and the execution happening. We leave so much on the table because of the inaction that lies in that space.
Yep.
That once the decision's made, there's no reason to not be executing. Executing is, the execution dial is like the easy button that we're going to be slamming on in 2024.
Yep. Repeatable, scalable onboarding and retention.
Yeah.
Got it. Sean, from your vantage point?
My one dial is, again, we're going to be focused on profit first, right? But the one dial that's going to help with that is turning my business from more sales organization and less being in the business and working the operations and things like that. So that's my one dial, is to work on the business, be in the sales part of it, turning that organization into a sales organization.
Fantastic. Okay. So just a time check. You are not dismissed. What I want to do is two things. Part one, please thank the panel. Appreciate it, guys. Really do appreciate your time. Number two, please give a couple minutes of your attention to Andra. We'll have her come back up. There might be some housekeeping things before we go out to lunch, or off to lunch, excuse me. Guys, thank you again for your time, and thank you all for your leadership over the years and everything else. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Thank you. Great job, great job, great job. Good job, guys. That was great. I really hope that each of you are, putting the computers away, and I am seeing many of you, you're like note-taking, taking notes. There's so much great information that's being shared, and one of the items I want to double down on really quick that was just said is, you're talking to MSPs who did make the decision. I know Ron wanted to make it much years ago for E3, and Sean is talking about how Data Tech Cafe, he wants to make more of a sales organization, even though they're already doing those things. It already is a sales organization. And then you've got Red Eye Tech where Jeff is doing so much in that organization and executing already, but each one of them is on the path of continuing to do more. I want to do more of it. I want to do more of it. It's not, I want to start processes. I have got good processes. I want to keep making them better and keep making them better. And I think that mentality of continuing to refine and continuing to do better no matter where you are at in the stage of your business is so incredibly important. So I hope you're thinking through the dials that you want to move in your business, and you're thinking where you want to take your business in 2024 as you sit here and as you learn from some of these greats. And so you can be having conversations and taking your questions to them, and I urge you to. One of the amazing things about our community is everyone is so willing and able to help peers, and no matter where your business is at, you can learn so much from each other. So thank you to the panel. That was great. And so what we are going to do next is I'm going to talk through a couple housekeeping items. So as I mentioned, we are going to break for lunch in a moment. We do have the book signing. I know some of you received your Profit First book from Mike earlier, right after his session. We are going to get the opportunity over lunch to gain a copy if you didn't already, and if they aren't already depleted out there. I know that it's a great book. So you'll have the opportunity to do that. Lunch will be out in the foyer where it was before, and then we'll go over into the Dunes next door and enjoy lunch together and hopefully continue to have some really, really great conversations. If you are a vendor, we are going to be having your vendor breakout sessions here in this room for the last two of your vendor breakouts for today. And then all of our MSP partners, we're actually going to do our workshops upstairs, just where you did your breakouts yesterday. So there are some amazing topics that you're going to get to learn from and work with some of these speakers that we have. So you'll do the same thing you did yesterday. Head up there. There's a lot of team members who can help you out and can guide you along the way. And again, a huge thanks to all of our sponsors. Really, really appreciate each and every one of you. And I know that there's some good conversations happening amongst partners and vendors. So we want to just keep bringing that gap together. And before we leave, we are going to do just a quick video before we head out to lunch. Once the video concludes, feel free to get up and head out. But from our diamond sponsor, IT Complete Kaseya.
All right, everybody enjoy lunch.
Test, 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 test.
I'll switch up and down.
Okay.
what numbers are we on?
Can we look at Yeah, I just want to see it in the DSM. Is that as high as it goes? Yeah. All right, so if we do this, you're still going to have some. but We might, we might be able to. Yeah, it's just kind of hard to.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
All right. I love that we've got some great conversations still going on, and I'm really excited to get into some of the sessions we're going to have this afternoon for you. So I hope you enjoyed lunch, and I hope that you are just getting so much to take back to your business and back to your teams. So we're going to go into more along the same lines of conversation that we've been having. Again, the theme today is sales. How to generate more sales, how to close deals, what your processes need to look like to be successful in your business. And we've talked a lot about that this morning. Now we're going to go into doubling your revenue. We had a great session this morning from Mike. He did talk about profitability and how to set your business up tactically and strategically to get to the numbers that you're dreaming of. Now we're going to have an individual come up who's a great storyteller, close friend of mine. I'll let him talk a little bit about himself and what he's doing right now, but he's influenced a lot of the game-changing vendors in the space, and he's been on some really amazing teams, and he's led some pivotal change on those teams, many of which have had great events in the last few years. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up a friend of mine to talk with you about doubling existing revenue per client in 90 days. Welcome to the stage, David Powell. There you are, sir.
Hello. So I'm David Powell. I live in Birmingham, Alabama. I am a fan of the Alabama Crimson. I'm a fan of the Alabama Crimson Tide, so if there's any FSU fans out there, sorry, not sorry. Andrew, I think only. He's the University of Florida, Terry is, which if you haven't paid much attention lately, they're more like a JV football team than a professional one like the beloved Alabama Crimson Tide. So great to see you all. Flew in from Birmingham this morning. My background a little bit, just to kind of set the stage, is I have a background with big MSPs and then over on the vendor side. So I was at a company called TechLinks, where I built the managed services practice there. We went from $300,000 a month when I started there to $3.6 million a month in my time at TechLinks, and went out to Logic Monitor, where at Logic Monitor I ran the MSP business unit there before we exited to Vista. Then I went from there in a PE firm in Philly, wanted to do a roll-up of MSPs, so I advised them on their investment thesis, and we rolled 4 different MSPs together. We were looking at like 10 million of top line, 2 million of EBITDA. Secondary markets was our investment screen there. Then I went from there to Perch. I joined Perch in May of 2020. We went to raise our Series B round of funding in August of that year, and we were so hot that ConnectWise bought us outright. I went to ConnectWise for 4 months, then went out to California to be president of a software company out there where I sat out my non-compete, came back to the space in November of last year for a cybersecurity software company, and then in April of this year, Nick Hetty over at Pax8, who's a friend of mine, came and said, hey Dave, we need you over here. There's a couple of things our partners are struggling with, and we feel like you could help us. I was like, Nick, man, I just started this other gig. I mean, you'd have to make me like an offer I couldn't refuse. He's like, I can do that. I'm like, oh, okay. So I joined PAX 8 in April of this year and have been there since, and it's been a good, fun ride with them. So Terry gave me this, doubling existing revenue per client in 90 days, which seems like a pretty impossible task, almost like Florida being relevant in football again. But I'm going to see if I can give y'all a path forward, for this. So first off is that your existing customer base is literally a rocket ship waiting to take off. When I go talk to partners, I literally go talk to PAX 8 partners all the time. I was up in Pennsylvania last week. I'm going out to Denver tomorrow morning. So I talk to them all the time. When I talk to partners, what I tend to hear from them is like, hey man, we've got our existing customer base, but we're kind of struggling with where do we go from here? I mean, they're doing a great job. We're servicing them well. But if you guys, again, I've sat in your seat, managed services is hard, right? No one ever calls your support desk on a Monday morning. It's like, hey guys, everything is working fantastic today. We really appreciate y'all, right? And your existing customer base has like the shortest memory ever, right? So you come in, their environment is a total, complete disaster. You save the day, you get things running better, and then like 6 months later, somebody on their board asks like, what are we spending all this money with this MSP for, right? And like, oh, well, they handle all of our technology. And they're like, well, our technology works fine, because they don't remember how bad their lives sucked before you got there, right? So it's this little bit of a sense where they don't remember, they don't ever call to thank you. However, they do business with you, right? So they send you checks every month. You already have a great relationship with them. So how do you tap into your existing customer base to get more revenue? So again, I'm tweaking my talk track just a smidge based on recent events with Alabama winning the SEC championship game Saturday. I was there. I have season tickets to the SEC championship game. Surprisingly, Terry's never called and asked for those tickets because they don't go that often. So, but, now that we have gone to and I'm just going to keep taking digs at Terry the whole time, just so y'all are ready. But, one of the things that I think our team is thinking about now that we're in at the expense of Florida State, right, is that you didn't come this far to only come this far. So if you look at where you are and say like, okay, that's it. I've built a good business. Finally, our recurring revenue is exceeding our committed cost. We're making profits, all this kind of stuff. That's not the time to rest on your laurels, right? We got into the playoffs, but we're going to have to go play Michigan, which seems a little right? I mean, it's like the class cheater became the valedictorian, which seems a little odd. Yeah, isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? Yeah. Well, I think Michigan's lost 6 bowl games in a row, so they're a model of consistency in these uncertain times, so I like our chances. So all that to say, right, is that you didn't come this far to get this far. So you can't look at where you are and be complacent. You can't look at where you are and say like, okay, this is as far as I want to come. This is as big of a company as I want to run. There has to be something next. There must be growth. So how do you go from here? Where do you go next? Right, so one thing I want to point out is I know that we all like the magic bullet to certain things, but there's not one for this, right? So you don't need to try doubling your revenue with your existing customer base with just one single thing. Just like anything else, you want small improvements in lots of different things. So what you really want to create out of this is you want to create a new cocktail, right? Where you put a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of this, and you get something very tasty, at the end. So what are the different ingredients that you can pour into your existing customer base and get new and different results, from them? So the first thing is, man, nothing is better than cybersecurity right now. Right now, the PAX 8 book of business across our 29,000 partners, if you look at the funnel going into Q1, 40 to 50% of our partner funnel going into 2024 is cybersecurity, right? So there's some key things on that, and I've got a session coming up after this with Wes Spencer. We're going to talk more about building your cybersecurity stack. So just a quick little preview on that is cybersecurity insurance is driving consumption in this in ways that we really couldn't anticipate, right? So what you're seeing is cybersecurity insurance is becoming table stakes. There are companies right now that, everyone's got general liability, everyone has E&O, and now cybersecurity insurance is going to become like the thing that everyone has to have. So you've got a tremendous lever here that you can pull to go have those conversations with your clients. And we're going to talk again, Wes and I are going to talk more about this in a little bit, but what cybersecurity insurance companies do not have are actuarial tables. If you're not familiar with what an actuarial table is, it's these big, massive databases and data sets that insurance companies have that they factor risk on. So if you drive a Dodge Charger, most likely you drive like an idiot. If you drive a Volvo, most likely you drive super safe. If you drive a Prius, most likely I hate you because you're driving slow in the left lane, right? So just save the earth from the right lane. So, but all of those carry different risk profiles. So if I call up an insurance company and say, hey, here's David Powell, I'm a 51-year-old male with this kind of health background, they can accurately predict that I'm going to die at like 77 in 6 months. I mean, they have these billions of data points to look at. But you know what they don't have data points on? Cybersecurity payouts, right? Because it's too recent. So you have this wild variation around what is our actual risk around this, and you're seeing insurance companies get really, really aggressive at not paying claims. So there's a story out there right now where Travelers paid a $30 million payout to this company. So they paid out the cybersecurity insurance claim, $30 million. Subsequent to that, in the incident response time, they're going through all the data, and in the incident response, they find that there's this SQL 2008 server that does not have MFA enabled. It had nothing, zero to do with the security incident, zero to do. But on their security questionnaire, probably 42 pages, they had attested that all devices would have MFA enabled. So as soon as they don't have one that's enabled, then that is a false claim. And so now they can go and they're litigating to get their $30 million back. This kind of stuff's happening everywhere. I've talked to some customers where they're like, hey, people downstream from us now have said we have to prove that we have cybersecurity insurance to do business with them. So it's becoming this thing. So again, a little preview of what's coming in here in a little bit is you might ask them, what do we go sell? So I've talked to a bunch of different cybersecurity insurance companies, and just like if you have a car, there's two things you gotta have, seatbelts and airbags. Now if you have a fancy car, it may have like collision avoidance and lane keeping assist and all this kind of stuff. But every car has seatbelts and airbags, right? So what are the things that cybersecurity insurance companies want to see in their customer base to mitigate their risk is 5 things, right? Number 1 is advanced threat protection, because they want to, it's a little cocktail of different things. Maybe that's a VPN, maybe that's an improved Microsoft license, something like that. Second is MFA. Third is EDR. Fourth is security awareness training. And fifth is segregated backups. So those are the 5 things that cybersecurity insurance companies want to see your customers have to make them underwritable from that. Dirty little secret on that real quick for you guys is that I talked to a cybersecurity insurance company, and they have this very sophisticated piece of software that they enter your questionnaires into. And when they enter your questionnaires, there's 14 little dials at the bottom that have to turn green to make you underwritable. If you click MFA, 12 of the 14 turn green, right? So 12 of the 14. So you get 85% of the way there just by having MFA pushed out to your customers. But the good news for you from a sales tactic is you get to play good cop, and the cybersecurity insurance providers get to play bad cop. So you can do what's in sales called appeal to the authority of the third party, which is where you can go in and say, I'm not saying you ought to do this. Cybersecurity insurance company is creating basically what amounts to a standard that you guys are going to have to adhere to. So that's where, to me, most of this, like the 5 things, depending on the tools you use to sit underneath that, that's about $35 to $50 per user, right? So if you're going out and selling the 5 things, depending on the tools that you align to those different items, $35 to $50 per user. The question, though, kind of comes to, are you talking to the right person about the right things? Man, this is really common with MSPs, is they're positioned a little bit with the wrong folks. So, I'm sorry, what's your name? Mike, and what's your name? Robert? Robert. So let's say Mike is the COO of a law firm, and Robert is the technical contact there. I sold to Mike, right? But as soon as I sold to Mike, he handed me off to Robert for like normal interactions. And Robert's not really, I'm the MSP, I'm doing all the work. Robert's more of like application support, right? He's running around and helping the partners with their phones and maybe helping them run a query or that kind of stuff. So if I come to Robert and say, hey, Robert, look, man, a lot of law firms are having security incidents. The state that you live in has a breach notification law where if you have a security incident, you have to send letters to all of your clients that their data may have been exposed. As a law firm, you have attorney-client privilege. That's very bad. You don't know what the impact of that could be. Plus, most security incidents start with business email compromise, which is like 90+%, and MFA is the easiest thing you can do to avoid that. And then if Robert in his head is like, I got all these other things, the partners are gonna hate it, he tells me no, he just made a risk decision on behalf of the law firm that he's not paid to make, equipped to make, knowledgeable enough to make, any of those things. Where if I go to Mike and give him that exact same pitch and say, hey, Mike, by the way, here's all the things that I just told him, and your partners are gonna hold you accountable for a security incident, and you're probably gonna end up with that little like green ready for work thing on your LinkedIn profile, you know, if you have a security incident, right? Now, he is equipped to make that decision. He's empowered to make that decision. He's expected to make that decision. His compensation is aligned to making risk decisions on behalf of the company. So the question is are you talking to the right person around cybersecurity that gets to decide those things, or are you talking to the guy that plays Dungeons and Dragons, right? And if you're talking to that guy, then he's not capable of telling you no. Okay, so I think that way too many partners, when I go talk to them, say, man, we tried to talk to them about cybersecurity, but they're not interested, right? Well, were you letting the nerd tell you, or were you letting the business person tell you? So, and I would say, partners ask me sometimes, it's like, is this the hill to die on? Yes, is the answer, right? If he has told me no, then I need to either say, hey, man, you need to go with me to talk to him, or I'm gonna go talk to him anyway. But at the end of the day, my MSP contract, quite frankly, isn't with you. It's with the company, and he's the representative of the company. So I would stress to you guys that when you're talking about cybersecurity, if you're trying to get the bump on your recurring revenue to your existing customer base by layering cybersecurity on top, you gotta make sure you're talking to the right guy. By the way, when I was doing this event with Matt Lee, and most of y'all probably know Matt, and at the end of the first session that Matt and I did together, we were going to split into people that were staying with me that were more sales-oriented and business-oriented, and then the techies were going to go with Matt. So I said that, and then I said, another easy way to sort that would be if you went to prom, you stay with me. If you didn't go to prom, you go with Matt. And like several guys came up afterwards and goes, it is so maddening how accurate that was. So all that to say, you guys are super comfortable, though, talking about tech. Right? Cybersecurity is a conversation about risk, right? So most of y'all feel comfortable talking about tech. You've talked about tech for a long time. Most of y'all came up from a technical background. So therefore, you're kind of like, oh, this is my comfort space, right? If they want to play Stump the Chump, I can hang with Stump the Chump because I know more technically than they do. But cybersecurity is a risk conversation. It's about how much risk can you tolerate, how much risk do you have, what's your risk profile, all those types of things. So if you're trying to sell cybersecurity and you're talking about tech, you're talking about the wrong thing. They don't care, right? So you're going in and talking about risk. The hard part about that, though, is you have to educate them first because they don't understand what their risk actually is. And the other piece on that is everybody buys aspirin, right? But not everybody takes vitamins, right? So people don't do the preventative things. They wait until they have the headache and then go buy some aspirin. Most of these guys are going to roll the dice. If you don't do a good job of educating them first, they're going to roll the dice until they're in the ditch. Then they're going to call you to get them out of the ditch versus getting them to take vitamins to improve their cybersecurity maturity to begin with. The other thing that I'd like to talk about is this may be obvious to you guys, but the price of everything has gone up, right? Gas, bread, milk, all those things are going up. Just had a very fun conversation with my Uber driver coming over here about how these prices have all gone up. But inflation isn't just for those things. Y'all's expenses have gone up too. But the problem is most of y'all are too shy to go ask for more, right? And there is this sense to where if your costs are just continue to go up and you're not passing that along to your customer, why is that okay for gas stations and for Publix and for Kroger, and for Wonder Bread, and for Zaxby's, and for Chick-fil-A, and for whatever beer, it's okay for all of them to have their prices go up, but you're supposed to sit on this cost basis that could be 5 years old, that's no longer relevant or applicable, and you just accept the margin erosion while everything else in your business is going up, that's just not right, right? So no one wants to have that conversation, because when you go have that conversation, you get, well, maybe we ought to shop this. Maybe we ought to go look for somebody else. So it's super important that you've built a good value box around what you're doing for your customer that you can prove. Then you need to go explain to them, like, hey, there is, we got to charge you more. You've seen it at the gas pump, you've seen it at the checkout counter, all that kind of stuff. And now we have to have that conversation with you as well. When you go into a business, there's lots of stuff in there. I kind of usually try to break it down into like 5 things. Is that no matter whether you're talking to the biggest customer or the smallest customer, they have 5 things, right? They have applications with users, they have servers, they have infrastructure, which is all the blinking lights, they have security, and they have cloud. Those are all things that you can sell into. What I like is in the co-managed space, if you're trying to sell into those, is that MSPs for a long time have tried to avoid the phrase outsourcing, right? We were like, we don't like outsourcing, we're a managed services provider. But if you start going upstream a little bit, and maybe you have some accounts like this where you've got a limited service delivery to them, now you can look at like, what are the other things? But my pitch on this used to be, it's like, hey, we're doing these 3 things for you, but we're not doing these 2 things. Let us outsource these 2 things. So what I usually kind of pitch was like, tell us what you suck at, right? So there were places that we were doing security for, we weren't doing anything else, so then we would go in and try to get additional services. Can we do your help desk? Can we do your infrastructure? Can we do cloud for you? Or we were doing help desk and those things, but for whatever reason, they'd carved out certain aspects like cloud or security. Now can we go back in and grab those things? Also, in your typical office building, there's all this other stuff that sits there that has a recurring revenue opportunity around it. There's printers, right? No one likes that necessarily, doesn't seem that sexy, but it's a consumable, right? And people are rolling that out all the time and cranking through that. So there's printing options. Everybody has a phone on their desk. Most of them don't use them quite as much. I mean, all of us have pretty like pivoted to this. I mean, if you walk around most offices, you'll see people sitting at their desk on their cell phone when there's a really nice whatever phone, sitting there on their desk. So what people have realized is we still need the desk phone. We just want that to be as cheap as possible, right? So how can you go through and add that into your service and optimize that type of thing too, which is already a part of their current spend. Another thing on that is consulting. I think consulting is about to get huge. So when I talk about AI sometimes, AI is this, everybody kind of knows what it is, but to me, the real value creation with the iPhone, when this came out, 2007, Apple made a pile of money. But you know who made the most money? Were the app developers, right? All the things that sit on top of this. And yes, I practice unprotected iPhone. It freaks people out sometimes, but I don't put a case on it. So there's this sense, though, of like with AI, similarly, where AI is like the iPhone. The real value creation are going to be all the different applications that sit on top of that. Copilot with Microsoft is one of those things. We're in the beta for Copilot. It's super cool. There's real value to be unlocked there. It does transcription for our meetings, which is awesome. It knows in a Teams meeting who's talking. So if I say I'm going to do something and Robert says he's going to do something, at the end in the transcript, it says Robert said he would get this to you by Tuesday of next week. It says David committed to this. All those types of things. You can ask it to prep you for a meeting that you're going into, and it'll summarize the meeting that you missed from before, and all this kind of stuff, which is like super cool and actually beneficial to the business. Where, let's be real, all of us as MSPs, we've done some stuff that the customer really didn't see the value. They had an older thing, now they have a newer thing. It's maybe a little bit faster, but it's kind of like with these, I think what the iPhone 15 just came out. Spoiler alert, I can go and tell you what the iPhone 16 is going to have. It's going to have a little bit better camera, a little bit better battery life, and a little bit faster processor, and maybe come in a different color. So that's what you get most of the time in tech, is it's like these incremental changes. To me, Copilot really is one of those like huge changes. Now, you could just deploy Copilot to your customer and say, like, good luck out there, go figure this thing out. Or you could build consulting around that and say, like, okay, now that Copilot's deployed, let us show you some use cases and help you see how you could do this to benefit your business. So I think that that's additional revenue opportunity inside your customer as well. I also think that there's going to be a whole lot of value creation coming out there around LLMs. As you know, large language models is with an AI. I don't know that the true value is having this massive LLM as much as it is having a narrow LLM that's been trained on a very specific data set. So think about like healthcare, think about law, stuff like that. Like they've already, a buddy of mine's a radiologist, and he said, 10 years ago, I never would have thought that radiology was a bad career. I mean, dude makes like 800 grand a year and gets 21 weeks of vacation, right? But he's like, there's going to be 1%, 10%, 5% of the radiologists needed going forward because you'll be able to have these LLMs sort through stuff. So if I've got to look at mammograms all day long, he was saying that they fed 37 million mammograms that had a sign of something, some kind of cancerous sign in it, and 37 million mammograms that were clean into this LLM. And then you can run mammograms against it, and it can spit out the ones and compare it to the last mammogram and say, here's a change, take a look at this. So the LLM, the AI is not telling your radiologist what to think, it's telling them what to think about, right? It's, you should look at this. So now he may only look at 5 mammograms instead of 100 in a day. So think about that application and think about all the other businesses that have very specific data sets, and I think you guys are going to be close to that. I'm not sure that you guys will create some of that, but I think you guys can advise and consult and generate new revenue from that, and then take your use cases from that and apply it to other businesses in your stack. So what can you do to do this? First, make a cocktail of revenue improvements, right? Don't try to get it all at once. If you go in and just try to like vomit all this new stuff on your customers, they're going to freak out. So go in and talk about security, talk about consulting, talk about inflation, all those things. Sell security, but don't overdo it. I will say the number one problem that most MSPs have with cybersecurity, besides talking to the wrong person, is they try to scare and sell. They go in, they do an assessment, they say, here's all the stuff you suck at, and then that creates inaction on the part of the customer. Instead of like, oh, that looks like something I could do, they look at that and like, God, there's no way I can do all those things. Forget it. And they just roll the dice with what they've got. Are you talking to the right people about the right things? Just like with cybersecurity, you're talking to the person that calculates risk. If you lean into some of these AI things, you need to talk to people in the company who understand where the innovation is happening and what the company's trying to do and what their struggles are, so you can look for technology solutions to resolve those things for them. Sell co-managed to new clients or expand your relationship with existing. And then inflation ain't just for bread, gas, and milk. You know, when was your last price increase, and are you aligned to the market? So if they do go shop, most of those people with new customers are coming in at a little bit higher rates because cost of labor and everything else has gone up. So the odds that they're going to find somebody to do it like super cheap are probably pretty low if they go shop you. And the pain of change is legitimately pretty high. And you want to leverage that as your costs go up. Can you get that back from them? So those are ways to quickly drive new revenue with your existing customer. And then literally, I think in the next breakout session, Wes Spencer and I are talking about what should be in your security stack, and we'll dive more into the cybersecurity insurance thing. So hope that was helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. Really, really appreciate that. And I know many of you have already had so many conversations around security and what and how you need to be having and tailoring those conversations. Make sure you chat with him post-breakout. Gather as much information as you possibly can. He has a wealth of knowledge. So what I'm going to do at this point, we're going to break. So if every MSP partner in the room wants to gather up your items, we are going to do the workshops upstairs. So it's the same place you had breakouts yesterday. Pop over to elevators or stairs. It'll take you up to level 3, and then you'll have 3 options for breakouts. Choose those accordingly. And again, the team is there to help you. If you are a vendor, we're going to be staying in this room, as you know, so everyone can come up to this section once partners are out. And then we are going to kick off with some really, really great sessions from the JS group. All right, so partners, have fun, and you're welcome to break. What? They know. It's good. Yeah, they know. So, there's a lot of really good ones. I would Actually, go to David's. Go to David's.
What's that?
David, I'm on, but yeah, go to David's. Yeah, yeah. All right, vendors, it is your content time. So I'm going to introduce our next session, and we'll get started. If you're partners, make sure to head upstairs. Lots and lots and lots of good content, and they are starting to kick off right now as we speak. And if you are a vendor, do not be shy. I know you love your booths. We all love our booths. If you want to come in and sit right here in the front so you can make it a little bit more interactive too. The next two individuals who will be coming up here, they will be speaking and sharing information, but feel free to come up here and let's make it a little bit more intimate so that we're all together. I love it. Michael's not shy. I like it. We've got things to learn. We've got things to talk about. Okay, great, perfect. And then I know, obviously, once some of the partners start exiting to head upstairs, we'll get started. Awesome. So for those of you, vendor teams, I see you coming in. Again, sit up here. Let's make it intimate. Let's talk with each other. All right, I'm going to introduce to you, I know if you were in some of the vendor sessions earlier today, you've had the opportunity to meet Meredith. They did go over some great content earlier this morning in the 9 and the 11 o'clock sessions. So Meredith is the president of the JS group. If you're not familiar with the JS group, hopefully you're taking the time to understand what they offer to the channel space, whether it's program planning, consulting, different strategic ways to grow your business. They're a great resource. So make sure that you learn a little bit more about them and then obviously connect afterwards. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Meredith. There you go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Meredith Karam, president for the JSG, and we also are known as JS Group. I would say the JSG. And we are the ecosystem acceleration company, consulting firm in the industry to help vendors and partners come together in harmony. And we help with their channel strategy, we help with their partner programs, we help with partner activation, finding the right partners, legal contracts, like everything that they need, that y'all would need to come together to grow revenue. And that even includes the marketing element of it with demand generation kits and social selling so that you can connect with the new buyer of today because it's very different than what we're all accustomed to. And so how you market to them in the past and how you got to market to them now is different. And today I was invited to talk about AI. And before we jump in though, just a little background on me. Well, first of all, Patrick, thank you for sitting in the front row. So I appreciate that. I want to call you out and give you a shout out. And then in case we haven't met, I was at AT&T for about 20 years. I built a reseller channel, and then I went and worked inside of a tech enablement company, and then a smaller UCaaS company to kind of round out my portfolio on my journey of really big, medium and small business. And then Janet and I were talking on the phone one night, and then she called me the next day, and she was like, hey, let's work together. And so I've been on now with JSG for about 3 years. And today we're going to talk about AI. And as we dive into the future, this is the one mega trend that really stands out. And it's one that we really need to study because the impact for it touches every single industry we can possibly think of. And when we hear the word AI, sometimes I think there's a misunderstanding of like what it really is. And so I thought first, when we dig in here today, let's first talk about like what's understanding and what the understanding of it is, and then where is it going. And so basically there's three terms that you need to add to your cocktail vocabulary. There's artificial narrow intelligence, there is artificial general intelligence, and then artificial super intelligence. And the first one, ANI, you probably also hear of it with an unflattering term. They call it weak AI. And it's really the only AI that exists today. That's what everyone needs to understand. It is the only AI that is real, it's realized today. The other two are more theoretical. And so that is, people are working on it. We hope that it's gonna be there, right? But today if we focus on narrow, narrow is where you have a task, and it might be something that we as humans can't do as well, right? And when we do that, this task is performed outside of normal work. And so it still requires us as humans, though, to train it, right? So think about your ChatGPT, your OpenAI. Something's got to feed it, and then it's predictable. It knows what phrases you're going to type in next, what words you're going to type in next. That's an example of narrow AI. So then, these are examples where it's been all around us for quite some time. When we think about personal assistants, lawyers, doctors, autonomous drivers, investors, facial recognition, and all that wonderful stuff, it's been around for a while. But if you think about, like if we fast forward a little bit and think about the next 7 to 15 years and what it's going to look like when we actually reach two of the theoretical AIs, and let's start with general, we know that with general, it goes beyond narrow AI. So it's kind of like if you were to take a dumb human, right? So it gets to where you're less dependent upon the human to train and for the human to do things. And there's all these underlying models that basically say that what's coming with AGI is that it can do a lot of things that humans can't do. And such as like not having a specialist anymore. So just like if you were to go to Ross, right, for AI lawyers, where you're gonna have them help you with legal contract modifications. And so AGI actually wants to learn to perform that new task. And it can be a little unsettling, but what's more unsettling is when you talk about ASI, which is artificial superintelligence. And so, again, if we think about it in terms of 7 to 15 years, what do we do? How would we respond if it's gonna go from a dumb human to accelerate to the next level of Einstein? Like that's what people are talking about here, again, in theory. And so whenever we are making judgments, having feelings, right, everything about that we would possess as humans, that's what people are predicting, right, researchers are predicting for this ASI category. And so if we can just like park those two for a minute, or those three things, I want to dig into some of the functionalities of AI. And so I mentioned again how narrow AI is known as weak AI. And there's two functionalities really that are again very reactive. And so this is more around, do y'all remember back in the 1990s when IBM had a Deep Blue computer that actually beat this grand, you know who I'm talking about? This grand chess master, right? And so that was about, the model, like studying the moves, right? Studying the game and predicting what was gonna happen. And so Deep Blue actually beat out the grand chess master. Like it was absolutely unheard of. And so that's an example of like where you can take a very focused, specialized task and feed it with data that is gonna give you more insights. The next one we have is limited memory AI. And so this is one where it can recall past events. So this is a good example of your OpenAI, of your ChatGPT, where it's very predictive. It just serves as like an AI chatbot, right? And so the context is generating, and it knows what's coming next. When we move back into general AI for functionality, again, this is known as the strong AI because it's taking more capability as a human, right? And so with this one, the functionality is theory of mind. And so it's really cool because it basically has the ability to personalize a lot of emotional needs and takes the data to actually respond to human feelings. And so it's very, very different than what we have today. And there are factors that could limit AGI, and a couple of those, there's 3 of them, power, data, and intelligence. And the first 2, power and data, those are really simple. The third one's a little more complex. But the idea of power and performance has actually already been solved. And so if we look at something and we say, okay, if every person on Earth completed 1 calculation per second, if every person on Earth completed 1 calculation per second, it would take us 305 days to do what the IBM Summit can do in 1 second. Everybody knows what the IBM Summit is? IBM supercomputer. It's the 5th supercomputer fastest in the world, right? And so you just see here the magnitude of how important that is. And so we know that power is not limiting us. And so then when you come to data, imagine that more data was created in 2023 than what has been created over the last 5,000 years. Right, it's massive. But the shocking part about it is that we basically have analyzed 0.5% of it. Because we can't get to all of it, right? And so, in fact, if you were, let's pretend, for example, like you're a computer with AI capabilities, and we plug you into the internet today, you would be able to know all of this, right? Every single language, you would be able to know every fact, every Wikipedia page, physics equation, math formulas, bioengineering feats, every piece of news and trending data, marketing best practices. You'd be able to take all of this and persuade and manipulate people, right? You just would. And maybe not everybody in this room, but definitely it would expand outside of this room and would go into the planet. And so we know that then AI is not limited by power, it's not limited by data. So that really takes us into the third factor impacting AGI, which is intelligence. And so this is really a brand new category where billions and billions of dollars are going into this to get to where we're self-aware and we have super AI. And so this is about understanding your own internal traits, right? This is where it's very human-like. Imagine 10 to 15 years from now when everything is much faster with information instantly available to you. And so I'm thinking that, and I'm curious to get your thoughts, but I'm thinking there's going to end up being like one supercomputer that'll be like supreme and rule the world is kind of what I think. And so when I also think, okay, well, who's that going to be? Who's going to make that? Then I have absolutely no idea. Does anybody have any thoughts? Amazon? I'm sorry, what? Tell me more. And so in your practice today, have you already built into your business model to prepare for that coming? No. Yeah, you sound really smart and like you know the answers. That's why I was like, maybe you know something and you're connected to somebody that I'm not. And then Janet mentioned Amazon. Anybody else? Okay. So now that we have an understanding of AI, then you sit there and say, okay, so what does that have to do with the channel? right? Like, what does that have to do with all of us? And so there are many benefits to us in the channel. And so JSG, we joined forces with a next generation research firm, ANS. And Dr. Ashlyn Silva is also our VP of research. And so we joined forces to pull and survey and do a research report to really understand what are the benefits. So this is not just stuff like we made up. This is stuff that the entire channel ecosystem provided to us. And so the channel's moving forward with the advancement of generative AI. And one of the primary benefits is to reduce customer acquisition costs. And the acquisition cost reduction isn't just for vendors. It isn't just for partners. It's actually for both. And so that's something that's really, really cool is how you acquire customers. And earlier today, Janet and Roy and I were with some of y'all talking about social selling. And this is where it kind of ties in there, right? How you can prospect differently utilizing AI that is going to drive costs down. The second benefit is lowering your marketing costs. And so specifically there, we've got tools, right, that can save marketers a lot of money. And also, you can use certain models where prospecting emails are written for you, campaigns are created for you. You know, you can actually have an entire script that's produced. If you want to talk about enterprise video as a service, it's really cool where you won't even have to make that many changes because of the information that we fed. There's two other benefits, and again, there's many more, but I wanted to highlight the top 4 from our research study. The third one is lowering support and documentation costs, and then improving productivity and efficiency gains. And so this is the outcome, right? You're like, prove it to me that all of this can happen. So here it is. AI implementation has led to 52% increased conversion rate. 52%. Then implementation with AI for personalized experiences has led to 6 to 10% increased revenue. 20% is where AI can process customer service requests faster. And then 40% is where the increase in business productivity. And so these are really strong numbers here. And again, we're only focused on narrow AI, which is what we have today. We still have the theoretical that's coming. And I think it's really exciting to be a part of our industry right now. We all get to be part of this transformation and something that's never, ever happened before. And business models are changing. And so you've really got to figure out what does your business model look like as we move forward. And so thank you very much. I'm going to bring up Andra. Yep, that's right. Sorry, it's so bright. And then everybody can find me on LinkedIn if you want to chat or get together. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Do you want your water? Do you want your water?
Thank you.
Thank you. So I personally, I know that we could take an AI conversation. We could probably sit here for hours and discuss where we think it's going and what we're personally doing in our businesses. It is definitely one of those that's going to be a game changer in the industry and truly in all industries. Technology is what backs everything as we progress in all businesses. What we want to talk about next, though, is shifting gears a little bit. So we want to talk about pricing. So there are a lot of things that are changing. There are a lot of things that shift our businesses. But I'm going to bring up Janet, who you also have met, Janet Shine. So she owns the JS Group, and she's going to go through with you a strategic conversation around pricing. And we're just going to talk. It's going to be casual. If you've got questions and you want to ask them and have them addressed, we'll absolutely talk through that. But Janet, come on up and let's discuss. All right, yes, I know. Come on. Yeah, it's in here. This is fun.
I'm going to start with an AI example because I
Okay,
thought that would
go
be
for
fun. Whoa, hi. I'll not scream anymore at you. So it was really interesting. I was at the Cisco Partner Summit a couple weeks ago. Was anybody there? Okay, so this was kind of cool. So Cisco announced that all of their products were having AI designed in from the start, starting with their roadmap at the second half of 2023. So I had the opportunity to meet with G2, who runs all the products for Cisco as the EVP of product design, and I said, can you show me an example? And he said, sure. So he goes, let's get on a WebEx together. Okay? So we get on the WebEx, and he says, I want you to pretend the doorbell just rang. Just walk away for a minute, and I'm going to keep talking. Okay. And I said, okay. So, and we all, right, we work from home. We've all had this moment where the plumber you've been waiting for like 4 weeks is
Right in the middle of
insistently
a
ringing
meeting.
the door
Yes.
right in the middle of your conversation. I got up, I came back in 2 minutes, like he asked me to. I sat down and popped up on my screen. It said, I know you were away. Here's what he said as a quick summary. And here's some potential answers for you based on what you've talked about on WebEx in the last year. Would you like us to put the answer in? Sure, go ahead. And up I popped on the screen, even though I was standing to the side of it looking like I was sitting at my desk. And I answered the question with stuff I'd used 100 times, right, on other calls, right? We were talking about how do you activate the channel for sales. And the conversation we were having was about pricing, right? How do you activate a channel in a world where AI is going to do 90% of the work for them, where the products are going to be AI-based, where customers are going to have like self-learning fabric so the product gets better and better and better at doing what they want it to do versus what someone else wants it to do. And I sat there and thought, oh goodness, this is bigger than I thought it was, right? Because this thing was flawless. And so the perception he left me with, which I thought was so cool, was that today we think linearly about time. We think it's linear, right? I've got an hour call. I have an hour call with Andra. We're going to talk. We're going to exchange ideas. We're going to both hang up and go to our next call. But he said in 5 years, you'll be on 10 calls concurrently. You won't need to be limited by you being on one call because the machine will have studied everything you say, do, know it better than you will, and it'll either ping you to now pay attention to that stream. So like, how many people watch football this way? I know my husband does, like 4 games streaming at the same time, right? It'll be like that, and you'll just switch to the full screen on the one, or AI will be able to participate for you, take questions for you. So as our head of research, Dr. Ashlyn Silva always says, AI won't replace you, the person using AI will replace you. And that is true in pricing as well.
Absolutely.
And so I bring that example up because I think as we start talking about pricing, we tend to think about pricing the way we do it like right now, right? And that our pricing strategy, should be something like, should you mark up your prices? The answer is yes. It's always, always yes. But we're not thinking about like where it's going. And so pricing has become a strategy that is masterfully underaddressed and can be used for you to rethink your business strategy just overall.
Yeah.
So I wanted to open with that AI example
I love
of like
that.
in
I'm looking
that
at
world,
you because I'm looking at you because in that way because it affects all the worlds, right? So even just saying that example, and I'm in very similar conversations with vendors, seeing what they're doing and what their roadmap looks like this year, 5 years, 10 years, it's amazing. And you say AI won't replace you because that is the scary thing, right? But it might replace part of you, right? Maybe the part of you that does the things that aren't very scalable, the same conversation that you're having 12 times in a day.
Yeah, the boring stuff.
The things that it can do, and we all love that, right? How can we get back more time in the day that we're in meetings having the same thing, or as a consultant maybe having very similar conversations? How can I get to the place where I'm working on things more, the place where I'm using my brain to go to that next level because I already know these things and I'm saying them 12 times a day? So that's really interesting. I could talk forever about that.
But when I started thinking, like in that world where WebEx allows you to do 3 calls concurrently, or Zoom, or Teams, or whoever you want. Because by the way, either Amazon or Microsoft wins in the supercomputer. I just don't know which one it's going to be. And in that world, like, what do you charge for that? It's not $3.99 a month, right? To like replicate you as a human. And so I think that's where the world, like, we have to challenge ourselves to kind of take the blinders off and say, what's it going to look like?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so to bring it a little bit more into the pricing too, and again, I want this conversation to be open. I know not everyone here maybe even is in the angle of your business to where pricing is something that you're either in charge of, that you are designing, that you're being strategic about, but it affects every single one of you. So whether you're on the sales side, whether you're on the marketing side, how you market your services, how resellers or MSPs take them and adopt them, and what those margins look like. There's so many layers, and it affects every single role in an organization. So let's dig into it a little bit. I have some questions that I'm going to go through with Janet, and so I want to talk about the growth lever first. So as Janet was mentioning, pricing can be used to do many things, and it's often overlooked and underutilized as a strategy. So talk to us a little bit about how it's used for growth. Yeah, start us here.
So at the lowest level, if you want to have a partner talk to you, right? So like you're at an event like this and there's competition for who they want to speak to. I find it's the best door opener ever. Like, hey, what's going on with your pricing? How are your margins? This is like asking somebody like, you know, what happened with your mom and dad growing up? It's like the therapist moment, right? Like, but how do you feel about that? And so I find at the lowest level, it's a great conversation starter to say, how are you thinking about pricing? Because every MSP, VAR, reseller, agent, you name your channel that you go to market through, they're all struggling with inflation in their business, driving up the cost of their people. They're now leading with services to the large extent, which is a cost on their shoulders. And they're struggling with how to price it up, right? So it's kind of the lowest level denominator is just have the conversation. The higher level denominator that vendors are really using is they're actually looking at how they can help the partner make more money. So for example, some of them are doing catalogs of managed services. Now I want you to think about this. They don't do managed services. But they're looking out at their partners and they're saying, my average partner does these managed services. I'm gonna put a catalog together for the customer and I'm gonna goose those prices up. Whatever that price is that the partner would generally charge, I'm gonna goose those prices up so I leave room for the partner to negotiate, right? This is a really simple pricing strategy. We've seen, you know, people do this in the channel forever. You mark it up so that the partner can get a discount, right? But now they're getting more mature about it. They're saying, I'm going to give price guidance to customers that doesn't include something I sell. And that's where their pricing strategy is coming around. And they're talking with partners, like for example, get 10 partners together at a PAC, a partner advisory, or just a call and say, where's your pricing pressure with my solution? Where am I ruining your business? And you can have this conversation with our friends at Microsoft and the partners would like, again, it's another therapy moment, where they're saying, look, I don't even care about making margin anymore on Microsoft. Because it drives $8 to $10 of services. I just don't care about your pricing anymore. I'll just charge what I need to charge and we're done. In the security space, they're coming back saying, look, I don't think you understand how complex it is to implement, integrate, go through the sales process. So I need you to change your strategy to be, and one of the security partners that we work with changed their strategy to offer a very lucrative bonus for the partners when they demoed. Now, why did they do that? Because 75% of the time, if they demo, they close, right? So they said, look, the partner's just not making enough money to pay their salesperson. So my pricing strategy is going to be about pushing some money towards the sellers, right? Like, how do I push that money towards the sellers? So that's a little bit of an example of people are doing that and they're growing the channel business through those actions.
I love that. I know we're talking price right now. Yesterday we talked about a handful of enablement items for sales and how to help the partner even further down the sales process, right? Marketing and sales is the two toughest things for partners. So vendors need to help them win. It used to just be a toolkit and a portal. Now it's this. It's going
this kind
further
of
into the conversation. It's teeing up the lead for the appointment for Joey on Tuesday. It's helping pay for the sales reps because they can't actually do it, and that's their issue. They don't have good enough people on the line, so no matter how many leads you give them, they're not going to close it. But if you could do this and you could actually put a little carrot on top of it too, all of a sudden there's more room for growth. So I love that.
And I want to tell like a funny story along with this. So hopefully you guys will think this is funny. I was appalled initially, and then I was convinced secondarily. So I was with a good-sized MSP, and we were talking about the fact that CISOs, and I always use the same joke David uses, right? Like people that didn't go to their own prom. Right? So they're not really all that excited about speaking with you personally, right? And so they were saying CISOs are really introverts. And we as the channel are kind of extroverted, right? We've kind of grown up on sales. And so what they started doing was they realized that when a CISO came into their funnel as a marketing qualified or sales qualified lead, they needed to approach it differently. Instead of saying, hey, can we have a conversation? CISO's worst nightmare is having to speak to you, apparently, as an introvert. They just said, you know what do they really want? Why did they register as a qualified lead? And they said, I think they want a price. So this salesperson said they answered every marketing lead with an email and a direct message and a text if they had the person sell that said, hey, I know we can talk in the details about the solution, but I just want you to know it's somewhere between $48 to $78 a month per user. Their close rate tripled in 60 days because they understood that the most
Who they're
important
talking
thing
to.
to that CISO was just trying to, I just want a price. Like, why do I have to talk to these, people to get a price?
Absolutely.
And I think that's where we've always been, as a channel, so afraid to tell anybody the price. Like, goodness forbid, right? Goodness forbid we should tell somebody what it costs, because we've learned that that's the bad thing to do. And now in this new world, and we talked about this morning, where people are now self-educating, where marketing's in charge of sales, where, right? In that world, price is a normal denominator. People want to know the price. And so I think this is where we sometimes, as leaders, right, we need to kind of say, take the blinders off. Maybe it does work to give price out right at the start.
Yeah, and I think too, to tag on to that, I think there's two things when it comes to price. I think there was the old school mentality of no, you wait. And I think sharing price and sending a proposal are two different things. And I know I'm getting off topic a little bit, but
no, it's perfect.
But it's two totally different things. You don't want to send a proposal. You're not like, here's the ring, marry me on the first conversation we've ever been having. That's a proposal. That's not the same thing as price.
That's correct.
Price is different, particularly because you need to understand a few things. I used to always share this with sales reps. Not everyone is worth an hour of your time, right? So you have to make sure there's qualifications in there, depending on who you're talking to, how to have that conversation along the way. And so I completely agree. There are times for that, and I love the thought of, now, because everyone educates themselves and there's so much done on the front end, that you have to have a really good idea of what they're looking for, give them enough for them to understand too. Did they even want the actual time? Does this make sense for us to even engage in this? And it helps to make sure you're cutting through wasted front end sales cycle time.
Exactly.
So
because we did this mid-market customer council like 2 months ago. And one of the CIOs, and it just cracked me up, he was like, look, I just want to know, like, is a pen test like $500 or $5 million?
Right.
Like, could you just, like, give me a range that's
get
not
involved.
500 to
Yes.
5 million, because I don't know what it's supposed to cost. And I thought, that is awesome. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Packages, bundles, ranges, anything that, because we have to remember, people are in the instant gratification, 9-second attention, goldfish world. They just want to see, right? They just want to see something real quick and go, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. They're sorting, right? And so you want to get sorted into the yes pile. So by giving them a price, you actually push yourself in the yes pile. It's so anti how all of us grew up in the channel. But it is true, the faster you get to price, the higher your close rate goes. And it's not a proposal. It doesn't mean all the T's and C's and years and discounts. And it's not that. It's just like, hey, the average customer, if they buy this bundle, they have this package, this solution, this.
And I think too, as we're talking about enablement, right? Because right now, each of you sit in the vendor world. You're providing and you're coming up with the pricing strategies to then help your partner base, your MSPs, sell you through their organizations. So as you're doing that too, helping them, it's a twofold, right? There's two layers to the pricing strategy. It's how do you help them with their ability to make money with you, selling you through them, and then it's how do you help them rope it into their stack to where when they're going to market, that make their final price point, their final bundle makes sense too with you in it. So it's understanding how they're going to market and reverse engineering how you can fit into whatever that looks like.
Yeah, and that's a perfect answer to this. So
go ahead. Strategic lever.
When you think about the partners as a strategic lever, right? So first of all, you could very simply bring in a pricing expert. There's a million firms like that. We do this, but so do 100 other firms, right? And do some kind of webinar or something for the partners to talk about price. Because it's the thing they all stay up at night about, but they don't have any expert advice on, right? They're kind of pricing, I said they're pricing like price plus margin, and then they're discounting it and accepting a lower margin because they're afraid, right? They are afraid of pricing. It's just not a muscle that they have. And so I think pricing is very strategic for partners because it allows them to make enough margin, to add more services, to sell more of your stuff. And the worse they are at pricing, the worse margin they're going to have. The worse margin they have, the less they invest in marketing. And the less they invest in marketing, because we all know marketing now leads the business, the less they invest in marketing, the less you grow. Right? So it's like this horrible hill that kind of rolls down. So it's very strategic for the partners to talk about price, but they don't have any experts. So you could bring in a pricing expert, have them do an hour webinar. You could offer pricing in your MDF program. You could say, hey, look, here you go. Here's a pre-priced package through this pricing expert. They're going to work with you on your last 10 proposals to customers and show you how you could have priced more. And sometimes it's not just a pure, like, straight price it up, right? Oh, it used to be 100, make it 120. Sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's a change in payment terms. Sometimes it's a longer contract. Sometimes it's a reduction of things that you do in the contract. I've had partners who have actually lowered their price, but also lowered their SLA.
Sure.
And said, you know what, you're at the $100 price, we've got an 80, 100, and a 120. And the one you're at right now is the 120. So if you need to save money on your expenses, I can take you to the 80 and here's what you don't get. Right? And they have actually lowered their business expenses and increased their margins by charging a customer less, which in some ways doesn't make any sense, right? But it does. I've seen people do things like help their partners with financing, right? So there's a million ways where you can help the partners with a pricing strategy, but I think it starts with polling, talking, speaking to your partners about what are they struggling with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and they are struggling. Make no mistake about it. They are struggling with price right now.
They are,
Yeah.
and I think that the other layer to this, as we talk through, again, it's your pricing that gets pushed through, and then what they add to it. One of the biggest struggles also, and particularly we'll talk the MSP space since this is what we're sitting in right now, is the ability for many of these small to medium businesses to understand their service layer on top of the product. Right? So we're right now just talking product pricing.
Right.
There's also what do they charge for their services on top of that.
That's right.
And if the vendor community, if you can help them get really good at understanding how to fit just you in their stack, and then you've got companies like us and others who are helping on the other side, like what do you actually charge for your services on top of what you're doing here? Because that's valuable too. Don't undercut yourself there, because at the end of the day, if you're not as profitable as you need to be, you're not going to grow because you're not investing all the things that Janet was just mentioning. So it's so crucial to be able to have some sort of an education. And also remember, many MSPs came from the tech world, right? They didn't come from the business world. So they didn't have the classes and the courses as maybe many of you did, or maybe many of them do, but it was just in different areas of expertise. And so it's so good to revisit. So I love the strategic lever.
And I think too, like the one of the things we see with the partners, and you're all with the partners, so you probably see the same thing, is they race to the next crisis, the next customer, the next whatever. Pricing gets pushed to the back, and then 3 years from now, they realize they're highly unprofitable.
Absolutely. And they just never adjust it.
And no one talks to them about it. All the vendors want to talk to them about is like sell more, right? And sell more of my stuff. But if you start talking about how do you sell more of your stuff, and how do I help you price it right so that you can drag my stuff along
with you,
like I'm not the hero, you're the hero. It changes the conversation, changes the dynamic. They want to sell for you then. They want to work with you then because you care about their bottom line.
And there's a layer of support. So let's dig into customer lever.
Yes. Oh my goodness. So this is interesting. So this first question, right? I get asked this by partners all the time. Like, how do you assess if a customer values your solution and be willing to absorb a price up? The biggest mistake a partner can make is doing a price up like, oh, next week I'm going to mark my prices up 10% because my costs went up. And so now I've got to try to justify it. You should be trying to justify a higher price all the time.
Agree.
From the moment the customer buys a solution, you should be trying to justify it. Now, if you're smart, you put an automatic price up clause in your contract, right? But a lot of people didn't do that, or they were afraid to do that. And so the time to start doing price ups with customers is the day after you close the contract, not 11 and a half months from now when the contract's up, or 24 months from now when the contract's up. And so you have to get the customer to value your solution. So how do you do that? We do a couple things with the partners. So one of them is we change how they look at the customer experience, so that they market to the customer every month the benefits that they're getting and what that's worth. So every month they're getting some kind of proof point that says, hey, we're worth it. And I like to tell stories, so I'm going to tell this story. So I was at L'Oreal Cosmetics, was my first job ever. I know, it's weird, now I'm here. And by the way, if you want to see an industry that's all women and then come to an industry that's all guys, that was my story. I didn't know where they hid the guys at L'Oreal, and I didn't know where they hid the women when I first got in the tech industry. I was like, what happened? But anyway, so I'm in this, in L'Oreal, and there was some infighting going on amongst some governments, and an excise tax or an import tax was put on L'Oreal hair dyes coming into the U.S. because the U.S. didn't want them to import. They wanted people to do stuff here. This was like around the NAFTA times, right? Like in the late 90s, early 2000s. And we're sitting in this meeting with, I will say, the best marketer I ever had the opportunity to work for, Jacques. And they're talking about how do you now absorb a 30% price up on hair dye? Like when you could buy Revlon or something else, right? Like, how do you absorb that? And 2 days, people are talking about this. What do we do? How do we market it? Blah, blah, blah. And he walks in and he goes, why don't you just say L'Oreal because you're worth it? Now, by the way, if you've ever seen L'Oreal's marketing, it is still
That's it.
because you're worth it. And so what they did was they said, forget the 30% price markup, double the price. Put it on the retail shelf at double the price and market that it's because you're worth it. Should you use the cheapest hair dye? Really? Aren't you worth better than that? No difference in the ingredients. Right? No difference in everything. I always like to tell this story. Sales almost doubled the first year with a price up that they had to absorb. By the way, that tax went away 2 years later. They never changed their pricing strategy. They're still significantly more expensive than anyone else on the rack. And then they'll give discounts if you want to do like a customer, right, value reward or something. And they tell that story because I think the biggest pitfall we need to kind of get past with our partners, with our customers is that you're afraid to go higher in the price. That is the biggest pitfall because there are 3 positions in pricing. And this is true for services, products, whatever you want to think. You can be most expensive. You can be the least expensive. Or you can be the thousands of prices in the middle. The middle is the most dangerous place to be because it's too easy to like just negotiate with you. The bottom is a very hard place to be because we don't necessarily all have the operating ability to make our low cost equal good margin. The top is the best place to be. And so that to me is where I think as a channel and as customers, we forget that 25% of the people buy the highest price solution every day. So why are we not, trying to go there? I saw a question.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the biggest issue in our industry, right? Is that people went with long-term contracts in an unstable environment. And talking to the partners initially, I said, like, you're skating towards danger unless you put one heck of a price up in that 3-year contract, because I don't know that any of us could have forecasted 21%, real 21% inflation in service technician costs. 21%. That was 22 to 23. So I think it's 3 answers to this, and none of them are easy, and I apologize, right? The first one is you've got to reevaluate your contracting vehicles for the next contract you sign, and you have to do what the banks have done. You know how the banks, if you have a loan, they'll say it's going to be tagged to the Wall Street Journal prime rate place or something? You got to tag it to something. The inflation index, you got to tag it to something. Not we're going to increase your price 3% every year. Because what if you need to increase their price 15% every year? You can't go back and do that in the middle of a contract, right? So that's the first thing, is you have to do that. And when we work with partners, that's always hard for them to like initially say, but everybody's used to that, tag to an index of some sort. The GDP, the CDP, whatever you want it to be. The second thing is that we need to go shorter term on our contracts. That is illogical when you say it, because we've always looked at total contract value, TCV. But we need to look at adjusted annual contract value, right? And what you need to do is a year or less, because you can't control your vendors' prices up as a partner, right? And so you either have to have pass-through clauses or you need to have short contracts. And the third thing is you have to market your value in a way that allows you to go back and offer a new contract to the customer that offers them some value but also offers you more margin. That's the hardest one, but I've yet to work with a partner where I didn't find places where they could margin rich themselves and not violate their contract. So those are the 3 simple answers. Always happy to go one-on-one with you and talk about more.
Yeah, the only other thing I would add to that too, because it's interesting, I think having those flexible elements inside of the contracts is so important because there is kind of that double-edged sword of long-term contracts can be beneficial, but only if you have the ability for movement within it. And sometimes even 3-year contracts with an annual increase, it's not the annual, they didn't do it because it was going to be the same rate for years. The annual increase can already be built into there, but maybe they did it because if you signed up for a 3-year, if there's a 3-year contract, something else happened at the beginning. So you can still have things in there that maybe there's already an annual increase built in, and then you're also tied to possible inflation rates or things on top of that. So there's an element of flexibility within, because I know too, obviously in a lot of the MSPs and for valuation and such, you do want reoccurring revenue already committed for time periods.
Absolutely.
So you've got to make sure that you've got the pieces in there that are going to protect you as well, because you don't want to get stuck. And so I love that. And the other thing what Janet was saying that I love is the thing that's so underestimated, which everyone is sitting, which I call the Grand Canyon, right? They're in this abyss in the middle, which you're calling it, right? They're in this abyss, and the high prices over here, the others over here, they're still on, good, solid footing. But everyone else falls in the center because everyone is playing the pricing game. Right? They're just playing the pricing game. They're not playing the value game.
Correct.
It's a totally different
Just
game.
like I can beat that price by 50 cents.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's not the game. You don't want to be in the price game. We're talking about pricing strategy. That's the value game. So if you're in the value game, that's why L'Oreal could add a tagline to it, play a valuable psychological game, which is very different and very savvy. And everyone goes, you know what? I'm going to do that. You know what? I'm okay with that because there's a different game that you're playing. You're playing on fear, uncertainty, and doubt. You're not playing the pricing game, and you're not playing the 50 cents, whatever else.
That's right. And one of my favorite ways to look at it, and I love what you said about value, right? We have a lot of MSPs that want to sell in the next couple years. But here's the dirty truth. Yes, they get some credit for having a 3-year contract. However, when there's a change of ownership, a lot of those contracts are nulled, right? Because of the way they did them. So really what the investors look for is retention rate over the last 5 to 10 years. And then what is your NRR, your net revenue retention? Is it more than 100%? Because you've been upselling or adding on to people.
Absolutely.
So you can have month-to-month contracts, no contracts.
As long as everything else is
Snowflake,
there.
I'll use as my example. Get bought for $1 bajillion because you don't have churn. You don't have turnover.
Yes.
Right? And so that's the key for flexible next-gen companies is they're understanding that that's how people want to buy.
I agree with that.
And that's how their valuations are being done.
No, I agree. And I think the long-term contract was created to ensure there wasn't churn.
Correct.
But now people are playing the relationship game and the value game that keeps the churn down, that doesn't necessarily make them have to do that. But you've got to have those other elements in there or else it doesn't work. So, so channel lever.
So, so it's interesting. So you're a vendor, right? And so you probably are not the pricing lead, probably, right, in your company. And so what we have to do is we have to be talking to our channel partners and understanding their goals. Where are they trying to price up? And I'm going to use an example here. We were working with a security vendor, and the security vendor was like, ooh, really worried. We're going to have to raise our prices like 8%, blah, blah, blah. Talked to 10 partners, and all partners said, I want them to raise their prices 30%. Like, I want them to raise their prices much higher than 8% because everything in enterprise and mid-market has become a net discount game. And so by them only raising their price 8%, they're really saying I have to lower my price by about 5 just to get the deal, right? I'm on an average 14% down year over year. So because they didn't raise their price enough,
there wasn't room.
There wasn't room. So you really have to talk to the partners and say, what's happening? What's the lever? Right? What are your goals for pricing this year? What are your margin goals? How are you going to get there? And then how do I estimate that price is going to help drive channel profitability? And that's whether you have partners that sell services, whether you partner 2 partners, right? Whatever you do, having that conversation and understanding where they want you to go is the most important thing.
Yeah, no, I understand that on so many levels with these partners. And again, I always love to have the to conversation and the through conversation because it's so important that understanding where you're coming to the table for the MSPs and understanding how they can, again, use you to be strategic. We're not having enough conversations about it.
We're
so
not.
I love that this is a topic that we all get to enjoy together. And I want to make sure that we get in the next AI lever because it kind of tags back to what we talked about in the beginning, but I want to make sure we don't miss it.
So are we entering somewhere where Gen AI can help with pricing? Abso-stinkin-lutely. In fact, you can upload now, and you're going to say, I would never do that. I think she was okay until she said this. And then I thought, she's a little crazy. You can upload let's just use ChatGPT. 20 proposals into ChatGPT as an attachment, and you can ask it to build you a better pricing strategy, and it will. And it won't be perfect, right? It will never be perfect. Now you're going to say, why would I give ChatGPT 10 of my proposals? Please, your proposals are on Reddit. They're in CXO forums on LinkedIn. If you think anybody buying from you can't find somebody who bought from you and say, hey, what'd you pay for that? You would be wrong, right? Because we're in a world of transparency. And so I would rather do something like that, right? If I can't afford a pricing, consultant. And by the way, Amazon, which is why I said Amazon, because I think pricing leads all things. The reason I said Amazon could win at the supercomputing game was because Amazon's been doing dynamic pricing for 10 or 15 years, right? They know that if we all today get super excited about something, right? Batterix, which is that little, it has an 8-year shelf life little battery that charges your phone, right? If we all get excited about that, they'll double the price overnight. They'll just start goosing it up until purchasing falls enough, and then they'll keep goosing. They'll goose it by 3 cents in Chicago and 2 cents in Miami. And so they've been using big data lakes to do this forever. But we're going to get to the next place where generative AI is going to be able to go out and scrum, if you will, through all publicly available data. And by the way, when you think about like government, they have to publish what they paid. Big enterprises often have to publish what they paid. It's going to go through everything, and it's going to give you the price to put on the proposal. I don't care how complex the proposal is. It's going to figure out how to price every single proposal. And now you might say, that's what we have salespeople for, right, in the channel. You know, they didn't ask anybody to prom. They're not the best marketers. We love them, the partners, and they would laugh if I said this. Like, you're not the best marketers. They go, we know, right? That's why they work with folks like us. You're expecting them to be expert-level negotiators, which is a lot of what this pricing work's going to be, right? And they're probably not going to become expert-level negotiators. They leave a lot of money on the table. Right? They remind me, there's that old saying that if you took a washcloth and you wring it out for water, right? We've all done this. You give it one more ring, just make sure there's nothing in there. That's most salespeople, right? They get that second ring and it's like, drip. And so AI is going to basically say, hey, this situation, you don't need to drip. He was on a forum and gave his prices for Microsoft, this, and they were all 10% above the market. Don't drip. Or, hey, this guy, he's not buying it unless you're the lowest price. Cut bait. You can't afford it. So that's where we're seeing it going, and we're seeing companies in security, in UC, in services, just across the IT kind of platform, feeding their new product roadmaps into generative AI for the price. What should the price be? I loved this story, probably my good wrap-up story.
Yeah, I love it.
I won't name the big name, but I was with a big brand who has 157 people in pricing and 1,485 people in deal pricing. And they fed, and now we're talking complex networks. It might be a red company that somebody used to work for. Look up my bio. And they, complex, we're talking multi-level, international, really complex deals. And they put the customer ask through a Gen AI pricing tool, and then they used a person who's done pricing for 20 years. The tool outperformed the person in time by 125x, so they could get it done in a day, which improves your close rate, by the way, the faster you get there. But more importantly than improving on time, they got 11 more points of margin out of every deal than the person who had been pricing the deals did, because they scoured everywhere that there was data and they set that deal up in a way that it made the customer want to buy. And so that's what I think is going to happen.
That's
right?
amazing, yeah.
That's where we're going.
And it makes me just reel, because it's such a thread that when pulled, it just keeps going and going and going. So when you think about the possibilities, it's truly unbelievable.
It is.
We haven't even scratched the surface on it.
No,
You talk
we have
about
not.
Amazon and such having already been in the mix.
Yes,
Things have been in play, but it's just going to go on steroids going forward. So any
Crazy.
last little bit about competitive edge before we wrap it up?
Yes. Don't overspiff your partners. Don't over discount your partners. Don't over try to beat everybody else who's doing that discount or that spiff or that commission. Focus on pricing and their margin versus short-term spiffs and gains and things like that, because frankly, the channel's a little fatigued with that. They can't really figure out how they're making money, and you're just wasting money with it. So that's kind of my final thought on it. And what I will tell you is, and I'll kind of wrap up with this, there was a scientific study that was done. We talked about Dr. Silva. She's super wicked smart. There was a scientific study that was done, and what they did was they put fish, piranhas and goldfish in a tank, and they put a glass wall between the piranhas and the goldfish. And they left them there, and they fed them separately for about 2 weeks. And naturally, the piranhas would have normally eaten every goldfish in there in about 2 minutes, but you know, they kept banging their heads against the glass, right? So they took that out, and they put like just a net that the piranhas definitely could have got through. See if they try to get to the goldfish. Nope. They don't try to because they bang in their head for 2 weeks. Now, they took the net out, and the goldfish were swimming around the piranhas, and they still didn't try to eat them.
Oh my God.
Because the
I haven't seen
piranhas
that
had
study.
been retrained
Right.
that they couldn't possibly eat the goldfish. The goldfish
weren't even
were,
gonna try.
they were
Why try?
uneatable.
Yeah.
They were uneatable.
Why
There's
try?
something with these goldfish, they're uneatable, I'm not gonna do it. That's all of us. We're the piranhas. We have banged our head against the glass a lot of times, and we've been convinced that we don't have control of the channel's pricing. We don't, right? We hope that they price us, we'll give them a discount, we hope. We'd be wrong, right? So we need to not be that piranha swimming past the goldfish and thinking that how it was in the past is how it is in the future, because the channel's there for you to eat and grow.
I love that analogy. Thank you so much, Janet.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you
love
for having
seeing you.
me.
Yes, of course. Mwah.
And thank you, everyone.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
thank you,
so much.
thank you, thank you.
All right, team, feel free to find Janet. She will be heading out, but feel free to ask any questions, and I hope you got a lot out of the session.
be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Chief Marketing Officer, Marketopia, Andra Hedden.
Hello, hello. We are rounding out the day. I know it has been a content-packed day. So get excited because the next thing on the agenda is happy hour. I know some of you are already getting started, and that is perfectly fine. What we wanted to do, yesterday we did some awards, and we awarded what we consider at Marketopia Achievement Awards for MSP growth. So we took a moment in yesterday's agenda and we went through and we awarded some designations for levels of achievement that we came up with at Marketopia, and we're very, very, very proud of the MSPs and the growth that they've been achieving that were receiving those awards yesterday, and it was just pretty awesome. There's a couple more that we wanted to take a moment and give out and give it just a special moment in the day too. One of the first ones, and I'm going to actually bring up Terry Hedden as well to come up here with me, so come and join me. We've got just 3 awards, so this will take 5 minutes and then we will be off to happy hour, but they're really, really important awards to us. So the first one that I'll share actually, and I'll show you a little quick list. These are some of the names of the awards. We talked about them yesterday. I won't go deep on them today, but each one of them has to do with levels of growth and success in the business and multiples of what that actually looks like. Sage is one of the levels, and we spoke about some of the Sage winners yesterday. We had luminary winners yesterday. One of our luminary winners was not able to make it to the event. She is a great client of ours. She's a wonderful person. Many of you who are Marketopia clients probably know her, but she did send in a video. Anything you want to say before we talk about this next person?
Absolutely not. Other than just, she's a great person, and she sent in this acceptance video, so we figured we'd play it for you guys.
Should be coming up.
Tracy Maxwell.
If you know her, it is Tracy Maxwell of Maxwell IT, and she was a luminary winner. So without further ado, here's a little in her car selfie style.
Well, she was a luminary, now she's a sage.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
So she went from doubling her money to pentupling her money in the last year.
Very true. All right, so let's see if we can hear this. Do I play it?
Hi, everyone. Terry, thank you. I am really honored that I got an award today. I'm pretty surprised, and I'm sorry I'm not going to be there to learn about everything good on sales and marketing this week. You guys are fantastic. I have learned a ton from you, and I consider my sales growth a result of being a partner with Marketopia. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
She's a wonderful person, so congratulations, Tracy.
She's also, and any of you who know her, when she came into Marketopia, it was trying to attack the sales portion of the business. She is a great team, great at service, great at back end, but it was the sales portion. How do I actually show up to close this business? What do I actually do? What's a good process to put in place? And she has really worked hard on cracking that code for her business. It's one thing to say that this is not supposed to be a Marketopia accolade. This is us actually the reverse, giving back to our partners, because we're only a part of this equation. We can share any piece of knowledge with you or give you any skill set or any direction, but unless something is done with it, it doesn't really matter. So huge shout out to her for doing that with her team, and they've just continued to grow. Oftentimes she can't make it to events because they're closing deals. So it's really, really amazing. We have an award that we will be giving to her. The next couple of awards, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so as you guys know, we talk a lot about valuation. Arlen's session a few minutes ago was very popular for a reason. We all have dreams, and for entrepreneurs, I think that American dream is to sell your business. I feel like that is the epitome of achievement. To do that before you have to do that in such a way that you secure the lives of your family, and to do that in such a way that you get a reward for all the blood, sweat, and tears you put into running your business. So we created this year a Lifetime Achievement Award for our clients that actually achieved that dream. And so this year we have 2 winners here today. The first winner is Mr. Terry Rossi.
Woo! Come on up. This is for you. You're welcome. Say a little something. I'll hold this for you if you want to stop.
Wow. I feel like an OG, right?
You are an OG.
Terry's right, though. I think this morning when Mike talked about the percentage of people that start a business, sustain a business, it was down to like 3%. The people that are able to actually exit from it is even a much smaller number. And without my team, without my external team, Marketopia helping us with sales the whole way, we never could have done it. I'm going to talk tomorrow in a panel about the process, and hopefully you'll ask me some good questions, but if you see me in the hall, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And once again, thanks very much.
Woo! Oh, wait, do you want to do a picture? Okay, we can do come do a little picture. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Huge congratulations to Terry Rossi.
Terry's out of New Jersey and has done a great job and is doing some pretty cool stuff in retirement too, including buying like heavy equipment, which is kind of, I think, another childhood dream to get the live Tonka truck and stuff.
That's what's fun. Once you get to that place, you can do whatever you want. Whatever is fun to you in your spare time, which is amazing. So we've got another winner coming up.
And we have another Lifetime Achievement Award to one of our favorite people of all time and one of the best accents in Marketopia land, Mr. Robert Benton.
Come on up.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I am not nervous whatsoever. So, no, I mean, it is truly an honor to have met Terry and Andra during my time. I essentially stumbled on Marketopia, and luckily I had already put things in place to help the growth that these guys gave me. And with that, you know, I really became friends with Terry and Andra, and again, I just can't thank them enough for everything that they allowed me to do, and now I'm really living a life that I dreamed of, that I worked 35 plus years for. So, thank you.
Oh, it like makes me cry. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh. Congratulations. Oh wait, did we already do that? Hold on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Appreciate you. He'll be on the boat tonight and also be on the panel tomorrow. So we'll have a panel of people who are selling or sold their business to learn from. So be prepared to ask the questions tomorrow. So, for tomorrow.
Absolutely. So I just want to say, and I'm not kidding when I say it makes me like, oh my gosh, I wasn't supposed to cry. So it's powerful. It's really, really powerful to see growth in partnership. It's amazing. And the amount of conversations that we have, particularly with partners that have been with us for a long time or just partners that are just starting off, it's amazing to watch and see where you come in, whether it is you should have done it. Someone heard Ron say I should have done it 15 years ago. Other people saying, oh my gosh, you know, I did what I needed to do and now I'm reaping the benefits. And I think what hit me is you said 35 years of work. And that's a long time, right? So you put so much blood, sweat, and tears into what you do that it's like heartbreaking to think that it doesn't end up worth whatever you're trying to achieve in the end. So it makes me so proud when that step is taken and then you get to celebrate on the other side. Like it's a really, really powerful, beautiful thing. And so I'm so proud of you guys. And I know there's so many more of you out there that are, or whether you're partnering with us or not, you're really trying to get to that next level and really trying to achieve your dreams. And I'm so looking forward to seeing each of you celebrate whatever you're trying to go for whenever that time comes. So we're off to happy hour now and after happy hour, so we're gonna hang out here, mix, mingle, have fun. I know everyone's having such great conversations and there are beverages around, so feel free to grab them, go up, change if you need to grab something. It might be a little chilly on the boat. And we are just gonna meet back down here and then we're gonna start to walk over to the boat and we'll walk over there together. And then just a quick tomorrow tee up. So we do have a beach fun experience, I'm calling it, because I feel like run has been intimidating a little bit. So it's a beach fun experience that is going to happen tomorrow. We did have a group that went out today. It was awesome. Some people walked, other people went 2 miles and so or more. So it was really, really good. And just go out there, watch the sunrise together, start off your day, get in the right mindset. So everyone meets in the lobby at 6:15, so meet in the lobby at 6:15, head over to the beach for a good time. Breakfast is 7:30 to 8:30, and then we start sessions. And tomorrow's a half day, so I know everyone's gonna be packing up and doing things. You'll have plenty of time to do that. Do not miss tomorrow's sessions. There are so many pieces of good content. I know the last day it's really easy to be like, maybe I'll just do some email and then go. promise you it will be worth it. So make sure that you're back in here. There's going to be panels on selling your business. There's going to be panels on making sure that we kind of round out everything that we've learned and actually go and do something real with it. So make sure that you're here for that. And here, I'll just leave this up here. This is a quick timeline for tonight if you weren't sure what time we were leaving or what time happy hour is. And I hope that you have an amazing evening. We'll see you tomorrow.